right. Free agency day 2. Yep. Man, I was supposed to get on about 20 minutes ago, and how do I put this in like a palatable YouTube way? Yesterday I talked a lot about how I wanted to go get a pizza. I followed through on that promise, and I don't think my body wanted me to get pizza. I don't think that was the right call in hindsight. But anyways, who gives a shit? It's free agency day 2, and Hunnaball's covering it. Some stuff happened last night. Some heartbreakers. I'm not gonna lie. Giants don't have a guard, so that's not very good. That's not very good. And also, you know, this probably won't be as long of a stream as yesterday, because yesterday we went for 7 hours. 7 hours of ad-free free agency talk. That being said, we'll recap yesterday. I've now kind of gazed upon multiple opinions online, so now I can take them and claim them for my own, as one does. And, you know, just recap what's going on in the NFL world. Obviously, Reed Blankenship, this is breaking news. Reed Blankenship going to the Texans. This happened 17 hours ago. Like, right after I got off stream, I was like, damn it. Damn. Where's the Reed Blankenship news when you need it? Just realized the music wasn't playing. So there it is. But anyways, what's up, guys? Hope you're doing well. Waiting for some people to file in, but that's all right. We'll break down some of the news. Also, I hope John makes it. I saw John commented on my live stream, get back on. I want to rant about Illuminor. The only Giants fan I know that's mad about the Jermaine Illuminor signing, but that's all right. I don't know many Giants fans, so who the hell knows? So I'll just do a quick recap. I went through and liked a couple of tweets that I thought would be important and worth noting. We'll do some analysis quickly. One, Reed Blankenship went for 24.75 to the Texans. I like this move for a couple of reasons. One, it breaks up the little white tandem they have in Philly, which, you know, never been a huge fan of. You know, anything Eagles pisses me off. What is up, Muhammad? Just woke up? Hell yeah. You and me both, brother. I don't feel great. It's all right. But what is up, man? Good to hear from you. As you can see, one of the few white defensive... You don't need to be an NFL pro to know that there aren't many white defensive backs. One of them is going to the Houston Texans. He's going from Philly to Houston, which... It makes geographical sense. Actually, I feel like Houston's pretty ethnic. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But yeah, so via Athletes First and Kyle McCarthy, Reed Blankenship was able to snag a deal. Clearly, Philly didn't think he was worth $8-ish million a year. I'd imagine the guarantees are nothing, maybe $16 million tops. Some incentives probably baked in there. If you get an interception, maybe you do a cool dance, then you can get more money. But good move for Houston. I like a team that has a strong unit and still decides to build on it. That's why I'm not anti-Giants going pass rusher in the draft. I feel like you never have it figured out in the NFL, right? Should I move the chat? We got Blake here. What's up, man? Yeah, I felt like this was worth noting. A lot of Hispanics in Houston. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I watched this show, more of a podcast, I should say. It's a podcast that's also a YouTube video. It's very, very complex, very tough to describe. But it's called Because We Are, and they do I don't know how else to put it, Black Family Feud. That's like the whole thing. And they did top black cities, and someone guessed Newark, New Jersey. It's a great clip. It's a great clip. It's a great clip. It's just a very cool cultural zeitgeist of what people think of their culture. And someone put Houston. So I guess I'm wrong about Houston being super white. God forbid Texas. Anyways, Reed Blankenship is going to the Texans. Like I was saying, I'm glad that the Texans are shoring up that defense. I'd say safety was one of the more, I don't want to say glaring holes they had, but definitely something they probably could have used some patching up. They fixed it at least a little bit. Shit, I wouldn't have been mad at Reed Blankenship to the Giants for $8 million a year, but I actually don't know how Reed Blankenship plays, to be honest. Other news: Cardinals signed Isaac Sumalo, 3-year, $31.5 million deal. I like this contract a lot. Did I say Steelers? I meant Cardinals. Cardinals signed Isaac Sumalo. Really good deal, honestly. One of the better ones. I'll get to the other guard signing in a second. But when you put that in reference to this deal looks a hell of a lot better. God knows the Cardinals need offensive line help. The Cardinals need a little bit of everything. Okay, let's not sit here and pretend like the Cardinals are a couple pieces away. The Cardinals need to tear it all down, and there's not much there to begin with. It would be like tearing down, like, I don't know, half of a parking lot and being like, we got to build a mall here. It's just like a lot to do. But I like this signing. It's a good play. I don't think the Cardinals have a ton of money because they're paying Kyler Murray. In fact, I should probably pull up over the cap because I do not, call me a fraud if you want, but I do not have teams' cap numbers memorized yet. That will likely change in the coming days. But in fact, anything we missed? The Kwity Paye contract is official. I don't really know how some are official, others aren't, but whatever. Treylon Burks is returning to Washington. That makes me happy. All right. I want to see. I don't think this is updated. Oh, or is it? I believe this is updated, actually. Exciting whites no more. Yeah, it's a bummer. It's a bummer. There is a... there's someone else in this year's draft class. I think there's a white DB in this year. Yes, Dylan Thieneman. So if the Eagles want to trade up and get themselves a white safety, hell, he might fall to them at pick 20. We'll see. If he does, I think that'll be a good pick. He's an athletic freak. But as you can see, the Cardinals, they have a little bit of cash. $32 million. Okay. Bengals got a couple of dollars to their name. I feel like they could have paid Trey Hendrickson. I don't know. I feel like they could have done it. And in case you didn't notice, Trey Hendrickson is the thumbnail for today's video because he's pretty much the only notable free agent that's left. I should pull up the Athletic as well. Cardinals like a third world country trying to build nukes to compete with US and Russia. Yeah, exactly. Except the only thing with that is they have the same amount of money as every other NFL team. So it's like in theory they should be able to compete, but they just can't. They just straight up can't. I feel for the Cardinals. Just kidding. No, I don't. Yeah, as you can see, I mean, Dan Jones, he shouldn't be on here. We'll talk about Devin Lloyd in a second. But as you can see, a lot of these top dogs, I mean, Rasheed Walker's still running free. He might be on a tag if he hasn't been picked up yet. But, the tackle market's in a really weird place. Clearly, Kevin Byard's still available, Jawan Jennings, guys like that. But we'll see what transpires today. Hopefully some big signings break as we, get to it. But yeah, Isaac Sumalo, I like this signing a lot. It was the best guard signing of yesterday, I'll tell you that much. We'll get to Elijah Vera Tucker in a second. What else? Bengals tweeted this out. I don't know why, by the way. We can't confirm any signing until Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Thank you, Bengals. This Eric Andre skit was funny. I'm not going to play it, but it was funny. What I did was I liked a bunch of tweets that I wanted to talk about. And then I also thought this tweet was funny, so I liked it. This is the one. So Elijah Vera Tucker is going to the New England Patriots on a 3-year, 4-year, $48 million deal, I believe. I should have this ready. Hold on. Also, Dawson Knox returning. 4-year, $42 million deal, worth up to $48 million. So here's the thing, right? This was supposed to be the Giants. This was supposed to be us. We were supposed to sign AVT. Jarv broke it in the chat. He said it was a done. I mean, he didn't say it was a done deal, but we were hoping that it was a done deal. CBS put it out. They put us on the graphic. It was great. I felt like, hey, the Giants are going to get a guard. And then apparently, what happened was the Giants, namely Joe Shane and John Harbaugh, a mix of the two, reached an impasse over the length of the contract. Even though there was internal optimism that they could do it as late as 10:30 p.m. They're in the building until 10:30 trying to bring this guy home. Listen, I'm not a GM. I'm not a scout. I have built a couple of Madden teams though, and I will say a part of me is just kind of like, how long could that discussion have been? It's like, do we want to sign him for 2 years or 3 years? Would it be crazy to sign him for 4 years? I just don't understand how the business aspect of it, this arbitrary thing, it takes so damn long. I feel like the decision maker should have a pretty set kind of idea. Maybe they're trying to work around. Maybe if we give him more money, maybe we front load it, back load it, whatever. Maybe we give an option. Maybe we add a no tag clause, whatever. Maybe that's the mentality of it. But I just don't understand the whole, we can't figure out the length. Should we give him 3 years or 4 years? I feel like that's a pretty beatable issue. At the same time, Elijah Vera Tucker, who I was excited, or the Hunnaball got traded to the Facebook stream. Man, I do have a Facebook account, and it's funny because I'm also in an adult flag league. And what happens is you attach your phone number to your Facebook account. The only reason I have it is for Marketplace. I do not post, obviously. But here's what's pissing me off about the Giants. Tell me what you think, Facebook. But the awkward part is a bunch of random adults I've met in my life, my mom's friends, people in my adult flag league, hell, even a couple teachers, have seen my Facebook account and did a friend request. And the awkward thing is, no, I don't want any Facebook friends because I don't use it. And if I accept one, I got to accept all of them. And that's a tall order for me, man. I cannot embrace Facebook. I can barely embrace LinkedIn. I hate that shit. AVT to the pass last night. I feel like when Baltimore let their team leave in the middle of the night. So yeah, that's what we're getting to right now. Jarvis Guy, AVT. Now I'll say this, right? I use it for lowballing. Yeah, no, that's the way to do it. That's the only way to use Facebook if you're under the age of, fuck it, 90. Anyways. So the thing with Elijah Vera Tucker is he's incredibly injury prone. He barely plays, but when he does, he's solid. The Giants were supposed to sign him, and if they did, I would have been very happy. But they didn't. So let's cope for a second, okay? 3 years, $42 million, worth up to $48 million is a ton for a guard. That's considerably more, I think, well, considerably more. That's $6 million more total, and that's just off rip. If you include the potential extra money, that's $12 million more per year than Isaac Sumalo, who a lot of people said was a better guard in the open market. Now listen, do the Giants have a glaring hole at guard? For sure. Could they play Marcus Bowe there? Yeah, but I wouldn't feel great about it. But because the Pats took our lunch, after the Titans took our breakfast, I'm gonna sit here and just cope. and choose to not hang my hat on it. I'm not gonna say I hope he gets injured, but what I will say is if he does, I'll feel a little less worse about this. I'll say that. I'll feel a little less worse. So, we got Darius Washington, Greg Newsom. Yes, we did. Greg Newsom, welcome home. Yeah, we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Also, Facebook has a dating site on it, possible replacement for Hunna's Hinge. I don't think. I know. I've heard. I'm familiar with Facebook dating. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's my answer to that one. But I think we got hung up on the length. You probably didn't want to give up that third year. I know, and I agree, and I see why. And I see why Elijah Vera Tucker's camp thought it was so important for him to get that long-term security and stability because, he's played like 10 games in the past 4 seasons. That's a bit of an understatement, but still, he gets hurt a lot. He didn't even play last year. So I understand the mentality behind it. Am I disappointed? A little bit. A lot of it, honestly. I like the thought that the Giants are this elite franchise that every player would like to go to. They're the Lakers of football, which is so not true. But it just hurts my heart when teams don't decide to go with Big Blue. But if I were Elijah Vera Tucker and I could go 3 years, $42 million, or 2 years, probably what? $30 million maybe? Ish? Maybe 33. I don't know. The math isn't going, but you know what I mean. I'd go with the 4-year deal, especially considering if the Giants were signing him to a 2-year deal, dude. That's like 1 year of guaranteed money right there. So I'm glad Elijah Vera Tucker got his bag. I wish it was with the Giants, but fuck it, man. On Facebook, a friend of mine, she's been meeting ladies off Facebook dating. I don't know if it's worth getting. But if the other prospects drive desperate times, call for desperate measures. I think my next move is to start meeting people in person. That's my next move. And for my next trick, I'm going to start talking to strangers, which honestly feels like a circus act at this point. But hey, you know what? We'll see. I don't know. I need some kind of catchy name. Hunna's halftime Hinge update is just not, that's never going to be beat. But my Hinge is like dry as the Sahara, man. It sucks. Nope, DoorDash is busy right now. Sorry, guys, I'm getting off stream. But I used Facebook as my first social media after MySpace. It was I was on Facebook before IG and Twitter. It keeps me up with my locals. Fair enough. If you're in the demo, I'm not gonna fault you for it. It's just not my thing. I feel like I'm too late to the party now. You know the meme of the guy who's like still dancing and they're like, the party ended 3 hours ago and he's still like dancing. That's how I would feel if I got on Facebook. Giants have never been that low. We've never been the team that free agency wants to go to. You got to be a certain personality to do with New York's fans. I get that. But again, let me have my moment here. Let me have some hope, Jarv. Other things I wanted to talk about before we get into just the more like just straight in your face news was this. Okay. So here are the total free agency spending after day one. This is 1 day of spending, right? Which Adam Schefter went on a little mini rant. I love when Adam Schefter shows a little personality. You could tell he was exhausted after yesterday. And we talked about a lot how Adam Schefter's losing his fastball. I mean, shoot, man. At this rate, the fastballs are 130 miles an hour. It was news drop after news drop after news drop. It was crazy. And he said, what's even the point of a tampering period? All the free agents are gone after 1 day. Who cares? What free agency doesn't start on Wednesday, it ends on Wednesday. So I thought that was funny. But I understand being on Facebook under 25 doesn't make sense. Exactly. No, I hear you. Hell yeah, Jarv. Oh, man. It always puts a smile on my face when Jarv and I agree on something. But I did want to talk about how each team spent. So obviously the Titans and the Raiders backed up the Brinks truck. I was surprised to see how much the Giants spent. $127.5 million. Of course, this is total accrued over the next, I don't know, 3 to 4 seasons. But still, it's a lot. And I don't know where the Giants are getting all this money from, but I'm assuming with Neighbors' contract, Dart, Carter, all those young studs that were high draft picks, they don't have crazy contracts at the moment. I also have another take about what the Giants are doing in the draft. I didn't really realize it until yesterday, but I do want to unpack something. It's going to be another example of me stealing someone else's opinion. But all these teams, they spent various amounts of money. The Panthers went all in on a couple of players, I think 2 actually, which we'll talk about in a second. Devin Lloyd and Jalen Phillips, which interesting signs, that's for sure. Eagles and Packers didn't make a single signing. Vikings brought on $8.5 million of, cash in hand. Chargers, where are the Chargers? $65.3 million. Little underwhelming day from the Chargers, just given their cap situation. But the big stat, and I don't know if Van Valix is here or not, but the big stat is the Tennessee Titans spending $283 million. Here's a fact. This is just day one, so obviously it hasn't been adjusted, but just day one. If you were to take the Titans free agency signings and only pull out the former New York Giants that they signed, they would still have the 5th highest. No, scratch that. If you remove the Titans off the top and you just left their former Giant free agency signings, they would still have the 4th most money spent. Just the New York Titans alone, or whatever. So, what have you found on Facebook Marketplace? This TV right here. This TV where I'm listening to Kirby music. This guy right here. Got this on Facebook for $40. Pretty sick deal. I use it as a monitor, obviously. But I also, it's a TV, so why not? What else did I get? Oh, the green screen. Kind of need that. Yeah, the green screen. Got that on Facebook. Good stuff, man. Good. You can find people parting ways. I got my cleats on Facebook. Granted, they didn't fit super well, but yeah. But the Titans spent their money, man. They did. And I'm not saying it's a bad move, but listen. I saw a tweet yesterday that basically said, it's funny because I'll say it, bad teams are spending a bunch of money and the good teams don't spend anything and fans get mad about the wrong things. I butchered that. But basically, you get what I'm saying. The fans, like good teams, obviously shouldn't spend in free agency because all their stars are on their team. They don't have as much cap space. And the way you build a true contender is not by signing a bunch of random guys, okay? And the bad teams who have money, they have fun. The fans get to be happy in March. I'm not here ripping on Titans fans. I'm not here, punching down on the Raiders, or even punching down as a stretch. But what I will say is free agency is not always as great as it seems. I just want to have that booked right now. But I'm happy for the fans of the Titans, Raiders, Panthers, Manders, Colts, Saints, and us. But Colts not as much. Colts, I should have left the Colts out. For having fun days on March 9th. Oh my God, it's Mario Day. How did I not lead with that? First and foremost, happy Mario Day. Holy shit, how did I forget that? I think we're done in free agency. I think so. Where is all this money coming from? That's what I was thinking. Never underestimate the stuff you find on people's curbs. Oh yeah, man. I was on a date recently, like 3 weeks ago, and there was like a pretty nice desk just on the side, like on a sidewalk. And I was just like, I almost just said like, hey, let's call this date early. I gotta grab this desk. She was like, oh wow, someone's just giving this away. I'm like, I might come back. I don't think that worked out. What do you mean we win it all? Yeah, the Commanders are winning it all. That's my bad. That's too bold of a statement for me to say. But let's go through other news because I really I didn't talk about everything that happened. Okay, should we hit on Devin Lloyd? Let me make sure that I got everything. Reed Blankenship signed. Sumalo signed. I don't know why these posts are getting deleted. Whatever. Kendrick Bourne is a Cardinal. Another who cares story. Kyle Allen is signing with the Bills. Reunite with his friend and not brother. I thought they were related. Josh Allen. Cole Strange, a former Patriot and Dolphin, is going to the Chargers. Big sign for LAC. recently, a month ago. Yeah, that's that's the most recent date I've been on. All right, it's been a minute. It was not a month ago. It was like 2 weeks ago. But let's talk about Devin Lloyd for a second, because this is a really interesting story to me. So Devin Lloyd was supposedly the best linebacker on the open market. He was an All-Pro, I believe, this past season, and he signed for 3 years, $45 million. If that's the market value for an All-Pro linebacker, say what you will about Devin Lloyd, he probably isn't the best linebacker in the NFL, despite what the All-Pro voters say. He probably isn't. Okay, 3 years, $45 million is a robbery. Relatively, that's a slam dunk. So part of me thinks maybe the league is super low on Devin Lloyd, but another part of me thinks, did the Panthers just cop a great deal? Did Devin Lloyd really want to go to Carolina? Does he believe in Bryce Young? What's the story here? Because like 3 years, $45 million, that's nothing relatively. I'd imagine 2 years of guarantees. They can get out at the end of 2027. What's the downside here? And the Giants went 3 years, $36 million with Tremaine Edmonds. You're telling me we couldn't have ponied up an extra like $3 million a year for Devin Lloyd? Get that upgrade, get an All-Pro linebacker. I thought Devin Lloyd was like way out of our price range. I guess I was wrong. So I thought that was interesting. And the Panthers went from having one of the biggest overpays of the day yesterday to having one of the best value deals to kind of, I don't know, even it out a little bit, right? Probably not all the way. Jalen Phillips probably shouldn't be paid that highly, but whatever. Panthers defense is for real. We got roach games. How's it going? Did the Bengals make any moves? I mean, I think they signed a safety. This was not today, I don't think. Yeah, Boye Mafe and Brian Cook, but nothing today. There hasn't been much happening today, honestly. We're still going through yesterday. Where was I? What the hell? Oh, yeah, Elijah Vera Tucker. In case you missed it, Elijah Vera Tucker's going to the Patriots. Thanks. Also, Alohi Gilman is going to the Chiefs. Chiefs are building out that defense. Inspiring stuff, Casey. It's funny. We have a lot of Bengals fans popping in and out of here. I really didn't know you guys existed. Final day for the WNBA contract deadline, too. Oh, that's a good point. The Players Union. Shoot. It's a great point. But yeah, man. What else? So this is Schefter's little rant. Never mind. This is Trey Hendrickson. Okay, so should we talk about Trey Hendrickson? Is there anything we missed? I wanted to save Trey Hendrickson for a second. Raiders agreed to terms with 8 players valued at $283.75 million. That's nuts. Greg Newsome is a New York Giant. I can't say I'm like jumping through the roof, but a 1-year deal, sure. A 1-year deal in the NFL, it's like we're renting Greg Newsome. If he's good, great. If he's not, which is more likely, then to hell with it, right? I mean, we paid Russ, what, 30 last year? We can afford to try him out at corner. High ceiling, extremely low floor play in Greg Newsome. He got traded this year. Clearly, the Jags didn't want him back. So, that's that. Vikings are keeping their long snapper, Andrew DePaula. Drop a like if you know who Andrew DePaula is. Dawson Knox is returning to Buffalo. And no, there's been no meaningful progress made towards a new CBA. So that's exciting. The NFL is going to go on strike along with the WNBA. Sorry about Trey Hendrickson. Okay. I kind of want to watch this Shefty video. Imagine no one wants to try because the core injuries are really... is there really a way you can come to Cincy for less? At this rate, I think there's a lot at play with Trey Hendrickson. So I want to watch this Shefty video really quick to just contextualize it, because I am not an NFL reporter. I am just a dude with a mustache who talks on the internet. So I want to watch this video really quick. Even though I already did.
We're still waiting on. I mentioned it. The shoe to drop is Trey Hendrickson. What is the latest we're hearing on him?
Well, here's the situation, Green. He's been in contact with a number of...
This is not worth mentioning, but I will. Adam Schefter's voice sounds hoarse. Either he's sick or he's been talking a bunch. Either way, I feel for the guy.
Teams right now.
I'm currently in class listening to the stream, and I'm committed to subscribers. Thank you, Dallas Crimson Tide. School sucks. Hey, man, I appreciate you popping in. There's not a lot of NFL news.
Carolina Panthers shocked the NFL and give Jalen Phillips $30 million a year. Trey Hendrickson.
Is there any kind of universe where Jalen Phillips, who is younger than Trey Hendrickson, I can acknowledge that, but is there any world where a team would rather have Jalen Phillips and Trey Hendrickson? Like, what?
sees himself in the company of those kinds of players.
Yeah, of course.
And so you would think that there would be a corresponding contract in that vicinity. But if there's not a team out there that's willing to give you $40 or $30 million, sometimes it takes a player a little bit of time to understand how the market works like that and to accept that just because Danielle Hunter might get 40, you might not get 40. Just because Jalen Phillips gets 30 doesn't mean you get 30.
But it should, though. But it should, right? It should.
And so right now he's talking to a bunch of teams, but nobody has met his price just yet. And he's a very strong-minded, prideful person. He wants to get his price.
That was a loaded statement, by the way, from Shefty. You don't hear them saying that about a lot of players.
And until he feels like he does, he's not willing to compromise.
And why should he? Why should he, man? He's been screwed over. I know we got a couple Bengals fans in here, but let's call a spade a spade. Why should he? Like the Bengals screwed him over time in and time out. And now we're sitting here again talking about the same things about Trey Hendrickson not getting his money. I mean, shit, dude, if I were Trey Hendrickson, I'd be pissed. Dude led the NFL in sacks and couldn't get a contract extension. Dude dealt with one of the most frustrating contract situations in the last 10 years, and now he can't even find a free agency deal. He should have been the first one off the board. But no one wants to sign him, what, because he's 30? Because of a core injury? Are you kidding me? Jalen Phillips got all that money and Trey Hendrickson can't even find a home? Now, I'm sure he will, right? I'm sure he'll find a place to play. And I really do think, if you're the Chargers, to hell with it, man. Bring him aboard. Like, I keep dunking on the Chargers. It's because they have their money. They have so much money. And they're supposed to be contending. This is the kind of sign you need to have. But again, Trey Hendrickson does want to fish. And I can see him thinking, hey, man, I've been gypped year in and year out by the Bengals. I do not want to go to a state with high income tax, especially a state that I can't fish. So I understand Trey Hendrickson's reservations, at least with LA, but shoot, man, if he's meeting with a lot of teams, I'd like to see him sign rather soon. We got a egalitarian 207, Raider Nation for life. I think that's the fifth Raiders fan that's joined in the last couple days. Raiders represent. Raiders are happy, man. Well, if you think about it, guys on the internet, they're just guys on the internet without mustaches. Yeah, that's right, Schefter. If Schefter grew out a mustache, that would be a sight to behold. He really should. That'd be fun. Mustache Shefty. I wonder if he could. I wonder what that would look like. I would ask AI, but I'm not terrible. I'm trying to think it's its agent. Agent telling his market is bigger than it is. Right. I mean, he's got to have eyes, right? He's got to have, he's got to be able to at least see. 3 years, 99 million is a projection, right? Like, Jalen Phillips got $120 million. Jalen Phillips is getting $30 million a year, dude. Jalen Phillips had 5 sacks last season. Trey Hendrickson had 4, to be fair. But he played less, I think. Right? Yeah, he only played in 7 games. And I understand he's injured and, he's 31. Whereas Jalen Phillips is 27. But come on, dude. I feel like 3 years... What's 35 times 3? 115? No, 105. 3 years, $105 million. But again, why would he sign that? So I guess it does make a little bit of sense that there's a little bit of a hesitation just with the age and the injury. But still, man, I'm with you so slow. I feel like his agent is kind of burying him on this one. If I were him, I would have gotten new representation years ago. It's the number they're asking for. I hear he wants 30 a year. And I think that's more than fair. Does anybody in this chat right now think that Trey Hendrickson is actually worse than Jalen Phillips? Yeah, and I know, yeah, and he wants long-term, exactly, and I guess teams are just too reluctant. I mean, damn, bro, Owe got 25. But again, these are younger guys. Khalil Mack got 18, of course, 1-year deal, so that doesn't really matter as much. Boye Mafe got 20. Joey Bosa, the 37th ranked free agent, according to The Athletic. Yeah, totally. He's looking for a 1-year deal. And by the way, I thought this was worth mentioning. We talked about AVT a little earlier. This was The Athletic's projection. 1 year, $3 million. He got 3 years, $42 million. Again, the projection is not law, but this is definitely the farthest apart I've seen them. Brady's breaks. No, exactly. No one actually is sitting here thinking Jalen Phillips. It's like, I mean, come on. Like, I don't want to say this is the worst contract of free agency. I'm sorry. I just realized that the tab's covered. But, jeez. I don't want to sit here and say that, Jalen Phillips is a bad player, but come on. This is one of the worst deals of yesterday. They're lucky Alec Pierce went for all that money, which the more I sit with the Alec Pierce trade, or signing, the more I'm like, wow, the Colts have no plan. The Colts are a disaster right now, especially after hearing Daniel Jones wants $50 a year. $50 million for a player that is on one leg. Henderson should ask David Mulgeta to be his agent. That's the one agent I can name. No, a Drew Rosenhaus as well. Who is he still doing things? I know he was with AB, so that probably buried his reputation a little bit. Yo, Hunter, long time. Hey, what's up, man? Hey, what's up, Trent? What is up, dude? Yeah, I'm ready. I'll be there. You know me, man. I'm playing. ready to take the championship. But yeah, it's one of the worst I've seen for a DE. Yeah, seriously. And that's free agency day one is the day for a team like the Panthers to overpay for a guy like Jalen Phillips. Young, has upside. But I mean, 5 sacks, dude. If we are, I know this isn't a fair stat, but what's 120 divided by 5? What's that, like? Golly, 30? 24. $24 million for each sack he had last year. I know it's not all guaranteed, but that's a lot of money, right? Do you imagine if you're at work and the time you do something good, you got $24 million each time? I'm just saying, the contract makes no sense, and it pisses me off relative to a guy like Trey Hendrickson. By the way, Trent, you're a Chargers fan, right? I keep dunking on them. They're not exactly having a great. They're not having a great March. They should be signing a guy like Trey Hendrickson, but that's just my 2 cents. So these are the guys available. Like I said, Devin Lloyd was a deal. I think it's funny comparing him to other linebackers. Tremaine Edmonds isn't on this list for some reason, but yeah, I mean, shoot. Devin Lloyd is getting paid what, like 1.5 APY more than Quay Walker. That's a lot. That is just the edge market. No, and I get that, right? The edge, that, like I said, yeah, this is the time for a team like the Panthers to overpay for a player like Jalen Phillips. But if that's the edge market, we should see a Trey Hendrickson deal get facilitated sooner rather than later. I got a feeling he's going to get screwed yet again. 50 million's wild for a team of the Giants. For a team the Giants dropped a year ago. Wait, with the Eagles? Wait, 50. Wait. Oh, Dan Jones. Yeah, I'm like, wait, Dan Jones. Yeah, that's right. 50 million. Yeah, that's just rumors. Colts went all in last season when they traded for Sauce. They had no plan this season because they expected to be celebrating their Lombardi right now. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. The Colts hitched their wagon to Dan Jones and Sauce Gardner. Both of them got hurt, and now they've got Alec Pierce minus Michael Pittman. And yeah, dude, who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? Well, both the Rams and Chargers fans would definitely fall on the Rams moves more. Yeah, the Rams aren't afraid. The Rams are not afraid to make some moves. The Rams have been active, trading for Trent McDuffie, obviously, and, you know, cornering the corner market a little bit with Jalen Watson and, didn't they sign someone else? Or was it a safety? I thought they signed someone else. Where are the Rams at? Cam Curl. They brought Cam Curl. They re-signed him, my bad. Brought back Higbee as well. Makes a lot of sense. He's young with some of his best years ahead of him. I know it makes a lot of sense from an NFL GM like standpoint, but I just feel like it's too much of an upside swing for the Panthers. I'm glad they did it. It's fun. It's good to talk about. But he's basically he now has the shoulders of that entire defense, or at least that entire pass rush. Him and Derek Brown at least, and we'll see how that pans out. Rosenhaus was in Indy. He was speaking with Malik Muhammad in the stands. Okay, that's cool. Jeez. Always doing deals, Drew Rosenhaus. I feel like being a sports agent is such a weird gig. It's funny because like I've always loved sports, right? And not once has it crossed my mind, I should just become an agent. That's where the money is. Never. I don't know why. It just feels like a very different kind of job. I'd much rather rant about the Giants on the internet. Colts came into last season with no expectations. The season plummeted downhill as soon as they had expectations. Yeah, seriously. That's exactly what happened. It's exactly what happened. And instead of kind of righting the ship, they just kind of went all in on what didn't work last year. Which is an approach. It is an approach. And things could change. Things could get better. But what is the upside with the Colts now? Sauce Gardner gets healthy. They've lost. Let's look at the players they've lost. At least the top 150 guys they've lost in this free agency cycle. Dan Jones, who they'll probably stick. They brought back Alec Pierce, for a sweet 4 years, $114 million. Where do we think Kyler Murray's going? It seems like the Vikings. I don't think it's a good move, but I think it's the Vikings. By the way, we got a lot of new people in here. What is up, guys? Drop a like if you haven't already. For the NFL agent license exam is hard. Really? I didn't even know there was a license exam. I thought you could just Rich Paul it and just meet a couple guys. But I guess that does make sense. Shoot. Daniel surprised Lloyd picked the Panthers, even with the Bengals being the high bidder, supposedly. That's what I'm saying. Is everybody, like, maybe that's what Jalen Phillips is thinking, too. It's like, I like what these Panthers are doing. I like what they're building in Carolina. It might be an income tax situation. I have no idea. But yeah, down a tackle, down Kwity Paye. Nick Cross is in the open market. You know, where my Nick Cross stands at. So, yeah, like... And it's like they got their two of their best players, provided they re-sign Daniel Jones for $50 million a year. Provided they do that, I just kind of feel like it's a strange shout. It's a strange approach to go into the league, go into the new season without your first round pick, with the same players you had last year, minus Michael Pittman, minus a couple others, and expecting to compete in what will be, if we're being honest, and I saying this is a crazy thing, what will be a relatively competitive division in the AFC South. The Titans they spent money. The Titans will be better. How much better? Time will tell. The Texans are good, and the Jags are good. So, there you go. Makes sense. Poor Jets. Poor Jets. Yeah. Poor Jets. Yeah, the Jets made off like bandits, trading Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner. For the first time ever, I'm not saying poor Jets. In fact, we'll talk about winners and losers of the day yesterday. What I will say is, out of the few teams that actually made a bunch of moves, I really liked what the Jets did. The Jets got a lot of, low stakes, low investment, defensive options that I thought were pretty solid. Pretty solid, especially the DeMario Davis signing. I mean, DeMario Davis is ancient, but still. 2 years, $22 million, not a bad deal for a leader on that defense. Josh Downs, JT, and Warren, there is hope, but hope is where Chris Ballard lives on. How does Chris Ballard still have a job? How? I remember, dude, I was so mad. Not last season, but the season prior, when the Colts lost to the Giants in a game that would have certainly given us the number one pick. And that was in the, was that the Caleb Williams class? I believe it was. Right? Yeah, it was. It was the Caleb Williams class, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, a lot of decent players. And the Giants decided to beat the Colts at home for no reason. And the Colts were so bad, it didn't even feel like the Giants were trying, and it didn't matter. The Colts still got worked. And I was so angry that I went on the Colts subreddit to talk my shit. Be like, Giants fan here. I hate you guys. How could you? How could you lose to the worst team in football? How could you do this to me? And I saw so much negativity towards Shane Steichen and Chris Ballard. Shane Steichen more so. I cannot believe he kept his job after that season. I cannot believe, and frankly, even this season, he had his moments, but he also had his down spins as well. I just can't believe Shane Steichen is still there. He's not my favorite coach. I have no faith in him as a play caller. Raider Nation. Raider Nation. Raiders spent $280 million for agency this year, as much as the Saints, who spent fifth most of any team so far. Yeah. Twice as much as the Saints. Yeah. No, that's... Raiders are spending. Titans are spending, in case you missed it. And I'm not going to say they're bad moves, but they're paying these guys. That's for sure. Let's look at all the Raiders moves really quick. Linderbaum, Naylor, Stokes, Quay Walker, Malcolm Kuntz, Nakobe Dean, and Kwity Paye, all going to the silver and black. Raiders robbed the Ravens and Colts in free agency. Who'd they take from the Colts? Kwity Paye, I guess. Kwity Paye, I guess. I mean, robbing. I think they just kind of took one guy, but still, hey. Look, Raiders won March. The Raiders got a center. The highest paid center in NFL history, and it's not even close. I'm not going to say it's a bad move, but let's, Sure, why not? The Raiders are awesome. And like I said yesterday, I don't think Egalitarian, which is a great name, by the way, was here. But I said there's probably no better time to be a Raiders fan. New coach, you got the hottest coordinator on the market. You got an incoming quarterback who should be good. Got a lot of fun pieces on that offense, and Janty and Brock Bowers. It's 2 first-round picks off the Max Crosby trade. Bunch of free agency signings. things could look up in Vegas. I really do think they should prioritize getting offensive line in the draft. I'd cross my fingers that Maui Noah falls to them. I would be pretty sure that Fano will be there. Hell, Caleb Lomu's not off the table at pick 13. Hell, if somehow, some way Monroe Freeling doesn't go to the Browns, that could also be in play for the Raiders. God knows Raiders love upside swings. So who knows? Raiders can still get Nick Cross in free agency. I don't believe they can. Someone got Nick Cross. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Nick Cross hasn't gotten signed yet. We just talked about it because he's on the Colts. You're right. My bad. I was like, I feel like I just read Nick Cross. You're right. He is still available. There it is. Nick Cross. We need to get Braden Smith from the Colts. Jesus, this is a robbery. I feel bad now. Giants being asked all season, then winning at the end of the season, there was nothing to win for. That's New York football in a nutshell. Yeah, no, that is. Go Giants. That's us. We did that back-to-back seasons. But tanking's for losers. That video made me so... That Colts game made me so mad. It sent me down a wild rabbit hole that eventually ended with me thinking, you know what? I'm just not going to root to tank. So funny. In that video, I told the story about when the Giants beat the Colts, and I was like losing my mind. And my sister asked me, she was like, "Why are you so? Don't you like this team?" And I'm like, "But you don't understand. It's just like, but we needed the draft pick. We needed the draft pick. I don't care about winning in January when we have 2 wins on the season. I want a draft pick." And she was very off-put by the whole thing. I felt very dumb. I felt very stupid. John Spy should drafts Jake Slaughter or Sam Hecht in the 3rd round of the 2026 draft. Those are tight ends, right? Those are tight ends. That'd be fun. Be fun. Tanking Goddess Mendoza. I wouldn't call what the Raiders did tanking. I think the Raiders are just straight up bad. Let's not forget they beat the Patriots and competed with the Jags. There it is. Little Matrix moment for you. What the hell just happened? Jeez. Well, I love this camera. We're 42 minutes in and the camera already shorted out. I love this thing. One day the camera's gonna fry completely because of these stupid batteries, but it is what it is. Peanut butter. Hey, Caswell. Chargers looking really great. Man, we got a couple Raiders fans in here, a couple Chargers fans. If anyone's a Chiefs fan, let me know. We still need a Chiefs fan in the NFL fan bingo. We crossed off the NFC yesterday. But yes, I remember when the Jets were winless all season, prime position to get T-Law, then Darnold gave a go-away present by upsetting the playoff-bound Rams in one of his last games there. That was during COVID, too. That was during COVID. I do remember that. That Rich Eisen talks about that game all the time. Good thing you guys... Who'd you guys get instead of Trevor, though? I think you guys got someone good, right? I think it was Zach Wilson. I knew who it was. It was Zach Wilson. Wake up, Hunnaball. Wake up! Jake Slaughter and Sam Hecht are centers, not tight ends. Damn it! Why did I think they were tight ends? Wait, why would they draft a center then? What, and play Linderbaum at guard? Why would they draft a center? I feel like if you're paying the center the highest paid deal in NFL history, you probably should hold on to him, no? And keep playing him in his position. Yeah, no, Zach Wilson. Yeah, Zach Wilson. Love the Giants for letting us have it. Listen, man, if the Giants just lost to the stupid Cowboys, I don't know if the Raiders would have beaten the Chiefs, but still, if the Giants just lost to the stupid Cowboys. But like I said, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I'm going to lose my mind if I keep talking about how the Giants could have had the #1 pick in this year's class and could have gotten a king's ransom to move down. I'm not even going to bring it up. Not going to do it. What would even be the point? What would even be the point? Funny thing is, if the Giants did have the #1 pick, we'd have to deal with a whole offseason of, should the Giants move off of Jackson Dart? That narrative was already starting to develop this year, which was super annoying. Because the Giants didn't tank. The Giants were the worst team in NFL history in the 4th quarter. They're one of 2 teams to blow 5 double-digit leads in the second half. The other team was the Raiders, but not recently. It was, well, relatively recently. It was, I think, the 2015 Raiders, 2016 Raiders. So you got a couple of great franchises duking it out for the #1 pick, basically, between your New York Giants and your Las Vegas Raiders, who were playing in Oakland at the time, I believe. Vent to us here, we're here for it. No, I mean, listen, I've talked about it a million times. If you want to hear me vent about whatever the hell the Giants are doing, all my reactions to our games this season are on my channel. I'd very much recommend watching the Broncos game. That was like nothing I've ever experienced in my entire life. And being a Giants fan has not been fun, but that was like nothing else. The highs and lows of that game were just like nothing else. I felt like I was going through like it was like doing drugs and then going through withdrawals within like 5 minutes of each other. It was a lot. Yeah, Raiders own the Chiefs, that's for sure. Jets ended up with a guy who couldn't beat out Tua for a starting job. Well, I mean, that was after his time with the Jets. The Jets got him at a ceiling. They got rookie Zach Wilson. But like I said, I like what the Jets are doing. Let's not punch down too much. I'd say, okay. Should we talk about winners and losers of free agency? Let me make sure nothing else has happened. In case you missed it, Dawson Knox is staying in Buffalo. And yeah, the long snapper is staying in Minnesota. Greg Newsom's a Giant. Yeah, big stuff. Again, not too much happening at the moment. Second last year got you Harbaugh at least. Well, I mean, Dable was fired. Dable was fired in like October. So we would have got a new coach regardless. But I guess that is something. Look, I'm excited for this year of Giants football, but I don't think I just the last year was just so painful for so many reasons. I talk about it all the time, and I've said this to a few people. Maybe it's online. Maybe I'm just too close to the pulse right now. I feel like there's a non-zero chance that the world ends within the next year or two, and it's like, of course, right when the Giants start to figure it out. Told Justin Bieber that joke is already, but it's like, of course. But anyways, let's talk about winners and losers of free agency. Okay, I've kind of alluded to it already, but let's do it. The Indianapolis Colts are the losers of free agency, and frankly, it's because of this one move. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, Arden Key, what an awful sign. Well, how are you going to give Arden Key 2 years, $20 million? It's like, who cares? That's not what I'm ranting about. The more I've sat with this Alec Pierce signing, the more I'm like, I can't even wrap my head around it. I understand that free agency breeds overpays, and I understand that the wide receiver market is in a very strange spot right now, and I understand that you can't expect Alec Pierce to get paid adequate value. I keep saying I understand. Look, it makes sense that this happened, but it doesn't make sense that anyone would do it. Alec Pierce, honestly, I would contest. I know he had 1,000 yards. Bravo. I would contest Alec Pierce is not even a top 30 wide receiver in the NFL, and he is paid like a top 10 wide receiver. T. Higgins make $4,115,000. Insane, we got that now. Exactly. T. Higgins gets $1 million more than Alec Pierce. And people shit on Alec Pierce, all right? Let's call a spade here. It's because he's white, okay? There have been great white wide receivers. The problem is that Alec Pierce is not a crispy route runner. He's not an amazing vertical threat. He's a deep ball specialist that can do other things. And this is not me saying people should really give Alec Pierce some respect. If he was, if he was a different race, he'd be awesome. That's not even what I'm saying. What I'm saying is no one's worried about Alec Pierce, especially in an offense that is without Michael Pittman, and for good reason. And they overpaid him. And it's so funny because the news came out and he was like, he actually took less money because he wanted to stay with his good buddy Daniel Jones. What? And apparently he took $1 million less annually to stay with Daniel Jones. Thanks for the hometown discount, Alec Pierce. Look, I don't hate the Colts. I have no ill will towards the Colts. But I look at this team with an overpaid Alec Pierce and a Daniel Jones that, if Daniel Jones gets $50 million in a year, I'm going to have to go back on the Daniel Jones hate train, which really burned me last year, but I'll go down with the ship at this point. He's a good wide receiver, but not for $28 million. He's a good wide receiver. He's a good wide receiver, if you want. But, I'm just not buying it, man. I'm not buying it. I honestly, genuinely, and here's another question for you guys. Mekhi Lemon, Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson, and sure, I'll throw in Omar Cooper if you want. Would you take Alec Pierce over any of those guys? Seriously. Would anybody in the right mind take Alec Pierce over any of those options? Jordan Tyson, my hair looks so crazy. Jordan Tyson, come on. Jeez. Jordan Tyson has health concerns. I get that. Carnell Tate's not blazing fast. God knows Alec Pierce is not blazing fast, but whatever. Mekhi Lemon is a little small, a little tinier. And Omar Cooper went to Indiana. Not exactly a blue chip SEC type school. But honestly, Zach Branch, yeah, no. Casey Concepcion or Alec Pierce, yeah, no, I left those guys out. I feel like that's pretty obvious. Like, I mean, the fact that you guys are even bringing it up, it's like, yeah, it's a conversation. It's a conversation. Would you rather have a wide receiver at the end of the first round or Alec Pierce? Yeah, Jones wants $50 million a year. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like a crazy person. And Crafty Southpaw, I'm just reading the message now. I was on a Giants fan stream, so during the game, he couldn't close the stream fast enough when the game ended. I was hurting. I went and played an adult flag football game later, and I just couldn't. I couldn't even gather my thoughts. It was so annoying because everyone knew I was a Giants fan, and they're like, "Oh, you're a Giants fan, right? What the hell happened?" I don't know. I wasn't there. Stoner Cat is here. What is up, Hunter? I saw your message. I just was a little late to respond. What is up, folks? Those pages for an uncomfortable time. Benjamin St. Juice. Yes, the Packers are back. Packers finally spent some money. But back to the Alec Pierce thing. I know this is kind of a football casual take because Alec Pierce just isn't, he's not a sexy option. He's not a flashy name. And he's probably better than I think and most people think. I'm not going to sit here and say I watched a bunch of Colts games. And that's kind of a stretch. I watched pretty much every game this season. And the Colts consistently put out just like snooze fests after week 8. But whatever. But what I will say... A lot of newer folks here. That's good shit. Yeah, no, exactly. We're building this out. I'm having fun. I love, everybody in here. We're having fun, dude. We're talking sports. We're ranting about Alec Pierce. Lion side Pacheco. Wait, that's news. Holy hell. I'd take Pierce over Titans from medicals, but not for $30 million. Not for $30 million. When you factor in contract, it's like, would you take Alec Pierce over the top 10 wide receivers in this year's class? Probably not. It just feels like... It feels like, funny enough, when the Giants re-signed Daniel Jones. It's like, well, he had his best season. You don't want to see him go somewhere else and be better. You kind of have to sign him. And the Daniel Jones contract, say what you will about Dan Jones, you might think he's the best quarterback in Colts history, which is a funny thought. You might think that. Daniel Jones signing with the Giants didn't work, and it wasn't a good idea. No matter what way you slice it. Injuries, production, team around him, whatever way you slice it. It was not a good idea. Just like Alec Pierce signing for 4 years, $114 million is not a good idea. And I don't want to rip on teams that, made free agency moves or didn't make free agency moves because we don't know how this is going to work. We don't know how these players are going to integrate with their schemes. But I do know one thing. I don't think Alec Pierce is going to be an all-pro level wide receiver in Indy. Not even a Pro Bowl level wide receiver. Not even worth drafting in your fantasy league level wide receiver. And they just paid him up the ass to be a top 10 guy. We got Otis here. New Knuckles. Yeah, Isaiah Pacheco. That's a great replacement, by the way, for Monty. I want to confirm that. But that's a funny fit, by the way. I feel like Pacheco belongs in the Motor City. I like that. I sound so nasally. I don't know why. Where is it? Where's the news here? Should we get rap sheet? I guess having there it is. Yep. Lions are signing Pacheco. There it is. Is that it? Should we watch this? I guarantee. I wonder if they definitely asked him about his mom's house renovations. Cut to Alec Pierce winning Super Bowl. Yeah, no, seriously. The irony of these clips are that I'll probably make a short when Alec Pierce goes and becomes the best wide receiver the NFL's ever seen. Jones be the most in-demand back from the league, but his persisting limitations, injury history preclude him from being a true franchise quarterback. Yeah, Daniel Jones, the injury history is not just this year. You're right, Crafty Southpaw. He has been around. He is, and by around, I mean around the hospital. Dude, Daniel Jones has had concussions. He's had neck surgery. He's had a torn ACL. He has a broken fibula, and he wants $50 million a year. Get your bag, Dan. I just don't think it's reasonable for a team to pay him that. And I think Pete Crisillo, some dude on CBS, bald fella. He said, would you rather have Daniel Jones at 50 or Kyler Murray at 1.3? I am so anti Kyler Murray. I think he is so overrated. And even I can say you don't even think about that decision. It's not even close. dollar per dollar. Think about what the Colts could do if they didn't pay Daniel Jones $50 million. Let him go elsewhere. Who cares? This is the reason you signed him to a one-year deal. Because Daniel Jones was fine. He was good when he was healthy. He was good. But if you would have gotten in a time machine and went back to this time last year when the Colts signed Daniel Jones, and I made that video saying it wasn't going to work, and I was wrong, but you told the Colts, hey, you're going to get 8 games out of him, 8 pretty solid games out of him, and he's going to make Anthony Richardson seem pointless, but then he's going to break his leg and be out for the rest of the season. Would you want to re-sign him to a long-term deal? Would have been clearly no. But because everybody wants to like Daniel Jones and because he's a fun option and, you know, Steely Eye Dan or whatever, you know, Steely Dan, Indiana Jones, the fun nickname. Everybody's like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Everybody's like, well, hold on. Let's give the guy a fair shot here. When has Daniel Jones ever gotten a fair shake? His entire career. He was a 6th pick in the draft. Rap is who I saw. Yeah, allergies are crazy right now. Yeah, seriously. I go outside. I feel like I'm dying. Not even an allergy kind of guy. What record do the Giants have to get happy this season if they make the playoffs or lose the first round instead of win? Yeah. put in short, yeah. Just an idea. I think if the Giants can compete in meaningful games, I think the record is less important. This is going to sound super pretentious and philosophical, but I think the record is less important. I just want the Giants to like care again. I want the Giants to feel like a serious franchise again, whatever that means. If that means, you know, playing in hard-fought games and coming up just short, which God knows that happened a bunch this season, but whatever. But just players playing hard, playing with energy, playing with fire, playing with momentum, and making sure that those 2 wins at the end of the season weren't for absolutely nothing, then I'd be happy. So it's not as much about a record. If we make the playoffs, don't make the playoffs, I don't think this is a Super Bowl team, but I do want vibes to considerably improve. Yeah, fractured fibula, torn Achilles. Maybe it was an ACL. I always get Achilles and ACL mixed up. They really got to think of a different name for one of those things. Probably the ACL. Achilles is cool. What does ACL stand for? Axial collision ligament? That's not it. I know the last one's ligament. One of these days we'll be on stream playing COD with Kyle. Wait. Who? Kyle, like, wait, Hamilton? Who's Kyle? Cruciate ligament. I was close. Jones, what Minshew was during the height of Minshew mania, he could put together a runaway, but his limitations or injuries will inevitably catch up to him. And now Gardner Minshew's a Cardinal, which, you know, is basically going to the CFL. Oh, Jones had a fair shake for sure last year. Yeah, no, he did. And he has a fair shake in New York. Let's, you know, again, this is what happens. I ran about Daniel Jones, and then he goes and plays well, and I look like an idiot, and I have to buy a shirt. Literally have a Daniel Jones shirt. If you're new to the stream, the Daniel Jones shirt will never be forgotten. In fact, I'm going to pull it. Got this guy on Etsy. Indianapolis football. It's a little large. It's a little big. Dan Jones. Yeah. Holla at your boy. This shirt won't be forgotten. Oh, Kyler Murray. Duh. Yeah, my bad. Kyler Murray. I'm not even a COD guy. Yeah, Kyle Murray. Dan Jones. I had to buy this shirt. Internal derangement of the knee, also known as an IDK. That's better. I like that. Daniel Jones out for the season. IDK. No, I wish I left the drawer open. Anyway, so I think that's enough of my Colts rants. I just think it's funny, man, because what's her name? Carly Ursay Gordon. She's on the sideline with a headset, and it's a cool look, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little attracted to Carly Ursay Gordon. However, and she seems like a cool owner, which is very rare in not only the NFL, but sports. But at the same time, I feel like they're getting a little too homegrown about it, you know? Raiders, I swear. I think we have 4 Raiders fans in here right now, I think. Lions got worse at running back. Monty's better than Pacheco. Yeah, but by how much? Like, is the committee of Gibbs and Pacheco really that much of a downgrade than the committee of Gibbs and a 29-year-old David Montgomery? Hear that it's it's the front facing middle ligament of the knee, which understandably gets the most overstretching. So you guys know your stuff. It's always been a big fear of mine. My uncle tore his ACL going down the stairs. So now I'm like, I better take care of my body here. God, I love being in healthcare learning. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's a knowledgeable chat. This is not shit posted. That was a Colt OC. I'd be sweet talking to her in her headset for really. See? See? No one's gonna fault you, Kaysen. Even before Jones got hurt last year, his old issues with blindside pressure and turnovers had started to resurface. Totally. In fact, let's pull it up. Let's pull up the numbers here. Enough seeing Isaiah Pacheco. We get it. Isaiah Pacheco's a lion. Life goes on. God bless your uncle. I mean, he lived. He lived. But like, I just thought, I mean, it was funny. He wasn't like super old either. It wasn't like it was like a 6-year-old man. He was like in his 30s. I remember him hobbling around. He's like, I'm depressed, man. I can't walk. I can't run. Can't even go down the damn stairs. I couldn't help but laugh. Here we go. Colts. This is a very long way to do this, but sure. Let's see if I can pull up the stats without roster. Oh, because he's technically not on the that's great. That's great. There's Phil Rivers. Okay, here we go. Questionable, right? Because he was out with an Achilles. I thought it was a broken fibula. Oh, that's not great. That's Bo Nix has the broken fibula. My bad. Pacheco's washed. Yeah. Well, obviously. Okay. So let's look at this, right? So Daniel Jones, Mr. Danny Fumble, right? He's 6 in his rookie season, which is insane. But last year, in 13 games, he matched his season high for fumbles. By the way, Daniel Jones never played, well, I guess he played a full 16 in 2022. The last time I was happy, by the way. He played a full 16 in 2022, his one good season. Then he played 6 in 2023, 10 in 2024, 30, you guys can read. He's basically like, he can't play a full season. It's just never been his thing. It's never been his move. 2019 is a little different. He didn't start until week 3 or week 4. But can't play a full season. Has consistently had fumble issues. Last year, they did resurface. You're completely right. Passing, he was solid. He turned the ball over a little bit less. Touchdown to interception ratio was, I want to say, almost the best it's ever been. Not quite to 2022's level, but pretty good. Pretty good. Listen, like, he wasn't bad. He clearly has lost some mobility, and I don't think a torn Achilles is going to help that at all. But yeah, 3,100 yards. Like, this is what I mean, right? This isn't bad. And if we go, like, the game log, I think is even more telling, right? Because he looked great against Miami. And the Denver game really made me eat my words. Beating Denver, that's nice. Denver's defense was, you know, kind of figuring out at that point, but whatever. Beating Tennessee. You don't just go into Tennessee and beat the Titans without getting some respect, right? Then they lost to the Rams in a 2 interception a game, but it still wasn't the worst game he's ever played. Couldn't get much going on the ground, though. Raiders, he beats the Raiders. Again, you don't just take down the Raiders at home and not get your respect, right? Cardinals, I cannot believe this schedule. I can't even do the bit anymore. I cannot believe this stupid schedule. Oh my God. Cardinals, then he beats the Chargers, all right? The Chargers are a playoff team, okay? That's something. That is something. I don't want to I don't want to be completely unfair here. Once again, still cannot move for anything. But still. Titans, big win against the Titans. Three touchdowns, three passing touchdowns. That's not too bad. Lost to the Steelers. Was that game on prime time? I feel like it was. This was a brutal watch. 3 picks. Now we're talking about the turnover issues resurfacing. That was not a good one. Squeaked by the Falcons in Berlin, which was a weird one to wake up to. That's for sure. And then they lost 4 out of their last 5 because they actually played serious teams. The Chiefs didn't even make the playoffs. They played serious teams. Texans, Jags. These are all teams they're going to have to face next season, obviously. Maybe not the Chiefs, but still. So the schedule's not going to be as easy. And he's coming off an Achilles tear. What part of that leads to a pay raise? I like Daniel Jones, but like, come on. Carly Ursay, Lisa Ann. That's a fun pull. Let's compare stars here. Someone won Jeopardy because he put IDK on the inside. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh my God. Oh shoot, who was that? Oh my God. I just saw that clip. Holy hell. Oh God, was it like Ryan Reynolds? It was one of those like default likable celebrities that are like down to earth. Was it Ryan? It was one of those guys. It was Celebrity Jeopardy. Oh, I forget who. Damn it. Oh, that's going to kill me. I got to look it up now. I got to look it up. Ryan Gosling. Jesus. It was Ryan Gosling. There it is. All right. Now we're good. Started with the Steelers game. Yeah. Started with the Steelers game. He had a broken bone in his foot a game or two before the season-ending injury. That's, dude, he is like, yeah. I can't believe I'm going so long about the Colts. We're past an hour mark. Drop a like if you haven't already. But yeah, I'll send you a ticket to Indy. Come seduce Ursa. You see, this is, now we're getting options here. Dallas Crimson Tide's not even a Colts fan. Live from Indy still. And I can see why the people in Indy have like some sour grapes when it comes to being Colts fans. Team left them in the middle of the night. Or that was Baltimore. My bad. Baltimore have sour grapes about the Colts, so never mind. Just completely disregard what I just said. So Jones had a fractured fib and decided to play with the injury. Within 2 weeks against the Jags, he tore his Achilles, threw his helmet, and was shitty about it. I'll say, yeah, he had the nerve to be upset that he was injured. That was a tough one though. When Daniel Jones slammed his helmet, that was like, God, this season sucks. Giants are awful. Pacheco hasn't been the same since he broke his leg. It's a hot take. It's tough to come back from a broken leg. You know? They'll probably play the Chiefs again because they both finished third in their divisions. What do the Colts' next year opponents look like, actually? This is turning, I should just rename this live stream. Let's rant about the Colts. Here we go. No, I'm good. All right. Okay, so at home, obviously they got the division matchups. Then they got the Ravens. Cincy. They got the Dolphins again. Oh, man. Oh, man. Sharpen your pencils. We're going to have ourselves a game. I'm for sure going to clip this in somehow, some way. Either I'm going to be so right or so wrong. And I'm going to have to know pretty quickly whether or not these Giants are for real and whether or not these Colts are complete frauds. If Daniel Jones beats the Giants, and the game should be in New York. It's not. The game should be in New York. If Daniel Jones beats the Giants, there will be no recovery. I might cry on stream. I very well could. Jones versus Dart. Anakin Skywalker versus Obi-Wan. If Obi-Wan had one leg. On the bright side, it's Colts time to deal with the repercussions of this. I'm sorry, I just have no personal investment in that team. Like many. You're not alone in that, Stoner Cat. I don't think a lot of people are losing sleep about the Colts. But to me, they're fun to punch down on. I mean, listen, we've had Jags fans join this chat, Titans fans, like we've got multiple Bengals fans, Raiders fans, and it's like someone somewhere cares so much about this team. In fact, we didn't have to look very far. The guy who makes the Colts anthems, that's the guy who cares about this team. This is our Colts. This is our team. We bleed blue. You know, that's him. He cares about what this team's going to do. Other matchups, they get the AFC North gauntlet, which is not going to be super fun, between the Browns defense and the Steelers. Who the hell knows what's going on over there? Seriously, but whatever. Jarv was right. They do get the Chiefs again. Vikings. Can't knock the Minnesota Vikings. Eagles and Manders. So again, we'll see. We will see. Daniel Jones returning to Philly. That's going to bring back some PTSD, provided the Colts re-sign him. If the Colts don't re-sign Daniel Jones, just scratch his whole life. Scratch his whole thing. You strike me down, Dart. I'll come back more powerful than you can imagine. Do we have any Colts fans in here, by the way? We do not. The Colts are one of the few teams that are not crossed off on fan bingo. If anyone's wondering, I have the list right here. I went through it. So right now we're at, with fans that have joined, the entire NFC is cleared. The teams we are missing are Bills, Chiefs, Colts, and Texans. We need 4 more. The goal is to cross off fan bingo by the start of next season, or the start of this season, I should say. So hopefully the draft will bring in some, aspiring football fans. Of course, probably not any Colts fans, because they don't have their first round pick. That'll be on a Super Bowl. Yeah, it will be. I mean, AI probably wrong, but this shit says Banks have 40 to 45 million left and can convert Joe and Chase's contract to bonuses. Nearly had 30 million. Why don't we get Lloyd? That's the question. from the sounds of it, the Bengals offered him more money too. So I think it was more about the fit. He just didn't want to go to Cincy for whatever reason. The Bengals have been notably great to their players. I don't know why someone wouldn't want to go there. I live in Indy, but I'm not a Colts fan. Exactly. Dallas Crimson Tide. There you go. Colts fans have departed for QB tryouts. And you can make the argument that this team with Phillip Rivers as quarterback went into Seattle and almost beat the eventual Super Bowl champs. You can make an argument that this team is good. But I don't think losing pieces and not replacing them with draft assets is a good approach, frankly. The fact you haven't had a Bills or Chiefs fan in here is at least a bit crazy. I think Chiefs fans are kind of shuttered away at the moment. Chiefs fans will return. If the Chiefs go on a run again, I think we'll get many. But yeah, no, it's kind of wild. Chiefs fans are a weird breed of people. Bills is surprising, though. I made a whole ass Bills video, and a lot of Bills fans commented on it. But no one came out of the woodwork to one of the lives, which hurt my feelings, personally. Leo Chenal is fine, I guess. Maybe you go after Reconnect. Did the Bills sign Leo Chenal? That's kind of a good pickup. That's a nice one. Kaimi Fairbairn is sticking with the Texans. There it is. Giants brought back Micah McFadden. Hell yeah. Okay. Didn't think it was going to happen, but here we are. I love it. 1-year deal. Makes sense for both sides. Mike McFadden coming off a leg injury. Hate Chiefs fans more than all other teams. You see, that's why I don't think Chiefs fans want to get the hate. I don't think there are a lot of humans on earth that are Chiefs fans that are like, I'm going to go on a YouTube live stream and then proclaim my fandom. It just doesn't happen. But did the Bengals grab Chenal? I haven't seen that. Let's see. Again, what's going on with Reek Woolen, by the way? What's the story with him? I wish this was updated with some sort of like interviews, but that would be a lot. Again, I keep guessing that he's going to go back to Seattle, but time will tell. God, if the Giants could pick him up, they can't, but God, that would be nice. Who the fuck is taking Reek Woolen? He's the last one I'm interested in. Really? You're not a Reek Woolen believer? No shit. Chiefs fans were crying when Mahomes went down. They're in hibernation. Yeah, exactly. They're waiting for their team to get good again. Bill's my second favorite team, but doesn't quite count. Yeah, you say. That's a brutal second favorite team at this rate. But yeah. Other winners. Okay, so we did a loser free agency. I think we've punched down on the Colts enough. You know, I think I've made my point. Alec Pierce isn't worth that contract. I know I'm not the first person to say that, but it can't be ignored that a hometown discount for Alec Pierce with that amount of money is just such a reach. One had a down year is probably asking for too much. Fair enough. Fair enough. Maybe the Seahawks won't even bring him back. Who knows? Maybe Woolen will sign a 1-year deal. You never know with DBs. The DB market in free agency is always weird. But yeah, okay. Let's do it. Okay, other losers of free agency. I've talked about it a little bit. I'm not going to go too long about it. The Chargers, it remains to be seen. The Chargers need to make some moves, dude. I know I keep saying this, and I'm not going to go super long about it, but the Chargers need to do something. The Chargers are in a win-now window. They have the third most cap space, still less than the Raiders, which is crazy, but third most cap space. I don't know how their cap situation look next year. Plenty of space next year, and 2028, not as much, but still. Plenty of cap space, right? Not a ton of dead money. And they just haven't been able to seal the deal on free agents. I don't know if they're bringing guys in, but they're losing more pieces than they're adding, even with all the cap they have. So we'll see. Maybe they're in play for a big trade. AJ Brown, perhaps? That would probably quell these concerns. And I don't want to sound like the fan that's like, you got to make big moves to be good in the NFL. I've said a million times by now that free agency is not how you build a true contender. But teams like the Chargers, this is where you leverage free agency. You take the talent that you already have, the young talent, young and ascending talent on your team that you already have, and you add some veterans through free agency, and you take a big swing. You go for it. And I just feel like, you know, Jim Harbaugh's never wanted to spend big in free agency. Sure, but keeping $50 million in your pocket doesn't do you anything when the season starts. I understand them not going for big swings, but they're not even signing minor guys. So, I mean, again, Jarvis says the Chargers will be fine. Sure, the Chargers will be fine, but is fine going to really, you know, please the fan base that's watched one of the most frustrating teams in North American sports for the last, I don't know, few years? God, that's too damn small. I don't have no space. I'm getting boxed out by my own window. But that's all I'm saying. Chargers need their own city. Yeah, the Chargers. You know what's a good city for the Chargers to go to? I don't know if anyone's ever thought of this. They should move to San Diego. Even Anaheim, dude. Like anything, man. Go to TJ, the Tijuana Chargers, International. I don't know. Chargers need a new stadium, need a new quarterback, and they need to make some moves in free agency. Their team B. Yeah, no doubt. Their team C, honestly. People are more worried about the LA Galaxy, among others. He also got burned badly in the Super Bowl for the Pats first touchdown of the game when it wasn't quite garbage time yet. Oh, that's true. That was true. Was that the Matt Collins score? That was a hell of a play. That's a hell of a play. Saw a fan account of the Chargers poster, their list of wants, and not a single one of those has been done for what they want. Yeah, what are the Chargers fans saying? I'm sure the Chargers subreddit's a very active site. Let's see. Hold on. Cowboys joke. Cowboys said they were getting a Kobe Dean. There it is. All right. Anyways, let's see. R/, is this it? R/Chargers. Why? Okay. Best signings of free agency so far. I will say, I don't want to call them overall losers. I did like the Charlie Kolar sign. I did like that a lot. But also, this Athletic article was such shit. This Athletic article was such garbage. We read this whole thing. This Athletic article was awful. They didn't give a single signing below a C. No, below is like a C+. Okay. Let's see. Any kind of daily discussion? Okay, let's see the free agency discussion thread. How are there no rumors at all? Any other three major sports would have had a ton of rumors for their teams. Joe Horowitz better be blowing up Eldon Jenkins' agent's phone, putting him at left guard and then right guard, and then travel put this O-line in a very good spot. That's a good point. Got money to spend it. See? I know I doomed pretty hard yesterday. Yes, people are sweating it. Doomed pretty hard yesterday. People were not happy yesterday. Ingold. Can't forget the fullback Ingold. They got some holes to fill, probably linebacker, you know, etc. I just feel like they don't even have a long snapper. What the hell? Yeah, why didn't we get Pittman? Trade for BTJ? Like, fight like hell to make it happen. I don't know. I just feel like the Chargers are in a specific opportunity now. They've been fighting to be this cheap for a long time. Chargers are led by the MVP candidate. Yeah, seriously. Chargers are led by MVP candidate Justin Herbert, who bravely almost won a playoff game. Not quite. Who bravely got smoked in the playoffs. San Diego Chargers are done the same rings as the Inglewood Chargers. Inglewood Chargers. Yeah, that sounds good. LAC lack, because they're lacking when it comes down to making big moves. I know it's a casual fan take to be like, spend all your money, why not? But in the Chargers position specifically, they should at least spend more. Like, yep, that's enough. Yeah, exactly. Be like, well, we did it. Let's draft another offensive lineman and let's do it. Let's go win a Super Bowl. In a division with the Raiders, who got considerably better yesterday. In a division with Patrick Mahomes, who I reckon isn't a lot of people's favorite, but he is a good quarterback. And the Broncos, who made the AFC Championship game, probably would have gone to a Super Bowl had Bo Nix's leg not exploded. Giants supposedly trying to get Flele, so I'm so good on that. Harbaugh going too damn far with this New York Ravens shit. Okay, we'll see. What's the contract going to look like? And if they do get Flele, I couldn't imagine it'd be more than 2 years. So I'm not going to, freak out about it. This whole coaching connection thing, that's been a big takeaway from free agency, by the way. Players love going to coaches that they're familiar with. I guess every coach is great in the modern NFL. What the hell? Like I said, if you missed it, if you took out every Titan that was signed that was not a former Giant, the Titans would still have spent the fourth most money yesterday. Woof. Inglewood Superchargers. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Another team that I want to talk about in free agency is the 49. I don't want to say they're winners. I don't want to say they're losers. I just think the Mike Evans signing is very interesting. The 49ers fans want a receiver. Did anyone take Trey yet? No, not yet. The 49ers wide receiver room just got very interesting. Now they're down Juwan Jennings and Kendrick Bourne, but they have Mike Evans, who's signed for a 3-year deal. So they got at least probably 2 years of him. At the age 33, so he'll be playing probably to 35. And they paid him. I didn't think it was going to happen. I'm curious to see what happens. Give Purdy like one of the best X vertical threats in modern NFL history. In the last 10 years, I should say. And let's roll. I don't want to say it's a bad sign. I don't want to say it's a great sign. I'm just interested to see it happen. Up to no good in Inglewood, just like the Tupac song. I don't want Falele at all. Guys sucked last year. You better keep burning off that money on keeping. You better off burning that money on keeping Neal. Can we? Is it too late to bring Evan Neal home? We need a guard. We need a guard. So yeah, the Niners are worth noting. I am curious, you know, because I'm enjoying this back and forth with the chat. Obviously, I am curious. Who do we think had a better day? And there's obviously more Raiders fans here. Who do we think had a better day between the big spenders? The Raiders or the Titans? Do we think one of them had a disproportionately bad day? How do we feel about this? If I gun to my head, I'd probably say I like the Titans moves more. But then again, as a Giants fan, I'm going to be very biased towards all the Giants they signed in Daniel Bellinger, Wan'Dale Robinson, and Cordell Flott. God, I wish we kept Flott. I don't even know if he's going to be that great. And 15 million a year is a lot, but still, damn, it's a lot for Flott. This sucks. Pure protein bar. It's not good. And while we're here, let's check on the Vikings. What moves have they made? Cool. Sweet. Welcome to the team, Eric Wilson. Yeah, I'm curious what you guys have to say about the Titans. Team connections versus new team identity. Titans versus Raiders. Ooh, that's good. It's sharp. That's a very nuanced way to look at it. It's so funny because this is the best time ever for Chargers to spend with Chiefs essentially recovering, Raiders barely building up a competent team, and Broncos being mid-offensively IMO. That's a very fair point. Very true. This is their window. Chargers can be for real. The Titans won on paper, but the Raiders maybe more in the long run. Okay. I tend to agree with that. We'll see how this Linderbaum signing works out. Hell, if it makes Mendoza, I'll say it, great quarterback, then it's a win. Vikings did nothing. They just re-signed Wilson in the corner from the Steelers. Spit on Dak thing. What moves did Howie Roseman make? Let's check in. Howie Roseman, where's Eagles? The hell? Every time I'm like looking for a specific team, there's just not there. Great. Oh, you know why they're not here? Because nothing has happened. They're not even on the drop down. Yeah, they've lost Jalen Phillips and Kobe Dean, Reed Blankenship, Dallas Goedert. It's probably not coming back. And Fred Johnson is also on the block. They have not signed anyone. So you can't even click on the Eagles' good moves. So yeah, not a whole lot. Not a whole lot, basically. Yeah. I don't want to call the Eagles losers of free agency, but they objectively lost some players. Not winners. I'm curious why the Eagles are being so frugal. Also, Howie Roseman, if the reports are true that he declined a 1-3 for AJ Brown, look, Howie Roseman knows more about player valuations and how to build a team than I do. I would have taken that running. A 1-3 for AJ Brown? Are you kidding me? But that's just me. He's no Alec Pierce. Yeah, Dallas Crimson Tide knows. The Eagles always figure it out. If Stefanski was our head coach, we'd be getting players from the Browns. Are there even any Browns that are in free agency besides Devin Bush? I can't even think of anyone. Who did the Browns lose? Ooh, some guys. By the way, I heard the Giants are in on Wyatt Teller as opposed to AVT, so that could be something. Hell, Joe Bitonio's right there. So they got options. Wow, the Browns lost some. Geez, I don't know if Giants fan 10's still here, but he said yesterday that Browns could easily go double tackle. I'm starting to agree with that. Jesus, I didn't realize they were out so many offensive linemen. But yeah, man. So I don't want to call Eagles big losers of free agency, but maybe. Anyways, if you trade a draft pick for a player, though, it's realistic. You kind of just pre-spent that free agent money. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. That makes sense. In the AJ Brown case, I guess. Which again, if the Chargers can land AJ Brown, I'll shut the hell up. I'll shut the hell up. The Chargers made a big move, and I'm not even an AJ Brown guy, but I think that would be cool. I wonder what that would look like. Chargers, AJ Brown. In fact, let me see AJ Brown rumors. Let's see if anything's coming down the pike. His wish list was revealed. Okay, like a little Christmas thing. All right. Teams eyeing Jalen Carter. Also, the Eagles want Phillips back. Well, a swing and a miss there. Let's see. Okay, that's the article. Okay. Unfortunately for Brown, Breer went on to explain why most of his preferred teams are unlikely. Okay, wait, here we go. He wants the Bills, Chargers, Chiefs, and Patriots. So, were you asking me? I missed it. Oh, it's just yesterday when you said the Browns could go double tackle. I'm starting to really come to terms with that. I think that would make sense, just given how much offensive line they're losing. I realized me highlighting it made it tougher to read. Bills, Chargers, Chiefs, and Patriots. So Bills aren't going to happen because they just traded for DJ Moore. Although, could you imagine if the Bills had DJ Moore and AJ Brown and still couldn't win a Super Bowl? Oh, man. That would be objectively hilarious. Why not? Honestly. Why not? That would be funny, dude. Have the highest paid receiver room in the NFL. It's like, you think we have bad receivers? We're just going to trade for 2 studs. Chargers could happen. Chiefs feels unlikely. I mean, Albert Breer went into detail why some of these feel unlikely. Ditto on the Chiefs, who are zeroed in on the running back spot and have the desire to replenish the roster with the picks they got with the Trent McDuffie trade. So the Chiefs aren't going to want to do it because they just want to rebuild or kind of reset, I should say. I don't think the Chargers are either, with their focus on offensive line and edge positions with a big chunk of money cap now gone to Khalil Mack. I feel like Trey Hendrickson's got to happen. Double tackle should be the plan for Cleveland. That would be sick. Get Monroe Freeling and then get Lomu. I mean, that doesn't sound as good when you put it like that, but still. I mean, the lack of significant interest situation between Browns and Eagles. Brown and Eagles feels like a standstill. So it's from the looks of it, it's Patriots or bust. Because the Chargers don't want to improve that wide receiver room. Because the Chargers understand that you can just draft a good wide receiver basically every year. I mean, for hell, they have for God's sake, they have QJ. Yeah, now my hair looks good. I'm glad I fixed it. But yeah, man, Vikings are still too shell-shocked by Darnold withdrawal syndrome to make any moves. Yes, Darnold withdrawal syndrome. Make sure you check on your loved ones to make sure they do not have Darnold withdrawal syndrome. It's a brutal case. If Vikes can at least make a deep playoff from this year, O'Connell will be out of mini by villagers with pitchforks and burning torches. Yeah, we got John here, who's, you know, one of the biggest anti-KOC people I've ever heard in my life, talking about how he should have been canned weeks ago. We'll find out. We'll find out. I hope the Vikings are good. I hope they roll with 9, but I do think Kyler will be going there. At least that's how it sounds. I'm curious. Let's see Trey Hendrickson. Is he meeting with anyone? Cowboys would be crazy. After one day, Trey Hendrickson's the best available free agent. Maybe. Titans are interested. That would be nuts. Nearly $10 million gap. Where should we go? Let's go here. Nearly $10 million gap between Trey Hendrickson's asking price and interested teams. Supposedly. By Tony Camino. Today, March 10th. Mario Day, by the way. Let me also say again. Happy Mario Day. All those who observe. All right. CBS Sports Jonathan Jones. Doesn't he play DB? Anyway, Jonathan Jones says the gap between interested teams and Henderson is close to $10 million per year. Jones thinks teams who are in on Hendrickson right now could be interested if his price drops a little more to align with how the market values him. His agent sucks. Hendrickson is seeking a deal around $30 million annually after what Jalen Phillips and Dale Hunter were paid. It doesn't sound like teams are willing to pay Hendrickson that much. They more likely view him in the low $20 million per range. Wow. Wow, dude. Poor guy. Damn. Hendrickson, I guess it's like, Cincinnati. Ugh. We don't want any piece of that. You selected 103, yes. Then 4 years ago, then you signed a 4-year, $60 million contract with the Bengals back in 21. Went on to appear at the Super Bowl with that team. They signed him to a 1-year extension through 2025 in 2023. He was due a base salary of $15.8 in the final year of his contract when the team agreed to a $14 million raise to reserve a holdout. Hendrickson appeared in 7 games but got hurt, and there you go. Gino's a Jet again, apparently. Really? Is that true? Fire KFC and watch the Vikings become the Jets. Whoa, we got a lot of Jets news coming down the pike. Gino is a Jet? That can't be. That just can't be. Yeah, Kaimi Fairbairn. And by the way, well earned. Pelissero, maybe. Chargers making another splash. Deanne Leonard coming back. Special teams ace. Zane Gonzalez going to the Dolphins. Nice. That was a sleeper notey. No way. Gino. Let me see. I got sleeper noties on. Shit. Got the protein bar. What? I got a fucking dumb sports fan texting me. Geez, my Apple cloud went up. Whatever. Anyway, hold on. Garofolo. Someone. Who cares about Kaimi Fairbairn? Jeez. Okay, let's just go to sleeper. Because I didn't see the notification. This is big stuff right here. Oh, they're serious. Wait a minute. All signs. Okay, so it's not a done deal yet, but it looks like it'll happen. Connor Hughes to report. Jets can't officially sign Geno Smith until Wednesday, but it could happen. All signs point towards Geno returning to the Jets. That's badass. It's badass. It smells like a shit pipe. Damn, it's not good. It's not great. Poor Jets fans. Well, it's not like he's the plan at quarterback, right? Right? Oh God, I think he is. Oh God. When I read that, I thought, oh, Geno Smith is coming on as a backup. That's not a bad move. But then I thought about it and I forgot that the Jets do not have a starting quarterback. They have Brady Cook, who is, where's the hill? Where's the hill? We got to pull this up. Here's the hill, right? As you can see. Jets, I don't know if Tyrod's staying on board, but as you can see, Justin Fields didn't have a great season. I'll put him in terrible. So keep him there. Where's Geno? Geno's somewhere. He's also in terrible, yeah. Okay. Well, Tua's off the board. Kyler would have been cool. Geno was a sack magnet last year, a sacknet. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, he was a sack magnet. I'll give you that. But still, strange. AD Mitchell, Garrett Wilson, Mason Taylor, solid line without AVT, Breece Hall. Hey, maybe the Jets are sneaky good. It's a rebuild year for the Jets for the 10th time in a row. I feel like rather find the next Darnold than trade for Mahomes. That's the one good thing about having an overall decline in quarterback play. I don't disagree. I think that's how you build a winner in the modern NFL. I mean, look, usually the guys who go are quarterbacks on cheap rookie deals. Jalen Hurts went before his contract fully kicked in. Mahomes is a little bit of a different story because Mahomes got a one-of-one contract, 10 years, where they could just keep pushing money when they want to build the team and then take on money when they don't want to. But yeah, Drake May, rookie deal. Sam Darnold, relatively cheap contract. Bo Nix was in the AFC Championship game, cheap contract. Who went to the NFC Championship game? Who was it? NFC Championship. Was it the Rams? Yeah, it was. It was the Rams. I guess Matt Stafford's paid well, but he's an outlier. I gotta respond to this text. I'm like so pissed. I'm so pissed. Someone texted me, are you happy with Newsome? Like as if like that's like our big sign. Like he's a depth corner at bet. Like he's a depth corner. Like come on. Obviously that's not plan A at corner 2. And if it is, whatever. So be it. Hawks versus Rams. That Mahomes contract was crazy. Oh yeah. No, I can't believe it. I can't believe that happened. The one and only Wink Martindale is joining Talkin' Ball. That already happened? Yeah, it did. Holy shit. Any good clips from this one, Patty? Nope, I'm not gonna find out. Yeah. Yeah, it's worth $3 million guaranteed. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh man. No. Yeah, and $3 million guaranteed. Yeah, right. That's gonna bury us. Roster spot. What the fuck is LPG talking about? Giants need to sign Nashawn Wright. Wait, the Giants got Newsome? Yes, they did. Welcome to the team, Greg Newsome. Yeah. Newsome wasn't bad in Cleveland. Hey, man. Even if he is bad, $3 million. I can't look at this GIF anymore. I can't do it. Can't do it, won't do it. What else? Is anything else happening? I liked the Illuminor signing. Also, apparently Amazon's had a tough week. The whole vibe coding thing. Let's talk about Illuminor for a second, because I'm sure John's going to tune in one way or another. Not John Lee. John S. Listen. Oh, God damn it. Drop a like if you haven't already. Okay. So here's the deal. I know one Giants fan that doesn't like Jermaine Illuminor and joins these chats frequently. John S. And he commented on my video yesterday, my stream. Go back on. I want to vent about Illuminor. Here's the thing. Even if you think Jermaine Illuminor is bad, even if you think he's overrated, the contract that he signed for the Giants is so team friendly. I cannot believe there are people in opposition of it. It's a minority, but it is worth bringing up. The Giants finally have a serviceable offensive line. Why rock the boat? Now I'm just taking points from talking Giants, but it's true. Why rock the boat? Greg Newsome for pennies. Shane Masterclass. Shane Masterclass. What a relief. What a relief to read that. $3 million. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. But yeah, these are team-friendly deals. And like I keep saying with the Giants, it's like, or with all teams, spending big in free agency is not going to win you anything. But getting good value deals, getting, good contracts, that's the way to do it. You don't overpay. You just take the guys you think will make your team a little bit better. It's 1 year to $10 million with incentives, but damn. Jermaine's an objectively very good pass blocker, and that's what you need. Protect your rookie quarterback. Make him trust his front side. He sucks at run blocking, but I think that's easier to get better at than pass in pass pro. Yeah, and you can always just kind of rotate the Giants are going to run a lot of 13, like we've said. So I mean, you can always just kind of shift to the line to the right side a little bit and shore up that a little bit. Obviously, Illuminor is not a great run. Thank you, Mohammed. Obviously, Illuminor is not a great run blocker, but hey, I mean, no free agent tackle is going to be perfect. That's why I say it to Cope. It's like there were no better options. Or they come in sixes. Bless you. Yeah, no, I'm a hell of a sneezer. And allergies, like I said, allergies are killing me. I got to respond to this. Hold on. This text is pissing me off. Okay. Newsome has been pretty good. Browns traded him because he got cooked by Addison in the New England game. Yeah, Greg Newsome's had a tough go of this whole NFL thing. But he's a high ceiling play. Look at this. Look at the contract projection. 4 years, $48 million. We gave him $3 million guaranteed. How he fits, let's see. Newsome heads to New York to replace Cordero Flott, who signed for a healthy sum in Tennessee. With Paulson and Debo on one side, Drew Phillips in the slot. Newsome will likely play on the outside, but he has experience in the slot as well if the Giants want to use it. Joining his third team in 6 months, he'll be looking to rebuild his value and hit the market again next spring. This guy's got one interception, okay? You don't just stumble ass backwards into an interception in the NFL. Okay? Yeah. Makes sense for both sides. 1 year deals typically do. You're betting on yourself if you're Greg Newsome. And why the hell not? Why wouldn't you? It'll give the Giants a year to figure out corner, maybe make a trade or a trade of some sort. But like I've said a few times, the DB market is so weird. In fact, let's look at the corners and safeties. You can't click on multiple. That's not great. Okay. So Alontae Taylor went for a pretty penny. Newsom should have been a Cowboy. See, we got fan bases jealous now. Alontae Taylor to the Titans. That's a big splash. We played the Steelers cornerback for twice as much as Newsom. What the hell? Well, Vikings gonna Vike, man. Reek Woolen available. He's probably asking too much. Jalen Watson, going from the Chiefs to the Rams. The Los Angeles Chiefs, apparently. Stokesy, 3 years, $30 million. Jamel Dean, 3 years, 36.8. Good deals. These are guys the Giants wanted, but hey, get a cheap corner when you can. And Jarvis been very pounding the table. This DB class is solid, so the Giants could double dip. They could go 4th and 5th round, take some cornerback swings, and hope one of them becomes a starter. Why not? Josh Jobe returned to Seattle. Like, look at this. There's a lot of similar money here. Monteric Brown, 3 years, $33 million. Like, come on. Roger McCreary, who has been described by some as bad. Kobe Durant, also available. Cordero Flott. Like, I mean, look, again, I have ripped on this athletic ranking a lot. I have. But according to them, not me, according to them, the Giants lost the 122nd ranked free agent, and in return, picked up the 127th free agent, and the money isn't even close. The guy the Vikings picked up isn't even on here, I don't think. Yeah, no, I don't think so. So that's not exciting. Again, this is not the whole thing. We're holding out for the big money. Yeah, holding out for a team that really needs him. Maybe the Chargers can bring him on. That'd be something. Chargers bring on Tariq Woolen and A.J. Brown. They won't, but they could. They should. So yeah, you could rip out something you paid for. That's true. Yeah. Well, again, I'm just saying there's just some interesting rankings on here. Like if we go through top 150, I just think some of them are strange. Like I think Daniel Jones, sure, whatever. Which ones would I think were like really head scratching? Alec Pierce at 10 was a bit rich. Khalil Mack at 13, although he had a good season, feels a little high. Who else? What else like really drove me crazy? Jalen Naylor at 27 felt really high. Zion Johnson at 30 didn't really make a ton of sense to me. Joey Bosa, this is the big one. Joey Bosa at 37. Yeah, right. And guys like that. Hell, Giants could still bring on Nashawn Wright if they really want to be crazy for it. We'll see, though. We'll see. Good value sign. Greg Newsom, like, signed for nothing. I can't believe that. He must have had no market. Like, what the hell? But, yeah, fellas, I'm waiting for some more news. I mean, Trey Hendrickson, I don't really know what the hell's going on. Like, is he interviewing anywhere? Like, clearly the money is not right, but interest Seahawks, Packers, Niners, and Chargers. I feel like Chargers is the slam dunk one. James Pierce, name of the corner. I don't think he's even on the list. I mean, he's not on the list I read. But it doesn't mean he's bad. It just means the Athletic, it doesn't have him on their radar. Let's see, is there any, but like, where's the news of Hendrick Marcus being lackluster is a fantastic development for Seattle Seahawks, Green Bay Packers, Niners, and Chargers. All 4 teams have a needed edge rusher and could end up landing Henderson for much cheaper than expected. That would be so Seattle. That would be so Seattle to get a Trey Hendrickson on a discount. Oh my God. What a well-run machine over there. And if I'm Trey Hendrickson, I'm looking at all these options. Seattle probably seems like the one, honestly. Although Trey Hendrickson and Micah Parsons, Trey Hendrickson and Nick Bosa, a little less exciting, but still good. Trey Hendrickson and Khalil Mack. You know, Lions just signed Pacheco. Yes, we did cover that. Interesting move. Jarv thinks they downgraded. I don't. I think getting a 4 and that backfield is pretty solid, honestly. Alex are kicking my ass. But show goes on. Let's see. Let's go. Why is Wentz trending? I'm not even going to click. I'm not going to keep buying into this whole like Twitter thing. Let's see. Rappaport. Panthers have released a Sean Robinson. There you go. Had to make some money. Had to clear some money for Jalen Phillips. Ari Meirov, what's going on? Texans have taken Braden Smith. There you go. Texans got themselves a tackle. Very cool. Very, very cool. yeah, I guess this is the news right now. Texans are bringing on Braden Smith, which, hey man, I don't think it's a hot take to say Hendrickson and Dallas Turner. Yeah, there you go. There you go. F the Texans. I feel like that was a big player on a lot of people's radars. I would have thought the Colts would have wanted to bring him back. My opinion's not happy. Apparently the Raiders haven't made enough moves yet. The Raiders still have a bunch of money too. But yeah, Braden Smith, right tackle. 2 years, $25 million. So a little bit more annually, but a little less term than a Luminor. So do with that what you will. Good for the Texans. They needed offensive line help. And Braden Smith stays in division in the AFC South. I'd be lying if I said I was familiar with Braden Smith's game. So let's click on his profile for a second here. I know he's not very low. Yep, there it is. Smith has been the Colts starting right tackle since 2018. Short arm tackle who wins in pass pro as a polished technician. Smith plays with outstanding posture, balance, and leverage. Smothers momentum once he gets his hand on a rusher and has impressive upper body strength. Smith has some limitations as a run blocker, lacking consistency when working downhill, but is a solid mover who can be effective on outside zone runs. Well, now we know. Now we know. They better sign Wyatt Teller. I'm not kidding. That sucks, buddy. Giants are going to grab him. Giants are going to get Wyatt Teller. So don't get too excited. I'm just curious. Jermaine Illuminor, 3.3% pressure rate, 14 penalties. The penalties were a little jarring, but a much lower pressure rate. So there you go. Just to compare the two. As Illuminor went for 3 years, $39 million, and Braden Smith went for 2 years, 36? 25. My bad, woof. So 12.5 APY compared to about 13 compared to 13. There you go. I am kidding. They better sign Wyatt Teller. I am kidding. That's a funny message. But no, man. We'll see. Among the guards that are available, I mean, why can't the Raiders grab Rasheed Walker? What the hell? Among the guards that are available, wow, they're going. Shit, they're going. Yeah, man. Woof. I love the Isaac Sumalo deal. I think that's such a good move for the Cardinals, and I don't say that frequently. I think that's a slam dunk. Is that the only thing the Cardinals have done, by the way? What else has happened? I know they brought on Gardner Minshew and Tyler Algier, Roy Lopez. A couple of sneaky moves from the Cardinals, not too bad. Because Taylor's the fit. I see. Taylor fits the scheme. They fit what the Raiders are trying to do, which is, you know, not let their running back die. That's the plan. I don't think Clint Kubiak and the Raiders are going to leave this offseason without a shored up offensive line. That's just not going to fly. Just given how they've spent already, I would be shocked if the Raiders didn't have all 5 positions figured out and figured out well. Even though they've addressed defense more so than anything. Jeez. They're probably going to go all offense in the draft too. And that's the thing with the Raiders. They could go double tackle in the draft. Who is on the Raiders team right now? Like, who are the Raiders offensive linemen? Is it crazy to say they're going to replace all 5? Huh. How can we pull this up? Whatever. Dan Jones. Hold on. Who is on the Raiders team right now? Let's see. Okay. Colton Miller. Will he return? Tyler Linderbaum is on the Raiders depth chart. That's nice. JPJ. Not awful. Dylan Parham. Not great. Charles Grant. Somewhere. Charles Grant. Yes, there he is. McClendon Curtis. Come on. JPJ, Linderbaum, Miller, Parham, and, you know, DJ Glaze. Yeah, there you go. So, I mean, that's not awful. That's not awful. It's not, I mean, I'll say it one more time. That's not awful. Defense looks pretty shored out. I'll say that. Linebackers are more or less fixed. Corner's been built. Yeah. Team looks better. But, Aiden O'Connell is QB1 for now. But I like it. I like what the Raiders are doing. They could very easily grab Fano at 13 and play him at guard. In fact, that's probably what I would want to do if I were the Raiders. But if they were able to pick up a guard, then, you know, if they're able to pick up a guard, then why not pick one up at free agency and then draft a receiver? How many players in the NFL are named JPJ? Are there a lot? James Pierce Jr. That's another one. Jason Pierre-Paul's JPP. Ah! Mid eye scratch, no less. Woof. All right. Manual focus. That's how we live. I wish I could put on autofocus, but it would look so ridiculous. Look at this. See, now the picture looks a little bit better. There's just a window following my face, which looks objectively strange, but it does look better from long range. This cameraman is so stupid. Oh, hey, it's Jessica. Can the Lions just sign defense, please? We're literally drowning in injuries every year. Hey, you know what? The Lions have not been active, and I don't know if that's intentional or not. I don't know if the Lions are in play for a lot of these guys. The Lions have brought on Cade Mays and Isaiah Pacheco. Hey-oh. They have lost Alex Anzalone, among others. Roy Lopez. Al-Quadin Muhammad is he's edge on the board still. Do the Lions have Trey Hendrickson money? Do they have that would be sick. That'd be nuts. Trey Hendrickson money, if they could. Where are the Lions at with cap? They probably would like to be in a better situation. The problem with the Lions is they kind of need to restructure Jared Goff's deal. I don't know if they have already. Maybe over the cap's not updated, but at the moment, Jared Goff is eating $70 million against the cap. So that's kind of what's going on in Detroit right now. They don't have a lot of money. There's a few others, but those are not listed. I see. Well, that's only top 150, I guess. There are probably a couple other minor signings the Lions have brought on, but yeah, man. This is the big one, the big fish, Jared Goff. And I think next year he's also taking a pretty swift cap hit. Yeah, 54, 61. So, I'd imagine they defer this money, but they haven't already. So who knows? They're kind of in a bind right now with Jared. Can we talk about how stupid Power Slap is? Power Slap is awesome. What do you mean? Why does it still say manual focus? What the hell? There you go. Power Slap is awesome. What are you talking about, Jarv? Every time I see a clip of that Shamba sport, I get pissed. They're still doing it. I didn't know Power Slap was still a thing. I thought it had gotten washed out by now. Jared Goff's contract feels like a Power Slap. I realize this window's super small, but in case you're wondering, that's what it looks like. This with the Lions, every time they sign good players, they go down by week 11. That is true. I wonder why that is. Is there a substation or substack near Detroit? Is it the water? Is it? Yeah, man. We've had varying Lions fans pop in and out of here with interesting opinions on what the team's doing and where they're going. There's really no skill in slapping each other back and forth. No defense or anything. Slap each other until they lose brain cells. It's very patronizing as a sport. The team has some of the best training staff. Then what is it? I will say, hey, they signed Pacheco. And I liked the Monty trade. If I were to fix the Lions, I think that's a good place to start. Have a good backfield. I think, protecting that offensive line as well as they can would be important as well. Which I believe they've done, right? All they did was bring on a fella. All they did was sign, I believe, a center. Yes, Cade Mays. That's the thing that works with the Lions. They have a very good offensive line. They need to hold on to that. They lost Taylor Decker. I forgot about that. He has been cut. So replacing him would be nice. I wonder who they would get instead of Taylor Decker. Lions are in cap hell right now. Team trades hard and they play hard. That's the issue. That makes sense. That makes sense. Charv, at least with boxing, MMA, football, anything else where concussions are possible, there's a strategy to it. Jarvis so anti-Pacheco signing, it's hilarious. A D-. A D-. What was the contract? Are the details out? I can't imagine it was for a lot. I can't imagine it was for a lot. Of course. Yeah, no money yet. Nothing yet. I would like to see what the contract is. Probably gonna be a 1-year contract. Yeah, I can't imagine it's a big. I can't imagine it's a big deal. Giants signed versatile corner Greg Newsome to 1-year deal. LOL. Yeah, Giants are dominating the news cycle. That's for sure. I don't care how much he signed for. I just think it's a downgrade to Monty. But downgrade to Monty and a 4th round pick? Let's not forget about the 4th round pick, Jarv. Hell, they could draft a running back with that extra pick. And then who even? Then it doesn't even matter. Not saying they will, but they could. That's my thing. Monty wanted too much money, and I feel like he wanted the workload. I think he was tired of living in Jahmyr Gibbs' shadow, which is a common theme in Monty's career, by the way. He was tired of living in Khalil Herbert's shadow, which is such a weird thing to say, but it's true. Decker's probably retiring. He's 32 and played through injuries last year. Well, you know, right now he's on the open market. Either way, the Lions have to replace him. They can't have a hole at tackle if you're Detroit. That is so key for this Lions team to block for Jared Goff and Jahmyr Gibbs, but for Jared Goff. They had one of the best offensive lines in football last year, and they cannot afford to lose that. What happened with Detroit last year, other than the injuries? What happened, man? They took last in the division. The team just looked like it lost a step. They signed a tackle. Oh, really? Okay, let me look at it. Let me just look at all the Lions moves, actually. Enough of this Pacheco clip. This probably isn't gonna yield anything. They did bring on Cade Mays. Larry Borum. That's right. I forgot about Larry Borum. Larry Borum mention. There you go. Cade Mays and Larry Borum. When in doubt, build out that O-line. Is Brian Robinson Jr. still not signed? Giants is stealing for cheap, but I doubt it since we kept Singletary for some reason. Because he took a pay cut, Jarv. He's basically playing for free. Devin Singletary is basically a Giant for free, man. That's why. Offense looked a lot worse, IMO. We got a Vikings fan in John going back and forth with Jessica here. By the way, Jessica, welcome to the streams. Think you're new around here. If there's football, there's Hunnaball. Drop a like if you haven't already. Went from semifinals to sympathy. Come on. So I can tell you what happened. Laporta went down, which caused the run to collapse. Terry Arnold went down. Branch went down. Kirby Joseph went down. Tons of playing through injuries. That's what happened. You're right. The secondary fell apart. I forgot. The secondary fell apart, and it was just not something they could come back from. How did the Lions at the end of the season look? Obviously, they didn't end super strong. Almost got swept by the 9 Vikings, who apparently suck if you ask ESPN. Let's see. So here we are, right? They started pretty strong. 5-1. 4-1. 5-2. I want to read this actually in a second. 5-2, beating Tampa. That was something. Losing to Minnesota was a heartbreaker, but they got their get back in Washington. Kept it close with the Eagles. Stole one from the Giants in overtime, as we all remember. Beat Dallas. Ended on a bit of a skid. 3-game losing streak. Rams, Steelers, and then the 9 Vikings again. They did get swept by the 9 Vikings. Oh my god, they did. And then the Bears, they kind of snuck away with a meaningless game. Geno Jets love pain. Is that official? I know Ian O'Connor. It can't happen until Wednesday, but let's just drop everything really quick. Is it Ian O'Connor? It's not Ian O'Connor. Oh, it is. Jets are trading for Geno Smith according to team and league sources. Holy shit. Okay, well, there it is. Also, Mike McFadden's deal was for 3.75. That's not a lot. It's really not much. What is up, Stoner Cat? Hey, we got a Packers fan now. Shoot. Where the hell is Reyna? We need a Bears fan to pop in and round out the NFC North. Let's get some conflict. Week 10, everything collapsed. Jeez. Devastating. Nothing's free in life if your last name Mason. The second Vikings line game was the Brosmer game where the defense did everything. Well, I mean, a Max Brosmer offense. Yeah, that's how it would have to go. But that's wild. Damn. Dobbs to the Pats. Dobbs went to the Pats? Whoa. What the hell? We're missing news now. I like the Braden Smith sign. Let's see. Dobbs to the Pats? Whoa. That's a good sign right there. Oh, that's good. Week 10 Laporta went down. Look what happened after that. All right. Where do week 10 be? Right about here, right? Stole one against the Giants, as we all know. Beat the Cowboys. That's not super impressive. And then just didn't look great. Yeah, it didn't look great. You're right. You're right. Is this week 10? I believe so. Maybe week 11. Either way. Oh, this was brutal. Was this on Sunday Night Football? I think it was. This game was brutal, man. Jared Goff, 14 for 37, a touchdown and a pick. Shut up! 4 years, 70 million? No way! No way! What? Are you serious? The wide receiver market is crazy. Also, Rico Dowdle's a Steeler. Good sign. Where's the money? Where's the money is what, though? 2-time Pro Bowl quarterback Geno Smith. That's a stretch. Like, it's true, but it feels like a stretch. Can't think of a runner much better suited for Dan Campbell than Isaiah Pacheco, whose rugged style fits nicely with the hashtag Lions. Suck it, Jarv. Ian posted. Hold on. Am I on the wrong Ian? I think I am on the wrong Ian. Great. Hold on. Ian. Oh, Ian Rappaport. Shit. Ian Rappaport. I like Romeo Dobbs. I would have liked for him to be a Giant. Wow. Fucking call the Titans, see if they want trade for Singletary. There you go. Rap, my bad. No, that's my bad. I don't know why I thought Ian O'Connor instead of Rap Sheet. Wow. That's crazy. 49ers have been saying Dubs the 49er was a done deal. Niners are not having a good March, I'll say that. So the Pats have a receiver now. Apparently, they also brought back Mac Hollins, so I forgot to mention Giants, Isaiah Hodgins running it back. Boom, boom, boom. Christ, Romeo, get your bag by all means, but Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, seriously. Oh my God. $70 million. Woo. Shoot, man. You don't even know what you're saying. What the hell, Norman Paul? What do you mean? I don't know what I'm saying. What am I saying? I'm saying that's objectively a lot of money for Romeo Dobbs. Because what is that per year? Is that... Oh, yeah, the New York Giants, San Fran. Reports say Larry Borum's going to be 1 year, $5 million deal. That's not bad. That's not bad. New York Giants, San Fran. What do you mean by that, Norman Paul? What is that APY? That's 15? A little more? 17? I think that's 17.5 a year. It's not terrible, but it's a lot. At least we got like 7 other wide receivers in that room. Yeah, 7 interchangeable pieces in that room. I mean, I don't know why the Packers would have done this move. I guess Patriots, again, we're consulting with the Athletics list here of wide receivers. So Romeo Dobbs, they projected 4 years, $61 million. He ended up with 4 years, $70 million. So I guess not too much of a stretch from their projection. 724 yards, 6 tubs, 1.77 yards per route run on 55 receptions. Not terrible. 17.5 a year. Zero, you don't even know what you're you don't even know what you're saying, what you're talking about. Broadcast funny. All right. If the broadcast is funny, I'll take it. I like Dubs more than Wandale, so it makes sense market-wise. Wow, that's bold for a Giants fan to say, but all right. I mean, apparently Athletic disagrees with you, but yeah, the market is right there, apparently. Or is that the same deal? Yeah, it's the same deal. And for the same amount of money. That's wild. We said the same thing. We said the same thing when the Wandale signed. It's like, that's a lot. Giants probably wouldn't have done it. That's what free agency's for. You go to a new team to get that bag. And I would have much rather had Romeo Dobbs over a guy like Juwan Jennings, who is one of my least favorite receivers in the NFL. Obviously, he's better than Calvin Austin. I'd say he's the best guy left on the board. Is that a similar APY to 3 years, 51 million? What is that? That's like 16. So similar, but not quite. I'd probably rather have Shaheed in a vacuum, but I'd imagine he gave Seattle the hometown discount. Most of the Packers' money is tied in Parsons and Love. What is the Packers' cap situation looking like? Let's go to the over the cap really quick. So I feel like they haven't been very active, and I'm not knocking them for it. But where are they? 11 million in space. What about next year? What are they looking at next year? Yeah, 66 million in space. So again, they're not like in cap hell like Dallas is. They're not in cap hell. That is wild. The contract? Yeah, that's why we can't get any corners from motherfucker. We dug ourselves into this hole. Yeah, but I mean, the Packers. I mean, at least the Packers have a plan. Keep drafting wide receivers and hope Micah Parsons stays healthy. Power 51 is like 17 a year. I probably want you. I love you. Norman Paul is having a fun. Norman's having a fun time in the chat. That's fine. Drop a like, Norman, and anyone else. Drop a like if you haven't already. But where was I? Yeah. So I mean, look, it's Wan'Dale money. I'm curious. Giants fan 10 gave his take. I don't even know if a lot of non-Giants fans even have a take on Wan'Dale Robinson. But is anybody here like very like skewed one side or the other between Wan'Dale Robinson and Romeo Doubs? Goff needs to restructure for sure. Goff needs to push a lot of money down the line. But Goff would probably need an extension to restructure. And do you want to extend Jared Goff for the Lions? I wouldn't, but that's just me. So what does the Patriots receiver room look like now? It's Mac Hollins. I don't know if Kayshon Boutte is a free agent. I mean, he is trending. I think he's around. Not Alec Pierce. Shit, I'd rather have Dobbs for this money than Alec Pierce. Love the Dobbs signing, but still need a wide receiver one. Well, who's left? AJ Brown? Definitely not now. Now that they've paid Dobbs, they weren't even looking to get him in the first place. Boy, the AJ Brown market sucks now. It really sucks. Oh, man. We just read an article about how the Chargers aren't looking to build a wide receiver. Who else was there in the market? The Bills probably won't double dip now that they have DJ Moore. The Patriots were really the only team left, and they just signed Romeo Doubs at $70 million. Look at it like this. Goff is the only quarterback since 2021 to not miss a single game. He's a reliable quarterback, so extending him isn't crazy. That's fair. He is reliable. We were pretty critical on Goff this season. Here's the hill, right? Here's Hunna's hill. And as you can see, Jared Goff is in the pretty bad tier, along with guys like Quinn Ewers, Tua, Flacco, Kyler. This isn't rage bait. This is just how we feel. A lot of emotion in this list. But yeah, Shador at the top, obviously. Matt Stafford, a couple other dudes you may have heard of. Jared Goff all the way down here. So we're not huge Jared Goff guys, but Pacheco, welcome to Detroit. Pacheco, welcome to Detroit. Hell yeah. Jackman here, what is up? So yeah, we're talking Jared Goff and apparently Romeo Doubs. Goff was still a top 5 quarterback behind that order. Well, the stats were good in the first half of the season. Top 5 quarterback, I mean... Stat-wise, sure. Stat-wise, the numbers definitely back that up a little bit. I think that's mostly because, like you said, the defense was so beat up that he was on the field a bunch. But hey, I respect the Lions fan that stands behind Jared Goff. I certainly wouldn't if I were them. But hey, my team sucks too. I love Dobbs so much, but as a Packers fan, seeing aspects of his game and personality, I would have never paid that price personally. But wide receivers are a weird market to estimate. So this is the grandiose thing I wanted to say. My goat king, Pookie Bear, Jared Goff. Yes, Jared Goff. So here's the grandiose take I wanted to say. Because I think I said yesterday that I don't want the Giants taking a wide receiver at 5. And I think I stand by that. I think. Because here's the thing. Devin Lloyd got 3 years, 40 million? 42 million, was it? Devin Lloyd... compare the wide receiver market. 60, 114, 70, a little longer deals compared to 45, 30, 17, 22, 40. It's not even close. It's not even close. So I'm not a big positional value guy, but if you're the Giants and you're sitting there at 5, and that is my team, with Sonny Styles on the board, if you take Styles, he better be good, man. Because clearly having young wide receivers has its value in the modern NFL. Clearly, GMs and front offices care more about wide receivers than linebackers. So I'm just saying, I'm starting to buy into Giants wide receiver at 5 a little bit more. So I think Goff is near top 10, but again, it's because the quarterback position is cooked. Fair enough. Goff's the only quarterback to bring us to a championship since 1991. And that was even, quarterback is even a reach there. That was all Barry. That was all Barry Sanders. She carried me Goff until I fumbled at the first and goal. Ah, Jared. There's a way better bargain bin at 5 for linebacker. That's just, than just about any position. What do you mean by bargain bin? Not familiar with the term. Be wide receiver at 5, trade down. I mean, again, yes. Okay, again, for the millionth time, if we can trade down, I would like to do that. I don't think that'll be an option. Goff could be a top 3 quarterback. We saw it in 23 and 24 seasons. He was an MVP candidate, but this O-line was atrocious in 25, which led him to roll out, which he can't. He is definitely one of, if not the slowest quarterback in the NFL. That's for sure. So you got to protect him, which the Lions are doing. Got to build that offensive line depth and worry about everything else later. Goff has more playoff wins for Detroit than every other Lions quarterback of the Super Bowl era combined. Well, how many wins are there? 1? Yeah, it's got to be 1, right? Because Goff has, what, 2? Maybe 3? So, yeah. I don't know. Lions are funny, man. Lions are a funny team. They're like, I hate saying it because, you know, but it's the truth. Like a poverty franchise that struggled for so long and have had so many frustrating defeats. And now all of a sudden they're good and it's just like a total jarring event. Oh, he's the slowest quarterback in the NFL. He's literally slower than old man Flacco and Rodgers. Yeah, what's the next gen stat behind it? I don't doubt it. Watching Goff roll out is a tragedy. Typed at 5 by accident. But I mean, you can get a great linebacker for cheap versus other positions. That's not usually true. So you don't think these guys on the board are great linebackers? The great linebackers are sticking with their teams and getting relative bags. I mean, let's go to the top linebackers really quick. Ooh, there's a cap calculator. Whoa. Whoa, I just found out this whole thing. Wait a minute. Giants are 25 in the hole. In 2029 at least. Whoa. Anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Let's go to linebackers really quick. Here we go. Fred Warner's getting 21 a year. Roquan, Zach Bond. Devin Lloyd is now under the fray at 15. Nick Bolton. Yeah, you see, you draft Sonny Styles. He's around here. He's like around here. You draft Sonny Styles at 5. Thoughts on Geno Smith trade besides dying of laugh? The Jets are in trouble, obviously. But, you know, no sense in making fun of the Jets. God knows their life's hard enough. Got to feel for the Jets, man. I should make my Jets video now that Geno Smith is back. Lions only had 1 other playoff win in the Super Bowl era. That makes sense. That tracks. Florio hates the Raiders so much. Well, not... Hey. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you hate the Raiders? I'm at the point where at 5, I want Maui, Noah, Bane, and Downs or trade down. But Downs would kind of be the same thing. It just kind of depends, right? If you're pro Downs and not pro Styles, it is kind of like... They're both in the same realm as far as positional value goes. Yeah, as far as contracts and positional value go. So... I know Giants fan 10 is the Miami fan of the chat. Talking up Ruben Bain. Hell, maybe Jeremiah Love. Florio crying because we signed Linderbaum to his contract. Oh my god, I want to watch that. I want to watch that. Are you crying in an article or in a video? I want to pull this up. Let's see, Mike Florio. We got a few people in here. Drop a like. What the hell? We got a few people in here. Drop a like if you haven't already. Oh god. This sucks. I hate YouTube on desktop sometimes. Here we go. All right. Here we go. This is Florio.
I'm a first-round pick in 2022. Entering his 4th year, they didn't pick up the
I'm
option
all
on
for
his 5th year
Dion at
because
5. Fuck
the
that.
number was going to be out of whack. It's based on Pro Bowls. It's based on performance. It's not based on
Fuck
the
that.
market at the center position, so they didn't exercise it. Then came potential free agency, and in advance of it, they didn't use the franchise tag or the transition tag because
God's longest run is
that's based
15
on the
yards.
entire
That's
offensive line. It
crazy.
ends up
Oh, it's
being
him and Sims.
tackle tag either franchise or transition, but it would have been 27 million. And
I'll find the other one. This is worth watching. I love Mike Florio. He's one of the few like journalists where I would just drop everything to just watch him and him rant. If my YouTube will load, all I need it to do is load. Come on, load. Oh my God, whatever. Oh my God, it's right here. It's right here. Oh my God, I refreshed and it was right here. Damn it. All right, whatever. It's not gonna go. Okay. Anyways, so yes, Jared Goff is slow. Jared Goff is super slow. Golly, we got a few people in here. Again, welcome, guys. We're watching PFT for a second here. This is it.
Yeah.
Aggressive and stupid. Okay. There's a line between aggressive
Plenty
and
of Floria's a
stupid.
Vikings fan, but he hates the
Okay.
Vikings more than I do. That's
And
a tall bar to clear.
Teams like to talk shit
Let's refer to
about
Warner. I
other
feel like you can do
teams.
so
That's
much from an
just how
impacting the game
NFL
standpoint. You can only do so
operates.
much from an impacting game,
to
especially as the
drive
Giants
up
have brought back Micah
the
McFadden
market
and gotten Tremaine Edmonds. I feel like
by
linebacker is less of a
50%.
need.
I
And if you're
wanna
not feeling a
know
need, then why are
who
you
finished second.
forcing it?
And I'm trying to find out.
Yeah.
Who finished second and what was the number? Was it 26-9? Was it 26-5? Was it 26? Was it 25?
Was it
The Ravens were
23?
at 22, which would have pumped up the market by $4 million. I'm just wondering
Yeah.
whether
I'm guessing
or not
there's another team in
somebody
there, too.
pulled, I'm trying to find out. I think the Giants tapped out at 22. You got the Harbaugh
Yeah,
connection. to
hopefully.
Linderbaum,
Of
they
course.
tapped out
By the way, Linderbaum, brutal picture. Absolutely brutal picture.
at 22. The Commanders may have been in there. I'm looking into that, but this could
The
have
irony
been
of me
a Le'Veon
watching
Bell
other people
situation, if you
talking
remember that.
about sports in front of
It's been
mics.
now 7-8
I love the
years.
counting. Yeah, well done.
Remember?
Right.
They convinced the Jets the Ravens were in it, and they really weren't. And the Jets ridiculously overpaid your guy. Kyle was sitting back waiting, thinking he was going to steal this guy
Totally.
because nobody else was really
Totally.
chasing Le'Veon Bell
100%.
after he sat out a full year. And they smoke-screened the Jets into overpaying. I wonder were the Raiders paying a dysfunction tax? Is this, you know what?
And
we
the
haven't been
Ravens is
asked.
dead
We know we're
inside.
asked. Let's prove that we can do something.
Yeah, well, thank God he's going to the Raiders.
Let's throw
Everything
so
will be
much money
fixed.
at the top free agent available.
I'm all out on Styles. I'm all out on Styles at 5 unless they plan on making him an edge, which I highly doubt. God, if Arvell Reese could be there,
Maybe.
but I don't think it'll happen.
I mean, to me,
Maybe
it's
Dave
another team
Bailey,
involved. I
maybe
certainly
Maui
see what you're
Noah.
saying,
Maybe
too.
you're all
Hey,
right. Giants fan
He
10.
likes the Ravens. They're in the Super Bowl window. They're a good team. The Giants have Harbaugh. He's just not thrilled exactly about the prospects of the Raiders and where you guys are. Okay, and then they kind of get the message. Okay, I guess we're going to pay him a little bit more maybe than we thought to kind of change his mind. Like when Myles Garrett wants to be traded and says the Cleveland Browns stink and they're not going nowhere. And they go, hey, how about this? And he goes, you know, it isn't bad here. Yeah, I actually do like it here. Look at that tree. It's beautiful. So yeah, they did something maybe that changed their mind.
The one tree in
You're right, they
Cleveland.
overpaid, but sometimes you got to overpay to start a new culture and a new way of life there. And I don't think it's not a horrible investment for a guy that we know is one of the best, if not the best, at his position in the league. He's in a very important position, especially not only the new quarterback coming to town, but the new head coach as well. And we've talked about pay a crazy number. So that, and then Teron Johnson trading for him from the Bills.
Is going to turn into a superstar. I want to say two more things about Linderbaum. First of all, I'm conflicted in criticizing the Raiders for overpaying because I really do think they overpaid. I doubt that somebody.
Raiders have a better future than a lot of teams. Well, maybe. They do have their quarterback coming in, a new coach, so there are reasons to be excited in Vegas. Ravens have Ravens have a better future than the Bengals. Let that insane fact sink in. I mean, Ravens. I feel like that's pretty par for the course at this point. Okay, I see why Lloyd was in now. Simmons is coming back to Carolina. Oh, whoa. Wait, Isaiah Simmons is going to Carolina, so that's why Lloyd was in. Wait, because they're bringing back his boy. Is that it? If Reese is in at 5, don't even tick down the clock, punch the pick, and don't move on. Move on. Yeah, no, seriously, I agree.
26-9, 26-5,
I don't think he'll be there though. It seems like he's going to go 2.
Number is going to be 22 to 23, and they ridiculously overshot because they just wanted. Let's just be done with this. We got the cap space. We got the cash. They all think we are completely dysfunctional. We just lost Max Crosby. We had to trade him.
The team could be a contender.
Let's
Contender's a
go out
stretch.
and overpay to get
Contender's a
somebody in
stretch.
here
If they're the
to
next
reset the
Flacco, that
franchise.
team
I
could be a
get
contender.
that.
If Fernando Mendoza is the next Tom Brady, then yes, they'll contend.
Conflicted in criticizing them for paying more than they had to. Because hey, this is an example of what happens when a great player gets to free agency.
Pure
That's
protein.
right too. That's right too.
And so you look at what Linderbaum did, pumping up the market by 50%. What does that do? It
He might leave
raises
more
the
early
bar
nights and my check
for
hits.
everybody else. That's why players
Yeah, fix the
should
New
get
York Giants,
franchise
Jarv.
tag. Because when the best players aren't the ones out there driving up the market.
Does a Geno Smith sign make you want to bet the Jets for the Super Bowl? Poor Jets, man. Everyone's joining to rip on him. Everyone's joining to say, oh, the Jets, man, they suck. They traded for Geno Smith. Like as if Jets fans don't know that they're bad. Poor guys, man. Are they even trying? And I was just talking about how I like what the Jets have been doing, too. I was just talking about that. And I don't think the Geno Smith trade is bad. It's just hilarious.
Harder for the other players to drive up the market. And this, it just worked out. The franchise tag rules worked out for Tyler Linderbaum because, for whatever reason, it's always been all offensive linemen in the same pool. And then look at George Pickens. So if Tyler Linderbaum
I didn't know that. That
is going
sucks.
to drive up
I mean, I guess
the market,
the franchise tag shouldn't be a thing, but whatever.
for centers, and if the Raiders are going to pay,
No, it's bad in the funniest way possible. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, no, it is
all
funny.
due respect to Jalen Naylor.
Well,
What the hell would they have offered to
Mendoza's
George
too
Pickens
happy to
if
be a
George
Raider.
Pickens was available?
Mendoza's ready to
What
go.
the hell would
Mendoza's
they have
ready to.
offered him? Chris
Mendoza's ready to
$50 million
lace up a
year?
helmet. Again, I asked this question yesterday, and I think only one response, and it was no. Do we think Mendoza's going to start week 1? I just, I'm curious. Watch the Jets be a good team out of nowhere. That would be out of nowhere for sure. That would be a surprise.
Yeah, that's they might have had to overpay him. Yeah, he might have set the record in the market. I don't think that's crazy. I mean, that's what George Pickens is capable of doing. The Naylor,
Well, my
11
point
mil-
is,
yeah.
Dude, imagine how much George Pickens would have got if he hit the free market. George Pickens would have got him ranking on Naylor. So funny for $11 million. Well, he's a Vikings fan. He's familiar with Naylor's game. Imagine the George Pickens contract. At this rate, if Alec Pierce, again, Hunter's talking about Alec Pierce again. If Alec Pierce got 114, George Pickens deserves 500. George Pickens deserves to sign a 7-year, $500 million deal if Alec Pierce got 4 years, $114 million. Who's even in the Raiders quarterback room right now? Yeah, Aiden O'Connell. Hello? Jets trade for Geno to be a mentor to Ty Simpson. Oh my God. Is Ty Simpson going to happen in round 1? That would be sick. I like Ty Simpson. Hell, grab Nuss. Now he hates Naylor. I believe it. I believe it. If they want him dead, then yeah, I'll start week 1. I mean, I don't know about want him dead. They're clearly building out the offensive line, so he won't be dead. But we'll see. We'll see. I think the Raiders have pieces. The Raiders are, damn it, the Raiders are fun. We said it last year. I said that the Raiders were going to be better than the Seahawks, and I was a little off. The worst team in football, the Super Bowl champions. I was a little wrong in that prediction. I can own that. What was even that logic? What was logic behind that Pierce price point? He likes Daniel Jones, and he cut him a hometown discount. He's always ragging how he beat out old man Thielen. Yeah, of course Florio likes Thielen. Thielen's a true blue Viking. That's hell yeah. Skol. Jawan Jennings is probably going to get overpaid. Romeo Dobbs, $70 million. Like I said again, if Dobbs is getting 70 and Alec Pierce got that much, George Pickens, man. Wandale got 70. Mike Evans got 60 at the age of 33. George Pickens. Probably pissed. But again, if he has a good year this year and he goes into the open market, there you go. So if the Colts stay healthy, Colts Broncos AFC Championship. I'm not going to say it. I'm the Colts hater, apparently. That's how I've kind of started to brand myself here, the Colts hater. I mean, that is funny projecting AFC and NFC championship games at this point. I think pre-draft is kind of a dangerous game. If I had to take a guess right now, just for fun, and if I get it right, I'll clip it. My guess for the team to represent the NFC will be the New York Giants. No, I like what Chicago's doing, man. I don't know. I think Chicago's made some pretty good moves to this point. Rams are an easy pick. Seahawks are an easy pick. But because I want to sound contrarian and like I'm, new to the party, I'm going to go Bears. Bears repping the NFC. Hell yeah. Dallas Cryptotide's out of school. Hell yeah. And then out of the AFC, just to sound even crazier, just to sound like a real lunatic, give me the Houston Texans. Yeah. Give me the Houston Texans. If they don't start if they don't start on week 1 and stop with the pussyfoot, and I think Dable regrets not starting Dart week 1. He was the 25th pick. I'm going to start my number 1 pick week 1 unless I got a legend in front of him. Well, how familiar are you with Aiden O'Connell? To be 100% real, I can see the Giants being a first-round exit. And that would be a dub. That would be a dub. I'll take it. If the Giants are a wild card team competing for the division, that would be a dub. But again, who knows? Bears describe my worst case scenario in real time. Bears Texans. Bears might pick to go first to worst in their division. Wow. They are due for some regression, no doubt. They had a lot of close wins and their defense was all over the place. So that's not a bad pick. There's a lot of logic in that. I'm going with my heart. It's March. I will not be held accountable for being wrong on my Super Bowl pick on Mario Day. Happy Mario Day, everybody. Let me turn the music back on, actually. In fact, why are we playing Kirby music during Mario Day? You know what? We've heard Coconut Mall one too many times on here. There it is. Go Giants! Anyway, anything else that's happening right now? When you see with the Bears with an actual schedule, not last place. That's a fair point. It's a fair point. Lions and Packers fans uniting to hate on the Bears. And John, Vikings. Bears Texans is such a stupid pick. After saying it out loud, I'm like, that's a dumb idea. It's a stupid idea. But it's worth a shot. Patriots traded. Wait. Oh my God. I misread that. I fucking. Oh man. I thought, bro. I read AJ Brown Patriots trade, and I thought, Patriots land big time wide receiver, and I saw AJ Brown trade, and I thought, holy shit. I would have jumped out of my chair. Holy hell. Yes, Isaiah Simmons is going back to Carolina. Hell yeah. Hope it's Dallas versus Pats in Riyadh. There it is. Jets get 228 and Geno Smith. Raiders get 208. The Raiders had the rights to Geno Smith? Okay. I guess. Welcome home, Geno. Jeez. Okay. Football Analysis releases winners and losers of free agency. Oh, that might be worth checking out. I have a gut feeling the Bears will go the way of the Commanders post 2024. That's a good take. It's a good pick. You guys are probably right, but I wanted to believe. I like Caleb Williams, man. I think he's good. Roma Dunze drives me crazy, but I think Luther Burden's in for a big season. Okay, and I feel like Rams Seahawks is just too easy. It's too easy. What about Atlanta? What about the ATL? Can Atlanta go on a run? Can the Saints take a step up? Are the Bucks for real? Patriots are cooked. Negan doesn't like the sign. Negan does not like Romeo Dobbs for $70 million. Saints have the right to Carr. That's another good point. The Jets should get Derek Carr, but Derek Carr's not going to come out of retirement to play for the stupid Jets. Text from a pumped Jets quarterback, Geno Smith. Complete full circle moment to where it all began. I'm excited to connect with my new teammates and coaches and everyone in the building, as well as build a new relationship with the fan base and community. Bucket. Hell yeah. All I know is that given how much I know this NFC North, it doesn't matter. Not a single one of us making it to the Super Bowl. Fair enough. I want a Lions-Jags Super Bowl. Neither team has made it. Both teams need a ring. Both teams play pretty similar. That'd be a fun one. That'd be a fun one. Two animal cats. All cats are animals. Whatever. Yeah. Hell, what about the Panthers? Jalen Phillips coming off the edge with a good swim move. Bryce Young, Chuba Hubbard, Jonathan Brooks, anybody? I love talking about football projections in March because I could say whatever. I could say the goddamn Commanders are going. Are the Knicks legit? I mean, didn't they just blow one to the Thunder? I'd like to think the Knicks are legit, but I'm not following basketball enough to make a hot take, and I certainly don't think the Knicks are going to go to the finals, which would be great. I'd love it. Not a Knicks fan, but I would love it. Animal cats, yeah, exactly. I could see 100% the Saints winning the division, still being 8-9. God damn this camera! Jeez! Lock in! Come on! We're doing a show here! Fuck the Pats. They should have just moved Campbell to guard instead of stealing AVT from us. Yeah! Yeah! Let's be mad at the Patriots. Knicks are low-key legit. If the Knicks get to the finals and it's not OKC facing them, they can definitely win a title. Ooh, what about Knicks Wolves? Knicks Wolves would be fun. The Karl Anthony Towns Bowl. Stories write themselves. Cats return to the MIN. The 737. I have no idea what Minnesota's area code is. John would know. First time I've ever said this shit in my adult life about the Knicks. Well, you picked a good year. Mike Brown seems to be doing good things. I don't know if you guys saw, there's this creator, Mars, who does the Player's Choice podcast with the old guy. You guys know who he is, right? You have no idea how good Tim Duncan was. That guy. They do a whole podcast, and it's a fun listen. And Mars said that the Knicks are fundamentally built wrong just as a lineup because Josh Hart gets rotated to bigger matchups, which puts Cat in spotty situations. Not a basketball guy. I mean, I watch it, but I don't feel comfortable analyzing. AFC South's the only division where 3 teams can be 8-9 and still make a playoff spot. Well, yes, every division has a playoff spot, but all 3 teams can be 8-9 and be the real deal. How about that? This is the year the Knicks have to go to the finals, so I think their window may be closing. That's a good take. Are contracts kicking in? Basketball is so crazy to me. I'm like so football brained at this point that I'm like, are contracts kicking in? What are the guarantees? Even though basketball contracts are fully guaranteed anyway. We're ever seeing the never-ending take topic? Are Knicks legit? Yeah, this is becoming first take. Holy hell! Yeah, this is first take. The Italian stallion returns to the Big Apple. Is that DiVincenzo? You're right. You have no idea how good Tim Duncan was. Oh my God, he was only one of 2 players to win in 3 decades and 2 centuries. Tim Duncan was awesome. You have no idea how good, Kadarius Toney was. Honestly, that is how I will be arguing for Odell Beckham, though. Anytime I see the comment, my least favorite sports take ever, by the way, my least favorite sports take, Odell Beckham Jr. was only good because of 1 catch. That I become that guy. You have no idea how good prime Odell Beckham Jr. was. He was breaking records. Randy Moss didn't have shit on OBJ. Is the NFL rigged? Maybe. We had someone join yesterday that was like, you guys are all idiots for watching the NFL. It's so clearly rigged. When all those defensive players stumble on purpose and trip. Like, I don't recall that ever happening. Running backs dropping the ball on the goal line. It's like, well, but that was objectively hilarious. Who did that? Was it Chase Edmonds? Who dropped the ball on the goal line? No, it was Demercado. It was Demercado. Prime Odell was on the Rams. I can't name a starting 5 in the NBA. That's how much garbage it is. Oh, I can. You got Luka Doncic, Reeves, LeBron, Rui Hachimura, and our favorite player in NBA history, the greatest center to ever grace the hardwood. Not Kareem, not Wilt, not Duncan, not Olajuwon, not Russell, not Dirk, even though he was a power forward. Nah, not Yao Ming, not Shaq. DeAndre Ayton! Who will you defend harder, Hannah? OBJ or Eli? Not even close, OBJ. I love Eli, but Eli pissed me off a lot of the times. Is that getting picked up by my mic? Great. Great. They're doing landscaping outside and it's getting picked up by my mic, I think. That's awesome. Happy Mario Day. Hornets are my dark horse pick. Oh, that's a fun one. Could you imagine a Charlotte Hornets run to the NBA Finals? That would be great. That would be great for the sport. Pacers last year was pretty crazy. It's possible. I feel like if the Pacers won, the narrative around the NBA would be so different. Be like, yeah, the NBA's game's not amazing, but hey, you know what? Pacers won and that was sick. But instead it was the Thunder in Game 7 after Hallie tore his Achilles and proved everything wrong with the modern NBA, which is there are too many games. Everybody has said it. Steve Kerr said it yesterday in a press conference. It's so simple, yet they refuse to do it. Eli the GOAT. Okay, Hunter, now let's starting MLB roster. I honestly, I'll tell you what, I can name more baseball players than I can NFL punters. Which I don't feel good about, honestly. Because I can name like 7 baseball players. Ohtani, Paul Skeens, Mike Trout, Freddie Freeman, Big Papi. You know, all the other guys, I could probably name a few, Pete Alonso, etc. But you guys get it. I'm not a big baseball guy. Nolan Ryan, there you go. Clayton Kershaw. Cody Bellinger, not to be confused with Dan Bellinger. Mookie Betts, Judge. I forgot about Judge. Giancarlo Stanton. A-Rod. Lou Gehrig. I definitely watch a fantasy football stream if you're drafting live. Oh, I should. I should blow off my actual league draft party and just draft live. Oh my god, I make them. You guys would see. The people in my league are such idiots. Who do you guys as your fantasy sleeper so far? Ooh, we'd have to see the board. I'd have to see the bar. Dodgers on the hunt for a three-peat. Derek Jeter. Oh god, I can't catch up with the chat. Fuck. My opinion's a Pacers fan. Tariq Scuba. I don't know who that is. I do want to hit on this fantasy sleeper though. My favorite fantasy sleeper. Jalen Hyatt. No. What a great question. It's a phenomenal question. It's tough to know because I don't know who people are going to be valued where. I mean, we said it yesterday. I think K9 to the Chiefs is going to work very well. I think he'll be going around the 3-4 turn. I think he has a good shot to be like top 5 running backs, right? Who's someone else that's poised for a breakout, I would say? Clearly not stupid Alec Pierce. I'm not going to give it to Alec Pierce. He's not even going to go in the top 7 rounds in drafts. I would like to see T-Mac take a step up. He was great last year, but he definitely could have done even better if he had just gotten some touchdowns at the beginning of the season. I'd probably stay away from George Pickens. Not because I think he's going to be bad, but I just think he's going to be overvalued. Tariq Skubal is the guy you can bet on 10 strikeouts, feel confident he's going to hit it plus more. Wow. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Is he a pitcher or a hitter? Jeez. I know my stuff. Kyler Murray. That's not bad. Russ Wilson as well. Not getting... Oh, those are both baseball players. You're right. Holy shit. Patrick Mahomes was drafted. AJ Brown. Almost. A rookie tight end. That's a good call. A rookie tight end is a fantasy sleeper. There you go. Grab Kenyon Sadiq. Someone said something about Sadiq to the Panthers. That would be sick. That would be great. Ibuka, I think he's going to be overvalued, I think, probably. Dart's going to be a sleeper at QB. He was a great pickup for me after Mahomes tore his ACL. I don't even know if he's going to be a sleeper. Everybody's talking about Dart and Scadaboo. Scadaboo, unfortunately, is probably going to be another player that's significantly overdrafted. Fan favorite, Cam Scadaboo, CTE Cam. Isaac Tesla may have an explosive season. I like that. Isaac Tesla had some moments. That catch against the Packers was insane. I'm still kind of reeling that one in. Whoever it is, don't pick up Vikings running back first 10 rounds because KFC doesn't run the ball. Don't worry. I was not going to. I was not going to take... Who's on the team? Ty Chandler? No. Who's... It was Aaron Jones, but they cut him. Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason getting the King's share of carries. Maybe I will take Jordan Mason, honestly. Well, hun, it's kind of impossible to get 10 strikeouts in a game as a hitter. You're so right. What the fuck am I saying? You're so right. Jesus. Michael Wilson's interesting. I like that. That's a good pick. You know what they say, you want to hitch your wagon to fun offenses to watch, and there's no more fun offense than the Cardinals, but he was good this season for a few weeks. Fuck it, take Shador. Yeah, that's the best pick. I do think Cam Ward will take a big step up next year. I hope so, at least. Shout out to Fantasy Baseball, one of my leagues with an auto-drafted roster. Fantasy Baseball, man. I can't wrap my head around regular baseball. Fantasy Baseball, 162 games. I couldn't even imagine. Basketball felt like a chore. I could only imagine baseball. Of course, basketball has load management and all that other jazz. Jordan Mason, as of now, we didn't pick up any running backs. Maybe Jordan Mason's in for the King's share. Maybe 9 is the guy you want in that Vikings offense. I'll tell you, where is Justin Jefferson going to go in fantasy? 3rd round? Later? Probably no later than the 3rd round. It's Justin Jefferson, but still. I would take Shador, not even fucking around. I'm a Sanders believer. Woo. Okay. I'm not even fucking around. I'm a Sanders believer. Cool. Hell yeah. Here's some next-gen stats with Romeo Doubs. Sets career high in 2025 in yards, receiving EPA, yards per route, receiving yards over expected, and 21 explosive plays. You got a good one, Pats. Why is Ayuk trending? Did Ayuk get cut? Ayuk got cut a minute ago, actually. As long as Brandon Ayuk passes the physical, he will likely be signing with Washington. Woo. Okay, Adam Peters has already talked about giving second chances. Well, you found the right guy. Geno Smith is like big trending right now. Let's see. Any other big signings happening? Science said I'm hoping Petzing has a Michael Wilson effect on Tesla. Ooh, that's a good call. Never thought Geno would ever step back foot in the Jets organization after this. What a story. Then Geno Smith suffered a broken jaw after being punched by teammate Icky in the locker room. And since then, $600 dispute regarding travel expenses. Breaking your quarterback's jaw over $600. That is a decision to make. Not hearing much about Mr. NM Kapali. Not hearing much about him. So, must have not gone very far after breaking Geno Smith's jaw, but whatever. Wait, how do we sign up for fantasy baseball? I would imagine you just go on a Yahoo website. But I mean, that's my guess. A chore, set the lineup. But fantasy baseball just seems like such a grind. Imagine keeping a batter in the game who struck out 10 times or less with the Giants turning the ball over 5 times in a row in a game. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's like against the Saints, no less. Hank's not here. I could say it. The Saints suck. Or at least they were really bad at that point. That was the Spencer Rattler Saints. How the Giants lost that game. I forgot about the Saints game. That's how bad last season was. I was so hung up on Denver and Dallas and the Detroit, all the D teams. We got D down. And I forgot about the Saints game. I love how I hit my keyboard, just rewinds you to flame me the Alec Pierce deal. Dude, I was mad. I still am, honestly. I think they're done landscaping outside. Saints did win the last 4 games. They were good at the back end of last year, but we're talking the Spencer Rattler, beginning of the season, can't win anything, New Orleans Saints. And the Giants gift wrapped a dub for him. If you'd be willing, you could start a league on ESPN. I could, but I don't think I would. I'd feel bad. I would go inactive before the draft if I was in a fantasy baseball league. I do kind of want to do a Hunnaball fantasy a Hunnaball fantasy football league. Once I start unveiling memberships, I'll probably have some tier that'll get you in the fantasy league, and then we'll use a portion of that money for the prize money, which won't be a lot, but could be for fun. Fantasy baseball isn't that bad. You'll just have to set up a lineup once a week, and if you have the ESPN Fantasy mobile app, you can just hit quick lineup and it sets it for you. But then what's the point? Then you're just drafting. It's like, well, my team lost this week. Good thing there's only 50 more weeks left. Now there's fans who've deluded, thinking we're going to trade up for love. They're usual to be mad when stupid ideas don't happen. Vikings fans are a fun group. I pulled it yesterday, but let me pull up the screenshot again. Where is it? Let me pull up this screenshot. This was from 10/17/2024. Would y'all trade Dex for Jefferson, McCarthy, and draft picks? Is a real tweet with a jersey swap and everything. 9 mention. So there you go. From Evan. What a troll, but still. Thought that was funny. If a genie gave me one wish, I could autofocus my camera. How the Giants lost that game. Story of your life. I could just recite it, man. We could go. I don't know why I clicked on Jeremy Fowler's page. I kind of just did this without even thinking. But yeah, man. No, I could. It's like you wouldn't ask a veteran to re-describe his time overseas at war, fighting the good fight. You wouldn't ask a Giants fan to remember the 2025 season. Sounds like football. Speaking of football, drop a like if you haven't already. It should turn into a football. Geno Smith wrote back. Welcome. So did Justin Bierbert. Yes, Geno Smith wrote back. So dumb. What if they break up, by the way? I've never asked you this, Caswell. What if they split up? Are you going to change the YouTube handle, or is that like a for life thing now? This stream has crept in my mind. Every time I hear 9, I think to myself, 9 mentioned. Me too. No, me too. I see gas prices, $4.59, which is great, by the way. $4.59. I'm like, 9 mentioned. There it is. It was a thumb. Ah, damn it. How the hell? Geno to the Rams. Geno to the Jets. You didn't hear? Geno to the Jets. Strict Hydra 9105. Gino is returning to the Jets in exchange for a pick swap. So there you go. Raiders are paying the bulk of Geno Smith's salary to facilitate the trade. The Jets will get Smith for a little over league minimum. Wow, this is a quarterback that is highly desired. Are the Saints poised to reclaim the NFC South this year? You'd think that. The Falcons are the drug I can't quit. Honestly, I like what the Falcons are doing. They're not doing anything good, but I like what they've built. Through all the missteps and all the stupid moments and the Tua signings, I like what they've done. For life in honor of winning the fantasy league against you. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Yeah, that's I forgot about that. Thanks, Caswell. Thanks for reminding me. Dick. Easily. No way. No way. Easily. Okay. I don't know about easily. We got a lot of Saints truthers in here, and I like what the Saints are doing. They're officially out of cap hell, by the way. I saw a tweet. They're done deferring money like way down the line. They can take on contracts now. So it took them a while. It took them almost a decade, but the Saints are out of cap hell. Please don't remind me of the SoCal gas prices. Yeah, I shouldn't. I wouldn't take that trade unironically. Well, for what side, though? What side are we talking here? I said 9 mentioned out loud. Top 5 most embarrassing at the 2020s. I'm glad. I'm glad. We have an impact here. The 9 mention. See? We're doing it. I'm going to keep saying it. I remember when I first started saying that. I forget who it was, but someone in the chat was like, stop saying 9 mention. That joke sucks. And then we just kept doing it. I'll bet 200 if the Panthers get Sadiq, they're taking home gold again. I like the Panthers too. I honestly, I know it's a bad take to make right now because everyone's ripping on the Falcons. If I had to guess the NFC South right now, in fact, I'll bring a visual aid. Yes. So this is not going to be my prediction for the division. I am going to move Tampa down, move up the Falcons, and there it is. If I can just fit this stupid helmet. There you go. So this is my division prediction for the NFC South. Disregard the rest of the divisions. Of course, well, this one I'm sticking with. Go Big Blue. But yeah, no. This is where I'm at. Visual aid. Stoner Cat, just walk, bro. Yeah, what the hell, Stoner Cat? You just walk on the 405. Saints win the division going 9-8, lose to the Lions in the first round, calling it now. Imagine that. Lions, Saints, live from Detroit. The 4... No, it would be live from NOLA. Live from NOLA. The 4 seed versus the 5 seed. The game's sold out. You don't want to miss it. That's a CBS game if I've ever heard one. Wasn't here, but what are the thoughts on the Romeo Doubs signing? It's a lot, but that's the wide receiver market. He got paid the same amount as Wandale. So if you prefer Romeo Doubs over Wandale Robinson, then you shouldn't be mad about it. Because that is the wide receiver market. I think that's more of the takeaway, more so than the Patriots overpaid, or the Packers lost a stud, or the Titans missed out on a good option. We'll see what Romeo Doubs is, but I just think it says more about the wide receiver position than it does about any kind of Patriots move. Decent move from the Patriots. I don't think it's great, but that's a free agent wide receiver apparently. George Pickens would have gotten $900 million if he went to the market this year. Massive Hunna said it's overpriced. I mean, I was surprised. The sticker shock was real. I was a little surprised. That was a lot. It's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. Someone actually said that to me, that when I hate the price of gas, I hate driving to work. Yeah, just walk, dude. You ever heard of a bike? Why don't you get a rickshaw? Come on. You haven't heard of unironically riding a horse to work? Adapt to the times, man. Get on the train. Anyone here ever drink moonshine? I always hear about it. What makes it better? That's a funny question. I wish I had some sort of kind of reference point. I've never drank alcohol, period. Certainly haven't had moonshine. You should rate every division with a visual aid. That would be cool. What would be the NFC East? My Madden 12 copy? Not the best, but I love it. Oh, man. Yeah, man. Now I'll grab some stuff. Speaking of visual aids, I gotta do this, by the way. I got shout out to Mohammed in the chat. Got me these card packs that I want to open. So we'll be doing that before the end of this stream, for sure. But yes, that's where we're at. Gino's a Jet. Today's been the day of like funny news. Today, like things have happened, It hasn't. There were a ton of stuff. I couldn't even keep up with all the moves yesterday. Today it's just been Gino's a Jet, Romeo Dobbs got the bag, and you know, the Giants did some stuff as well. Not even. Giants haven't done anything besides signing our guy. Washington. No. Oh my God. How did I already forget? Greg Newsome. Freaking out. Old Smoke is a good brand. There you go. Now we know. When in doubt, trust Moonshine. By the way, Jets also got Dane Belton. You guys got a good one. There you go. Ball always finds him. It's Justin Herbert's birthday today. Hopefully the Chargers give him A.J. Brown as a present after the Dobbs signing. From what we read, the Chargers are not trying to build the wide receiver room, but I think it would make sense. Justin Herbert was born on Mario Day. Jeez. That's wild. What does that make him? Virgo. I don't know. Fully American public transport was actually reliable. LA is LA, so that's like asking a dog to meow. Yeah, pretty much. Taking public transit in LA is a not dangerous game because all the crime in LA. It's just that the infrastructure sucks. You have a tree to represent the NFC North. All bark, no bite. Should I start growing a tree in here? I moved my plant out of my room. I could have that as set dressing. That wouldn't be bad. That wouldn't be bad. The AFC South, that would be sneaky good. The AFC South is like a Fi-Fi microphone. Cheap, but sneaky good. There you go. Def a Pisces, lol. And jeez. My bad. Happy birthday to Justin Herbert. Did the Chargers tweet out? Maybe they didn't. Let's see. I'm sure these tweet replies are funny. Pen to paper. Alec Ingold. Sweet. Big move. What are we saving our money for? Looks like as baked as a batch of cookies. I'm not laughing. You're laughing. Fuck, they're not kidding. Holy hell. Wow. Alec Ingold enjoying that California ganj, apparently. That's fun. And there it is.
Probably Sunday of last week.
How are you feeling physically?
I feel pretty good, thank you.
What y'all got going on? I don't know, you got my stuff.
I was in! Touchdown's already been called.
The guys, hey, I might too.
Oh, seriously? Dog. Oh, wow.
I hope they got that.
America's favorite quarterback, Justin Herbert.
Monday Night Football. Monday night. Feliz Navidad.
Nice. Nice.
Football's fun.
Yeah.
Fields will go to Arizona. Justin Fields? That actually is kind of fun. Kind of like that. Big Yahoo joining the Chargers. Love the Ingold signing for them. Yeah, it's good.
Good way of looking at it.
Do you want to like relieve some stress right now?
If you want a fullback, that's a good guy to have.
The sledgehammer. That's a great weapon.
Charger fans. If only he had a bigger sledgehammer, then he would have killed that TV even better.
Stuck.
Yeah! Yeah!
When did
Happy birthday, Jay Herbo. I mean, still, it will forever be overshadowed by the real holiday of today, Super Mario Day. But yeah. So that's the football news. I literally read the Pacheco trade as wow, who actually went and got him, then scroll up, find it was my team. You see? There you go. That must have been a good feeling. Be like, yeah, welcome to Detroit, Isaiah Pacheco. Jarv hates the move, which I think is funny. A 1-year deal for a running back who's young. Can't help but like Herbert even being the enemy. Wow, don't hear that often. Where the hell's Otis? Otis be like, death to Justin Herbert. Oh boy. But hey, man, it's good to not hold animosity in football. That's how I feel about Dak. I want to hate Dak, but I know he's a good guy. Although, he's been in the news this week. I'm not saying he's a bad guy for wanting a prenup. I'm just saying maybe there's a little more to Dak than meets the eye. Would you like Herbert more if he wasn't on the Chargers of all teams? Definitely. For sure. For sure. Yeah, not even close. I'm just not a Chargers guy. To be honest with you, Eagles, Cowboys, Chargers. Forget about it, man. Young and cooked. That's fair. I mean, he's definitely a little dinged up. That's for sure. He's a cornball, but I like cornball. They do a lot for the sports. Justin Herbert is like Jason Tatum. I know he is good. I mean, without the ring, obviously. I know he's good, but I just can't. I can't like him at his current spot. It would help if he was on a different team, e.g. Boston or the Chargers. It would help if they were on different teams. And I know they're good, but I just can't. I can't buy in. I can't buy in. There you go, Muhammad. Little dig. Where'd it go? Oh my God. All right. Anyways, is there any more sports news? Damn right, 2024 champs, baby. I don't think anyone actually hates Herbert. People just hate Herbert's PR firm. I guess. That's probably fair. Also, Dawson Knox returning to Buffalo on a 3-year deal. You ask, you shall receive. Buffalo's building out that receiver room. Isaiah Simmons is returning to Carolina. God damn, can something happen? Peter Schrager, big news is coming soon. Nothing happens. Let's see. Shefty got anything? More about this. All right, let's see. Last check. Let's just see Rap Sheet. Maybe Rap Sheet's got something broken. Nope, nothing. Okay. Let's see. There's more on it. Smith was in the Jets facility Tuesday morning and passed a physical. Wow, so he's already in the building. Before the restructure, the deal had 2 years, $66 million remaining on it with $18.5 guaranteed. Wow, holy hell. If the Jets had waited for him to be released on 4 p.m. Wednesday, they could have signed him for $1.3 million, the veterans minimum, but they would have faced competition. The Minnesota Vikings were known to be interested. Resetting their quarterback depth chart, Jets are likely to move on from Justin Fields, who started 9 games. That makes sense. And the owner threw him under the bus. Let's not forget that. Jets can envision Smith as a bridge quarterback to the 2027 draft class, which could be loaded with blue chip prospects such as Julian Sayin. Rather reaching in their past to address the current situation. Yeah, man. His best season was 2022 when he passed for 30 tubs, 428 yards. Led the Seahawks to the playoffs under Pete Carroll. Made the Pro Bowl. There you go. Lord knows I was pissed when Herbert stayed at Oregon in 2019. We're supposed to draft him instead of DJ. Well, yeah. That's another reason why I should hate Justin Herbert. You're right, damn it. You're right. Otis signing. Oh, hell yeah, it was. This channel has lore. This channel does have lore. That's the beauty of it. When you stream 4 to 5 times a week, you will get lore. To pick your brain, do you think the Browns will trade Garrett and where? I think it's an interesting thought. And I will say, as much as it would hurt me and as much as it would hurt my team, I just like Philly to get him. I think if there's a team that's going to go all in and say F them picks next, it should be the Eagles. And the Eagles with Myles Garrett is terrifying. Myles Garrett, and especially if they can hold on to Jalen Carter. They've just re-signed Jordan Davis. If they can hold on to Jalen Carter and grab Myles Garrett, forget Jalen Phillips, dude. Who cares? So I would say all things considered, the Eagles are the team to get Myles Garrett if he's traded, which I don't think will happen. But I do see a world where Myles Garrett gets sick of this and is demanding a trade by the trade deadline of this upcoming season. Never get Miami drafted Tua over Herbert. Well, Tua was a beast. Still is a beast. Come on. They should have. They should have. You have no idea how good Tua was coming out of Alabama. What was I going to look up? Oh, I wanted to see this article. The free agency grades. Hopefully this is not couched like the other one we read. Illuminor gets a B. I just want to see what they think the bad signings are. Draymond Jones was a C. So there you are. Apparently that's not much to get excited about. I want to see, I did like the Sumalo signing. I do agree with that. I'm waiting for what's the big L? Titans getting Cordell Flotz a C-. Wow. Not a big fan. The model forecasted deal coming in at just under $9 million per year. Well, that wasn't happening. That wasn't happening. And to be fair, Flott's numbers are solid. But the outside perception that Flott wasn't worth this much does matter a little bit. He got real cornerback money in the neighborhood of Jalen Watson, who was considered one of the best corners in the class, and got 17 from the Rams. And Flott ended up well-headed Jamel Dean, who earned $12.25 per year. Hot take, Myles Garrett retires a Brown. I don't know if that's a hot take, but it definitely is interesting in this conversation. And I think Tua remembers how good he was. Why do you speak this blasphemy into the universe? Shut the fuck up on Garrett. Not going anywhere. I'm just saying. If a team's going to do it, the Eagles will be that team. Will Dobbs be bringing his balloon helmet to New England? For sure. Considering he's going to be the wide receiver 1, he should. Quiddy Pay gets a D+. I know it's going to be down on pay signing no matter what, and that was before I found out it was $16 million a year. At least of reporters actually being critical. I don't think Garrett cares about winning rings. He wants numbers, accolades, and money for sure. Well, hell, I can't blame him. Dude, honestly, if you retire Brown as Myles Garrett, I wonder what his career earnings are. Let's see really quick. Edge. Wow. His APY is not even that crazy. Let's see. His career earnings are... Where is it? What the hell? Potential earnings are $329 million. That's not nothing. That's a lot of money, dude. Shoot. I wouldn't fault him for retiring with all that money. Everyone hates everything the Raiders do. Lol. Yeah, everyone's mad at the Raiders. How dare they try and improve their team? D+. Now in the wake of the Max Crosby trade, the Raiders absolutely need pass rush. Payable between Malcolm Kuntz and Tyree Wilson. I forgot they had Tyree Wilson. Damn. Trying to get after opposing quarterbacks, and I endorsed the Raiders going after edge rusher by all means, but there were better options on the table. Paying a few million more to sign Boye Mafe would have been several multiples better. Going after Clavon Chason, maybe on a cheaper contract, would have been better. Las Vegas handing out money Monday, and this is one spot where it could have been put to better use. How did Tyree Wilson do last year? Okay. 4 sacks. Nice. 4.5 the year prior, so definitely not super exciting as the 7th overall pick, but maybe this is the year he steps up. Myles Garrett will probably get you 3 1s. Woof. Yeah, I mean, more or less than Micah Parsons, because he's older, but he's better. No one's going to dispute he's better. It's a great question. That's what I'm saying. The hypothetical Myles Garrett trade is something to really think about. I should have drafted him in the Madden League. Damn it. Well, just say if you're the Browns, you need to push him out. I don't care what Myles wants. We got to do what's best for this team. The Browns probably won't. They don't have the spine. They don't have the spine to do it. Oh, damn, bro. I did not mean to do that. Damn it, man. Shoot. I closed the window. I lost everything. You guys ever lost it all? I just lost everything. Damn it. All right, hold on. Okay. We're back. We're back. Okay. He turns 31 this year. That's it? Jesus. Feels like Myles Garrett's been in the league forever. Mike Evans getting an A-. Devin Lloyd getting a B-. That's a bit of a stretch. I feel like he was a lot better than a B-. Isaiah Likely gets a B+. Hey-oh. David Edwards getting an A-. I want to see, like, what are the bad deals? I thought Rashid Shaheed was much better than a B-. But that's just me. Why is there a gambling ad right now? I'm not gambling. I'm reading an article. Zion Johnson, C+. LOL. John Franklin Myers, B+. Boye Mafe, A-. Clearly this writer's high on Boye Mafe. Not super high on what the Titans are doing, I'll say. C- for Alontae Taylor. Clearly solid one, improved cornerback signing. Taylor and Cordell Flott. Signing a Saints core is a dangerous game. Trapped Etienne gets a C-. I agree with that. The fella did like the Wan'Dale Robinson signing, the Malik Willis signing. I just want to see, did anything get an F? C for Tyler Linderbaum. Linderbaum just blew away the center market. Most of the time when we talk about market-setting contracts, simply a result of cap inflation when it comes to an upper echelon player to sign. You get the amount of money, but we can adjust for cap inflation, which means we can see a player actually gets more than those before him. Linderbaum is one of those scenarios. Since 2011, the highest average per year contract for a center, if we adjust to the 2026 cap environment, was Frank Ragnow in 2022.3 in today's dollars. Linderbaum just signed for $27 a year. So there you go. There you go. I think the gap between Garrett and the next best edge rusher is bigger than the gap between 1 and 2 in almost any other position. I mean... Yeah, I mean... Fred Warner, kind of. No, maybe. I might give it to Fred Warner there. I think Fred Warner is the best linebacker, and it's not even close. Obviously, edge rusher is more valuable, but I think, yeah, Fred Warner is the best linebacker, and it's not very close, and he's paid accordingly. Whereas I do think Myles Garrett, well, he's better than Micah Parsons, Hutch, all these other guys. Brian Burns, maybe. Yeah, it's a good take though. Absolutely crazy. C haters, my God. Funny enough, I think the only other positional gap between 1 and 2 the extremely large off-ball linebackers, Fred Warner's literally God compared to the next best guy. See, okay, so Giants fan 10 and I are agreeing. I don't think Garrett is that much better than Watt. Whoa. TJ Watt sighting. I like it. I wouldn't trade 3 firsts for a 31-year-old player. I wouldn't either. I'd probably say 2. I'd cap out at 2. Some pass rushers retire, some pass rushers stay, though, Stoner Cat. Who knows? I think Myles Garrett has the build to keep playing for at least another 4 to 5 years. Roquan's a little closer to Fred than you're giving credit. I can't sit here and pretend like I'm watching these off-ball linebackers super closely. Don't remind me of Ragno. Say it ain't so. Frank Ragno. Oh, man. I do think Garrett is closer to the top edge rushers than we think, but he is clearly the best. He is the best edge rusher, no doubt. I don't think what is edge to it's Garrett. I forgot about Will Anderson. Will Anderson, I'd say if I could have any edge rusher on my team, age, contract considered, Will Anderson would be the guy. For sure. For sure. Will Anderson's such a beast. I love watching him play. Absolute stud, that guy. Hopefully Brian Burns can turn into that. Abdul Carter can turn into that kind of player. Maybe Kayvon Thibodeau. Who knows? But yeah, fellas, is there anything else going on Twitter right now? Damn. Again, drop a like if you haven't already, please. Jesus. There it is. We did mocks yesterday. There's not really much of a point to doing it now. Let's see, Ari, you got anything? Nope, just the Dobbs deal. Tannehill's trending. Oh boy, I wonder why. Let's see. Rap sheet anything? Nope. Shafty. Cowboys have restructured Kenny Clark's contract, so now they got a little bit of money to do some. They have it, baby. There you go. Yep, roll tide. They hit the Pentagon again. What? What? Literally? Wait. I can't tell if Muhammad's cracking a joke about like a Geno Smith thing or or what. If he's not, he's being serious. That's not great. Buckle Anderson having Daniil Hunter on the other side is why he's so good. But Will Anderson's just so fun to watch. He jumps off the page. It's just such a talent. I want Muhammad to follow up on his message. Like, what do you mean by that? I'm taking it way too literally. But if not, let me, it's the only reason. There it is, Jarv. Jarv's trolling again. Guys, Jarv's trolling again. Any Chiefs signing today? Are you a Chiefs fan, Orville Orton? I don't believe so. Isaiah Pacheco went to the Lions. But as far as I know, the Chiefs have not brought anyone on today. Ken Walker yesterday, Tonga yesterday. Oh, maybe Alohi Gilman was today. Maybe. No, they did not. Okay. I'm like, Muhammad, don't mess with me here. Chiefs re-signed Tyquan Thornton. You're right. Yes, they did. Chiefs did re-sign Tyquan Thornton. It's a big deal. If Orville Orton's a Chiefs fan, that would be huge. That would be huge. I think that's insanely incorrect. I think they both feed off each other being good. I'm supposed to take away from other because of that. Yes. Yes. Legacy. Orville Orton, are you a Chiefs fan? I would assume so, but I need a verification. We're playing fan bingo. We've never had a Chiefs fan in here. Turn on the television. It doesn't matter what channel if anyone gets there. Jeez. I think I get the reference, even though I wasn't alive for the event. Alexander Bros convicted of sex trafficking. Ooh, there it is. Sometimes the law comes through. I don't even know much about that case. Obviously. Chiefs Kingdom. There it is. Let's go. Let's go. Orville Orton's probably not used to people being so excited to see Chiefs fans, but yes. Hell yeah. We crossed off Chiefs. We now only have, I think, 3 teams left on NFL Fan to join the stream bingo. The NFC is done. All that's left are Bills, Colts, and Texans. What is up, Orville Orton? If there's football, we stream. Welcome to the chat. We're talking about free agency and Myles Garrett. Stop coming with logic. Sometimes I just hate on people for no objective reason. Guys like Stroud and Will Anderson are on that list. Yeah, stop going with logic. 48-year Chiefs fan affirmative. See, that's the real deal. Like, these new Chiefs fans don't understand how tough the Chiefs used to be. That year they didn't have a 1,000-yard receiver. When Dwayne Bowe was the top guy. When Dwayne Bowe was sick. The pre-Alex Smith years. The Matt Castle years. Oof. Bills blow. That's true. Got a whole video on my channel about that. How the Bills are in trouble. Bills can't survive this community. Oh, I guess I didn't know I didn't get the reference, Stoner Cat. It's only plays. Good thing Otis isn't here. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, watch out for the enforcer, Otis. Bills can't survive this community. This community is too cutthroat for Bills fans. Oh, man. I'm glad no Bills fans joined during the divisional game when I was like, the Bills suck. They should have won this game. Can Bills fans even read? Can they? That's a great question. No, man. Apparently, Bills fans, according to a study, the Bills fans are actually the smartest fan base in the NFL. Giants are the dumbest. Cool. But IQ-wise, or some sort of metric, Bills have the smartest fans in the NFL. Anyone else agree Kelsey just retire already? Yeah, I mean, a little bit. Kind of couching it a little bit because we have Orville Orton here, but a little bit. Dawn and Kelsey were renovating her house, though. That's why Travis Kelsey signed the new deal, $12 million. Chiefs fan hate is overrated. They haven't gotten as bad as Pats fans were. Let's be real. Well, the Patriots fans were not only super annoying, but they were also just brutal to watch. There were some years there where the Chiefs were a blast. The Chiefs were really fun to watch. Nick Wright is the Chiefs fan who's kind of souring some people, I think. Jack, man, he's still productive. What, Travis Kelsey? How did he do last year? It's right here. Let's see. He 76 receptions, 851, and 5 touchdowns on 1.49 yards per route run. There you go. See if my dad can hop on. He's a Texans fan. Hey, man, we'll take it. 54% of Philly's illiterate. That makes sense. It's always sunny until it isn't. Until the sun goes out. Stop the cap, honey. We all know it's Eagles. Hey, man, I'm just going off the study. I'm reading the study. I don't remember actually where I found this. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. NFL smartest fan bases. Oh my god, I remember this was like a whole debate in the Discord, and Otis was like, people from New England are stupid as hell. Here it is. We never believe who has the smartest fan base. What? There's no list? What? Okay, that's great, thanks. According to gambling.com, well, that's a reliable source. Okay, well, I can't find the article. Damn it. This is it. This is the one I saw. New York Giants fans ranked dead last. Jets fans low too. Yep, there it is. Knew it. Bills were the smartest. Bottom 5 fan bases were Giants, Vikings, Jets, Bears, and Titans. There you go. I mean, that tracks. You have to be an idiot to stick with those teams. Subscribe, Nagy's pure ass. Oh, come on now. Oh, come on. We can't do more Matt Nagy hate. Not in this Giants fan chat. Not now. Don't open this can of worms. Thanks for the subscribe, though, Orville Orton. Oh, man. I think mainly people hate the Chiefs because Nick Rice decided to light a fire on the Phantom's good grace. I feel like that's a pretty succinct way to put it. Fuck Boston's college degrees. Their accent alone makes them dumb. This has come from a southerner. I've said it before on stream. Boston is crazy. I've lived there. Boston is crazy because you'll meet a college professor and you'll be like, this guy's an idiot. This guy's stupid as hell. And then you'll meet like a dude working at FedEx who's got like philosophical takes about the world at large. And it's like, what are you doing at FedEx? He's like, the world is stupid. Nothing matters. I'm just here packing boxes to waste time away. And it's like, this guy might know a thing or two. I met a guy who was getting paid by Harvard to go to Greece in Boston. And then that same night, I met a guy who had 5 kids at 23. And I was just like, phew, life. Nick Wrights also asked, Chiefs fans hate him. Wow. He doesn't feel like a Chiefs fan. He doesn't. That's the funny thing. He feels like the kind of fan that hopped on the bandwagon because of Mahomes, and then it's just like a big proponent now, like go Chiefs Kingdom. But I do feel like he's been a day one, so I don't know for sure. I mean, Vikings get stuck with North and South Dakota and Iowa, so we're sandbagging. That's probably it. That's probably it. I wonder what the dumbest state is. If I had to take a guess, by what metric? There are a lot of metrics here, and I'm sure some of them are wrong. I am curious, though, what is the dumbest state per capita, or just in general? Dumbest U.S. state. Drop your guesses down below. I'm going Arkansas. Dumbest U.S. state. Let's see. Lowest test scores. Lowest educated are, according to Wallets Hub 2025 report. Yeah, fuck AI. Dumbest state, according to the National Education Score Average. Or no, wait. Completion. High school completion average. Mississippi is down there. Is Mississippi the lowest? Louisiana's on its heels. Texas and California. Well, that doesn't make me feel good as a Californian. Doesn't make me feel very good. What about education score? What is the lowest? Louisiana's 48th. Where is the 49th education score? I'd imagine it's down here. Is it Florida? Is it? It's not Florida. What the hell? Can I just click on this? Here we go. Yeah. The education score. Louisiana is... Oh, it's West Virginia. Well, there you go. An average IQ. The lowest one is Mississippi. There you go. So again, Jarv's talking his shit, but the South didn't exactly come out clean here. God, there's so much dust in this room. Hands down, Arkansas. Well, apparently Arkansas didn't quite get there. I like Nick Wright, man, and now Nick's been like that. He cheers on the Royals. To be a Casey diehard to endure that. I like Nick, but I can see how people don't. Louisiana's my next guest. Damn, jeez. What we say? New Mexico, Kentucky, isn't it Oklahoma? Dumbest states, Wyoming. Forget a beer, buy him a condom. Jesus, it's more than a beer. What I missed? Oh yeah, buy that guy a beer if he needs it. Forget a beer, buy him a condom. Yeah, there you go. That's what I mean. I was like, this is a lot. This is a dense conversation. I was kind of right. Let's go. Def, Oklahoma, love the state, but they're shooting blanks and rolling gutter balls. The Hunnaball stream, we have now figured out the dumbest states according to IQ, high school completion percentage, and education score overall. So there you go. I feel like this is good stuff. North Dakota's up there, actually. So maybe, John, you're wrong. Minnesota's right there, too, though. So I don't know why Vikings fans are dumb. Are Vikings fans nationwide? Is that it? Could that be the story? God, California's just a bunch of dummies, huh? Like, what? I guess having a high school completion rate means you have tougher high schools. So I guess there's that element to the equation. Whereas South Dakota, all you have to do is show up, or North Dakota, all you have to do is show up. I mean, God knows Montana. What do you have to do to complete high school in Montana? You just have to, like, you know, not be like the kids in Euphoria and just, you know, keep your nose clean, so to speak. South doesn't claim Virginia. But do they claim West Virginia? Virginia's not the South. People who think it has never been to Virginia. Is North Carolina the South? I've been to North Carolina a few times. I'd qualify it as the South. Obviously not the deep South. But, man, I'd qualify North Carolina as the South. Inland Empire tanks our scores. That's fair. Not a lot of bright minds in the IE. That's for sure. I can't, dude. Every time someone brings up the Inland Empire, man, I can't help but laugh, dude. Man. It's funny because in Orange County, there's like beef with LA. My beef is with the Inland Empire. Bunch of dumbasses up there. North Carolina is definitely the South. Okay, I'm glad we can agree on that. Look up which states have the hardest schooling. Well, from the sounds of it, it's California and Texas, but we can look it up. Hardest schooling U.S. state. Massachusetts hard. Okay, apparently, according to this report. Most and least educated states, but that's not what I'm asking, though. I would assume best education would mean, you know, toughest. Jersey. Is that right? Is that right? Number 1 in pre-K to 12, 36 in higher education, whereas Florida's number 1 in higher education, you know, and 22nd in pre-K. This is a hell of a list. Holy hell. Can we sort? Okay, I guess we can't sort by... what we're looking for. I guess Jersey's the place to be if you want a good high school experience. Mass, same thing. Higher education. Apparently, there's just too much going on over there. Wyoming, they've got some higher education. I couldn't tell you a school in Wyoming, but sure. Wow. I love how these, like, it's one or the other. You can't have good high schools and also good colleges. It's impossible. If you have a good pre-K to 12 program, you've just completely neglected higher education, according to this study. Florida, hell nah, find more data. I mean, apparently, look, Florida and Jersey, you guys didn't hear? Those are the smartest states in the nation. Back to work later, legend. See ya, Orville. Hope you enjoyed another stream soon, man. This was fun. Hope you enjoyed hanging out. School in Texas is not hard. We have a lot of people who can't put 2 and 2 together. Jesus. Well, James would know. Fuck Jersey. All they have is rocks and boulders. And the shore. Snooki. Come on. They have things. Again, keep in mind California has a population of almost 40 million, so obviously there's going to be a large disparity. Oh, that's true. That's fair. You got NorCal. You got the IE. San Bernardino. Jersey, baby. Yeah. Hell yeah. You know what they say? Smartest people come from Jersey. I mean, the study actually, the NFL fan study actually said the opposite. So this is kind of a twist. That data's so wrong. What data is this, by the way? Is this just them like ranking? What data is going into play here? Number 1 in college readiness. Number 3 grad rate. Second in reading schools. Number 1 in preschool enrollment. Okay, the internet's back. Maybe, like, we could talk about the dumb states all we want, but nothing's dumber than me for signing up with this internet provider. So there you go. I know I lagged out there for a second. My bad. I hope I'm back, guys. We traded Gino. I love Spy Tech. Yeah, you got a 7th round pick to turn into a 6th. Hell yeah. Forgot Alabama. You're not the first. Kentucky's definitely South, definitely. I say Kentucky's with what's... Wow, okay, so we had a little debate here, huh? Florida using the scientific method to rob Wendy's with a gator. It's funny as fuck. Oh, hot take for graduating college doesn't prove intelligence. I can say that firsthand is true. It proves problem solving, and sometimes just depending on the school, it doesn't really matter. Kentucky vibes West Coast to South, but I don't know if I consider it closer to being in the Midwest. You can make the argument. I think if you think, I mean, you're right there on that border, apparently, right there on that southern-northern border. I'd say it's more central, honestly. I think all this means that the smartest people from Jersey aren't sports fans. Yeah, that's... The smartest people in Jersey don't entertain with the New York Giants. Don't engage. Of course. Of course. I'm fired up. We had a Chiefs fan join. That makes me happy. Shout out again to Orville Orton, who I think has left, but shout out to him. You're right. Kentucky stayed in the Union. Okay, that is worth noting. Central is essentially the Midwest. That's what I mean. Fair enough. Here's a guide by Wallet Hub. I'll click on this, make it bigger. Most educated goes to Mass. Again, but what is this? How do you qualify this, though? Least educated goes to, obviously down south here, West Virginia. I don't know if this is high school or college or a combo, but Mass is up there, Vermont's up there. There's New England pricks, all pretentious with their highbrow knowledge. Think they got it figured out. Think they got life licked. How good is the food in Kentucky? That's a good question. Does anybody know? Has anybody been to Kentucky? Obviously, there's a place from there that, you know, makes chicken. Kentucky's the pick-me southern state. What a hilarious title. The South is where the food is at. No doubt. I'm not going to disagree with that. That's why, hey, Southern California is in the South. You wouldn't call it the South, but if you're going geographically, it is in the South. It's below Tennessee, which I would argue is in the South. That reminds me of that girl from Tennessee I was supposed to go out with, and she flaked on a date because she had that time of the month, which I think was just her flake tactic, but whatever. I don't make the rules. But here it is. If you're from West Virginia, you're dumb as hell, apparently. So, suck it. But if you're from Virginia, you're a pretty sharp cookie. See? When making the research, they take into account high school grads, GED completion, and percentage of completion. Kentucky Fried Chicken. But that's all I can think of. And I feel like Kentucky Fried Chicken is probably not even the best place to get fried chicken in the world, or in the country even. Again, this is crazy. So here it is. This is how they qualified it. Hold on. Strong correlation between the more educated and receiving higher compensation. Thank you, Chip Lupo. What a name. If my name was Chip Lupo, I would probably change it. What do you mean though? Educational attainment rank. What do you mean? What does that mean though? Educational attainment rank. Maybe I'm stupid. Level of education also plays a crucial role. A higher educational attainment is generally associated with increased income prospects and lower unemployment rates. But what is that? Oh, here we go. What? Whoa. What does educational attainment mean though? What is it like? Am I stupid? I can't. Okay, there we go. Can I look up? Whatever, man. Whatever, dude. How easy it is to get a degree or graduate. I look at graphs for a living. Hell yeah. Okay. See, this is why we're here. This is why we're doing this. We're figuring out the smartest and dumbest states in real time. Jersey. Whoo. Jersey mention number 6. 6 like dart. That's what attain means. Hell yeah. Thank you, Muhammad. If Texans ain't the South, what is it, James? Yeah, wait, what? Did James say Texas is in the South? I wouldn't say Austin or College Station in the South is the SEC argument ain't the best. Wait, so the SEC, wait, what? In America, we don't do geography. Well, that's just not a fair thing to say. Texas is Texas. I guess, yeah, Texas is Texas. I will say, Texas is too big and diverse. I guess it depends how you qualify the South. If you're saying, like, geographically, it's obviously it's objectively the South. But if you want to say Texas is different than that kind of like southeast belt of Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, even. You can make an argument Florida is also Florida. Not a lot of people like group them together. So I get what you're saying, James. Mix of the South, Midwest, Southwest, and its own identity at the same time. You could argue Texas is also in the West. And it's not a tough argument to make. Shit. You get this area of Texas right here, and it's crossed with Colorado, which I would consider Colorado's in the West. Shit, the NFL would. NFC West. I mean, according to the NFL, Texas is in the East. East Texas is South, and that's about it. All right, well, that's right on the border. That's right on the cusp there. You need to leave James out of geographical conversations moving forward. Parts of Mexico. How does one differentiate the South and the Deep South? I'm sure there's like a better litmus test, but I would just say this area of countries, right? Your Arkansas, your Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee. If the state has a really good football team, then it's the South, basically. Yeah, that's what I'll go with. If the state has a great football team. Notice how I left Texas out because UT Austin's a bunch of cornball losers? Yeah. What we doing? Otis, we're figuring out the most educated and best states and whether or not Texas counts as in the South. Break. Let me do a quick check and see if anything's happened in the free agency front. Browns have re-signed Tevin Jenkins. Okay. What's Jay Glazer got to say? Do you guys know Jay Glazer wrote a book? I got to talk about this, actually. Guys. Okay, I don't know if it's an embarrassing story. It's a little, I don't know. It's a little bit of a more vulnerable story, right? So one time, recently, actually, about, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, I was a little down in the dumps. I was kind of like, I don't really know what the hell I'm doing with my life. I'm broke. I hate everything. Maybe I should go back to school, do some behavioral therapy, maybe get some self-help books. I was a little sad. So I'm in the self-help, not even self-help aisle, like the mental health, like studying, like brain aisle, getting like books on, what was it? What's the form called? CBT. Cognitive behavioral therapy. I was in that aisle, right? And I'm like sad. I'm like, God, this sucks. I'm like in the depressed aisle, and I am also depressed. And which is more important? Get help if you need it. Get help if you need it. Help is important. Trust others. Rely on others. AI sucks, etc. But I'm in that aisle, right? And I'm looking through the books, and I'm like, what do they got? What's good? And every book is super expensive. And then I see Unbreakable by Jay Glazer. Let me pull this up. I see this book. I read Jay Glazer on the side of a book, and I'm like, what? Unbreakable by Jay Glazer. How I turned my depression and anxiety into motivation, and you can too. If that is not the most cookie cutter self-help book I've ever seen in my life, come on, dude. So this is the book. Here it is. Jay Glazer wrote a self-help book. Done deal. Starting up your store, but Lions just signed Malcolm Rodriguez. Oh, that's big. That's big. You know, he wrote that by himself. Yeah, no, well, if there's anyone that's unbreakable, it's Jay Glazer. So it's not even like a very heartfelt story. It was just that sometimes when you're sad, something funny will happen and then you'll forget that you were sad. This was that moment where I was like, what? Jay Glazer wrote a self-help book where he goes on the cover? Oh, man. I started cracking up in the middle of Barnes & Noble. In the depression aisle, no less. Anyway, let's see the Malcolm Rodriguez, huh? Cowboys signing PJ Locke. There you go. Some moves are happening. There you go, James. Cowboys got someone else. 2 safeties signed to Dallas, so they're definitely not going Thieneman. Wow. Okay. Tevin Jenkins, Isaiah Simmons. Yep. Shefty. Yep. All right, let's see. Ari Mayrov got it. Oh, the Jets signed Deshaun Wright for $5 million? Damn! What? We couldn't have gotten Deshaun Wright for $5 million? That's less than Greg Newsome. That's half of Greg Newsome's contract. Clearly the Giants would rather have Greg Newsome, but damn. Damn, dude. Deshaun Wright, 6'4". I wanted him, dude. $5 million? Well, now I'm mad. Now I'm a little bummed. I was holding out hope. The Giants could have brought them both on. Who cares? The DB market is so weird. The guys who catch passes make way too much money. The guys who stop people from catching passes don't make enough. You know, he wrote that up. So Texas has southern qualities, but a lot other stuff happening just to be the South. Dude, we're talking about where it is in the map of America. Texas is South, lol. There's no debate. Like, again, you guys are both right. I get what James is saying. From a cultural perspective, Texas does not act like or associate with the South. But Jarvis is objectively right. The Texas is in the South, just like Southern California is in the South. Should have gotten Newsome and Wright, TBH. I agree. Newsome and Wright get a cornerback in the 4th. I agree. I hate my team more and more. I may be a Giants fan this year. Hey, John, that's a dangerous game. It's a dangerous game. But, well, you were holding that hope for Deshaun Wright? Well, apparently the Vikings couldn't seal the deal. The fucking Jets, dude, he was in the bill. He was in the state. He was in the highly educated state of New Jersey. And the Giants couldn't bring him in. I love what the Jets are doing, man. Gino's a weird call, and it's easy to rip on the Jets. But when you factor in all the low stakes deals the Jets are making, the Jets are going to be good. Told you, I think we're done making moves in free agency. Probably, unless we grab a guard. That's probably our last piece to fill. Grab maybe a Wyatt Teller of some sort. Or we're talking about Matt, my bad. I'm saying culturally and socially. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, James, and I agree with the cultural and social aspect of it. Maybe a Giants fan this year. moments before a critical disaster in your life occurs. Yeah, seriously. Believe me, that is a lot easier said than done. Yeah, I liked Wright ever since he was on our team in training camp. Oh, boy. And the Vikings couldn't bring him home. I guess he kind of soured in Minnesota. He'd rather be in Jersey. Can't blame him, I guess. Well, those are some news. That's some news. And also, as Jack called, Malcolm Rodriguez. I can't really find him on any reporter's page. But I'm assuming you're right. Let's see. Let's just search it. There it is. Oh, yep, Schultz. He's back. Welcome home, Malcolm Rodriguez. Locker room favorite, stays in Detroit. That's big. Maybe you should pick up that Jay Glazer book, Hannah. Maybe I should. Maybe I should read it. That would be a funny video. I read Jay Glazer's self-help book. That's a very Drew Gooden video. I read the Jay Glazer self-help book. Jerry has woken up. Wait to get Garden Free when we take Yon at 5. This is a good bit, Jarv. I like it. It's a good bit. Jarv, you gotta stop, man. No yacht trip this year. There you go. Cowboys making moves for once. Who did they get? The couple of safeties? Did I miss something? Did they sign someone else? Jerry is woken up. Hell yeah. Oh, shoot.
As for Brian Thomas, I've been told that the Jaguars are not interested in trading him. They've denied it repeatedly. His name continues to come up in social media circles, floated out there. And again, for whatever reason, it doesn't go away. But every indication that I've gotten back is the Jaguars have no interest in moving on from Brian Thomas, despite all the speculation that's out there. And as for Brian Thomas,
so as far as Charger wide receivers go, because I would have liked him in the Giants, but whatever. As far as Charger wide receivers go, it really is AJ Brown or bust at this point. If Young goes top 8, Jarv deserves a commission. Yeah, seriously. If Young goes top, if the Giants take Young at 6, Jarv deserves a job in the New York Giants front office. Jake Glazer book sounds like Fast and the Speed of Love that Brian Griffin wrote. Fast and the, like Brian Griffin, the dog from Family Guy. Oh man, I saw a Family Guy clip today. It's like Brian Griffin pretending like he reads. Call me Jarv McGuire, lol. Show me the money. Was BTJ the 23 draft or the 24? 24. 24 pick 18? 15? Somewhere around there. 24. What was I going to look up? Shit. That was a legendary pull. That is a great pull. I kind of want to watch Family Guy just to get the references. Damn, what was I going to look up? 2025 trading cards. BJJ was 24, same draft as neighbors. Yes, they were college teammates. And some would argue that Brian Thomas Jr. was a more impressive prospect. Not saying better, but more impressive. 6'4", blazing speed. Has the yips, though, and is inconsistent with his hands. So that's not exactly ideal. Damn, we're 3.5 hours into this. Drop a like if you haven't already. I hate how bad Family Guy became because it makes people act like the show is never funny. It had like a good 7-season run. I'll tell you, I've had some funny laughs with Family Guy. Family Guy's got a very... I know it is a kind of an NPC take. This is like saying The Office is like the funniest show ever. But Family Guy has made me laugh in like ways that I don't care to admit. I have cried laughing watching Family Guy like a few times. That's rare, especially from a TV show. Like that's rare, dude. To be fair, I was like extremely stoned, but still. I remember one time specifically, I was living in Boston with my girlfriend at the time, and she left town to go to Maryland to catch crabs. That's a true story. Not Maryland, oh my God. To go to Maine to catch crabs. She came back with a different kind of crabs. Just kidding. But no, she went to Maine to catch crabs with her friend. I was like, okay, what are you? Okay, Miss Sailor. All right, whatever. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna have a fun boys weekend. But my friends were busy. All my friends, my one friend was busy. So I just did like a me night. I ordered Wingstop, got burned a J, burned another one, and then I threw on Family Guy, and it was an episode where Stewie Griffin was working at the Target, not inside of Target, inside of the Pizza Hut inside of the Target, and I don't know why I thought it was the funniest shit ever. So I started like crying, laughing, and then I, now I have good fond memories of Family Guy. There's Nathan. Hey, that's where I love watching Family Guy. I look like Stewie IRL. Here comes Nathan. Oh boy. You should watch Family Guy for the Abraham Lincoln reference. Can I just watch a clip? I still get laughs out of Family Guy. Cheap laughs, but it's a comfort show at this point in my life. Yeah, it's cheap laughs, but it's, exactly. Once and again, season 1 to 10, golden end of story. There you are. There you are. Then you have 1 or 2 episodes that are amazing. I saw a tweet that Seth MacFarlane said that a Family Guy episode takes almost a year to make each one, which is, I don't think that really lines up, but maybe it was a lie. I don't know. I just read it. And my homie's quote, they got him so much, man. It's so good. What hurts? Man, it's a good bit. Shit. I feel like the Ted show is something I will watch, so I hear Ted's like hilarious. What hurts is trying to be meta in the big 2026. It's ass. It's trying to be, pop culture, but it's out of touch because it's Family Guy. But apparently The Simpsons is considerably better. That's what people say. What was I going to look up? Takes a year because they produce all the episodes at the same time. Oh. That makes sense, I guess. I guess when you frame it like that. Damn. I don't recall what I was going to look up. There it is. It's not like they work on one episode alone for a year. You see, that's how I read it. Ted Show. Watch the first episode of season 2 is amazing. Farm of the Simpsons. Is this a fan of the Simpsons? I see. Fan of the Simpsons. I see. Took me a second. No shit. I watched Family Guy all the way through about 28 times. Oh boy. Wow. Hey, American Dragon Son's here. What's up, man? Damn. So is this a Family Guy chat? Simpsons for about 10 seasons is one of the 20th greatest shows of all time. People say American Dad's better. I like American Dad, but Family Guy's more iconic. Never got into American Dad. Roger's a funny character, but I never got into the rest of the guys. I could give a shit about the fish. It's tough, though. I don't watch many adult cartoons. I mean, I've seen BoJack. I think that counts, but outside of that, not too much. It's like 2 Simpsons episodes. Yeah, me too. I've seen the movie a handful of times, so I like the Simpsons movie. Simpsons is funny, like the like, hey, that political cartoon was funny. Not get stoned and laugh to it. Hey, that political cartoon was funny. Wait, what? Not get stoned and laugh to it. Compared to what I said, I see. Now I'm with you, Muhammad. Simpsons it's like smart funny. Family Guy is like you gotta like, you know, be inebriated to like the jokes. Roger's Why American Dad is what it is. That's why it's the GOAT. The GOAT. American Dad's better, but yeah, it'll never have the same cultural position that Family Guy had. Fair enough. Fair enough. What, does American Dad have like a better story? American Dad's better, hands down, more jokes per minute. Season 5 and 6 are hands down the best. Okay. Jeez. Simpsons ain't a show anymore. It's a franchise, an institution. You can't just retire those. It's like SpongeBob. It's an idea. It's not a show. Seasons 2 to 10 of Simpsons is great. 11 to 16 is mid. 17 to 30 are pretty bad, but the new seasons are getting better. Okay. So a lot of these shows have kind of passed their prime a little bit, which, I mean, when a show runs for 30 seasons, that does make sense. Golly. I wonder if there's like a ranking here. Let's piss some people off. Ranking adult cartoons. I'm sure Archer will be on here. People love Archer. All right. Ranking this is IMDb's ranking animation adult comedy series created by Movie Not 6 years ago. Modified 6 months ago. So this is like, you know, they're keeping tabs on it. As you can see, Rick and Morty's up there. In fact, can I zoom in? There it is. Nice. Okay. Rick and Morty's up there. Futurama. Heard good things about that show. Is it still going? Futurama's still going? Really? I thought that show ended for sure. What the hell? Wow. Futurama, Simpsons, South Park would count. BoJack is way too low. What the fuck? If we're counting BoJack kills all these shows. Whatever. South Park is up there as well. Tear Along the Dotted Line. Never heard of that one. Because one season. Clearly wasn't super acclaimed. Fired on Mars. Okay. Bob's Burgers. No one's mentioning Bob's Burgers yet. Space Dandy. As you can see, Family Guy's nowhere to be found. Bakuman, Solar Opposites, Final Space. Haven't heard of a lot of these. Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I've seen clips of this, but I haven't actually watched an episode. There's American Dad. F is for Family at 15's a bit rich. A bit rich for my liking, to be quite frank. Maybe it gets better, but from what I saw, I wasn't a huge fan. 10-Year-Old Tom. Haven't heard of that one. Vermin. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared qualifies. Then I guess... I don't even know where you would rank... How do you approach Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared critically? Wow. I did not... You guys ever seen Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared? Man, I'm sure you guys have. If you haven't, I'd check it out. But definitely, you know, around loved ones. Paradise PD is funny. Yeah, but when Family Guy's cutaways hit, they hit, though. I agree. That's what they hit. Greatest adult animation shows: BoJack, Simpsons, Moral Oral, Futurama, Boondocks with King of the Hill, Aqua Teen Hunger Force getting honorable mentions. Okay. All right, I like it. As long as BoJack's getting the nod. Adult comedy, A Horse with Depression. BoJack is a very funny show. It's a very sad show, but it's a very funny show. Have you all seen Regular Show? Yes, I have. I love Regular Show, and they're bringing it back. If you didn't hear, they're bringing back Regular Show. I love F is for Family. Really? Am I missing something here? Watching Family Guy at a young age probably rewired how my brain works. In a good way. Common side effects. I remember hearing about this show, seeing some clips. There's Family Guy 23 ahead of King of the Hill. Disenchantment. There you go. From the Simpsons creators, I think. Anything else? Smiling Friends, surprisingly low. I didn't, bummer that show got canned. There's Paradise PD. Close. I did like Close Enough. It's definitely not like the best adult animated show ever. I did like Close Enough though. Archer. I've heard people talk big on Archer. Mike Tyson's Mysteries. I kind of want to watch this show with Norm Macdonald in there as the pigeon. I kind of want to watch Mike Tyson's Mysteries. Duckman. Private Dick / Family Man. There you go. A lot of shows here that I want to watch. That's what I should do. I should just rate. I should watch all of these shows and rate them. Ren and Stimpy counts. All right. Robot Chicken's right there. I just scrolled past that. There's Moral Oral. There you go. What do we think of this list? I'm like way out of scope here. Big Mouth is stupid. I fucking hate Big Mouth. I hate that style of like gross comedy. And I think that's about the ones that I would have heard of. Hell's Tripping the Rift. Boy, this looks terrifying. Trailer Park Boys, the animated series. Yeah, okay. Central Park, nope. Cleveland Show, there it is. And then we'll close it on that. The Cleveland Show. Norm Macdonald as the pigeon is amazing. See? Inside Job on Netflix, such a banger. Really? Okay, this list sucks. Mike Tyson's Mystery is good. We have not seen Inside Job. Apparently Jackman has. I've seen Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. It's like FNAF with puppets. So yeah, no, it is. It's a lot. Duckman, another banger. Okay, I'm glad. Where are we finding this? This is on IMDb. This is just some dude on IMDb made this ranking. This is far from law. I was just curious what you guys thought. This is like definitely, this is from Movie Not. Okay, so, but it's got a decent amount of views. 117K views. That's like going platinum on IMDb. Jason Alexander is a cartoon duck. That's what I mean. George Costanza, are you kidding me? Home Movies is an all-timer if you like dry humor even a bit. Whoa, okay. Sit Down, Shut Up is underrated. Haven't heard of it. They're bringing back Hannah Montana too. I didn't hear about that. Maybe Miley Cyrus is in for a big year. She's supposed to get the halftime show, bring back Hannah Montana. Who knows? Never was a big Hannah Montana guy, but that's because I was a Nick kid. Her put Rick and Morty on top either as Down syndrome or a Redditor, or maybe an IMDb influencer. All are on the table. H. Sean Benjamin got some of my favorite line delivery from every voice actor ever. Shit. This is way above my pay grade now. I feel dumb as hell. Excited Malcolm in Middle reboot. There it is. That's big. Big news. Big news. They're doing a one-off return special. Oh, okay. So like a God, what are they called? A reunion episode. Okay, that's cool. I like that. Fuck with Home Movies. That was a good 3 a.m. show. Okay, nice. Shoot, you guys got takes. I like it. Damn. Malcolm in the Middle was my introduction to Bryan Cranston. I feel like that was most people's introduction. Actually, my introduction was him being Tim Watley. He's known for Breaking Bad, Malcolm in the Middle, Trumbo, Argo, but I know him. Phoenician Scheme, haven't seen that. He's in Kung Fu Panda 4 as Lee. He's in Better Call Saul. He's in the Popcorners ad. He's in Family Guy as Bert. El Camino, obviously. Isle of Dogs, which I really got to watch Isle of Dogs. What the hell? He was in Seinfeld. He was in that was actually my actual like unironic introduction. Most actors, because I got to the age where I started picking up like, oh, that's him. Oh my God, I know that actor. Right when I started watching How I Met Your Mother at like 14. Is that Chinese or Japanese? Isle of the Dogs, I think it's Japanese, but I could be wrong. IMDb influencer is both Hana. No, I'm the Letterboxd influencer. I'm the Letterboxd influencer and the tier maker influencer. How many likes to assault people for fun? Jeez. Oh, wow. Now we're ripping on the IMDb guy. Great. King of the Hill returned. King of the Hill left? Oh, boy. I didn't know it left, but I'm glad it's back. Until last week, I had no idea the kid in Malcolm Middle is Danny Masterson's brother. Who the hell is Danny Masterson? John Benjamin and Patrick Warburton got the most recognizable voices in animation. Tara Strong, too. Obviously, Patrick Warburton. I know him. Putty. I'm sure if I saw John Benjamin, I know who it is. Sounds like a wrestler, John Benjamin, but I'm thinking of Sheldon Benjamin. Oh, yeah, Bob from Bob's Burgers. Bob. Yeah, no doubt. He definitely does have an iconic voice. Especially in adult comedies, apparently. He was the dentist in Seinfeld that took his own gas. Yes, no, he was... Yeah, exactly. He was Tim Watley. Hunter doesn't know Ball. I was quoting King of the Hill. I don't know Ball. I do need... I have not seen King of the Hill. My buddy loves that show. One of my close friends loves that show, man. It's like his favorite show ever, which I think is crazy. Tara Strong does Timmy's voice in Fairly Odd Parents. Tara Strong. I see. That makes sense. Hyde from that 70s show. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, I see. Huh. Nice little click there. I like it. Love Hyde. I haven't watched that much of that 70s show, but I think I know what you're talking about. Serial rapist Danny Masterson. I gotta stop just reading chats without processing them. Oh man. Is this a football stream? Dropping an adult animation showed tier list. I had a deck on in the Discord. All right, I'll check it out. He ain't Japanese, he's Laotian. Ain't ya, Mr. Hana? Guilty. Oh man, I'm uncomfortable. I don't know what the hell to say to a lot of these because I do not watch a lot of adult comedies. Oh boy. It's a fun conversation though. Clearly there are a lot of opinions on it, which I appreciate. But anyways, so that's the IMDb page. And don't forget serial Rap 3 apologist and Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis. Mila Kunis has a pretty iconic voice. Wait, Mila Kunis is like a controversial figure? That can't be. That just can't be. It can't be. I remember Con Sufanisophone. Not quite. Is Drake Greenlaw still a free agent? I believe so. I believe so. Let's do a quick refresh here. Mila Kunis is mad. Yes, she is. I can't believe the Jets got a shot right. That sucks. Wright had 5 receptions for the year. You may have heard that was an area of need for the Jets. Anyway, that is true. But yes, PJ Locke. Welcome to the Cowboys. Oh, they defended Dave Maston. I see. Oh, I see. Okay. Like, he was a great guy. I knew him. He was a good dude. I knew him. What the hell? He would never do such a thing. Are you kidding me? I knew him. He was a real straight shooter. Mila Kunis wrote a letter to the judge. Case asked for him to get a lighter sentence. So yes, they're both controversial. Great. Great. Right when you think you can start liking celebrities again, Mila Kunis pulls the rug out from under you. And once again, I am the victim. Why is Gene Simmons trending? We'll never know. Wait, Gene Simmons thinks Ben Stiller should shut up about politics. Why stop it, Ben? They all should. Do your art and shut up. No one's interested in your opinions. Acclaimed great person Gene Simmons, who's never had any kind of bad moment on public television, is telling people to shut up. That's a great look. You ever try to mock a disaster draft? What, like Mendoza doesn't go 1? Oh, he was a straight shooter, all right. Oh, God. Oh, God. Well, filming that 90s show, he said Hyde was shot in the head by a Viet Cong in Nam. Wow. Whoa. Everyone on that 70s cast so weirdo. Yeah, sounds like it. I stopped liking Mila when I realized her and Ash were married anyway. All of a sudden, her movies weren't as funny anymore and she wasn't as hot. Jesus Christ. The only celebrity I like is Hunter Ball. Yeah, there it is. There it is. If this YouTube channel hits it big, I'm legally changing my last name to Ball. That'd be sick. Your favorite Ball brother? Damn. Oh, like fictionally, Hyde was shot. I see. Gene Simmons of all... Thank you. I'm glad someone responded to this. Yeah, it's Gene Simmons of all people telling people to shut up. Yeah, seriously. That'd be like me... That'd be like me saying, I don't understand why people are Giants fans. The team sucks. Which, honestly, like... fair enough. Gene Simmons is an asshole. I'm glad he's trending. TMZ. 90 Show is the sequel, I think. Yes, it is. I know that.
Yeah, because everybody in the world should listen to what actors and comedians say because they're so qualified. Basically, shut the f*** up. Do your art and shut up. Nobody's interested in your opinions. That includes me. Who I vote for, who I like. Who the f*** do you think you are? People in America work hard for their living and they don't want to be lectured to by people who live in mansions and drive Rolls Royces. It's time for everybody in the entertainment industry to shut their pie hole and just do your art. Nobody cares what you think. I don't.
Okay.
What will Mark Ruffalo, however the f*** he pronounces his
Mark
name.
Ruffalo, yeah.
You got it, Gene.
Ruffalo, Buffalo. What does Mark think about politics? I don't care.
It's funny because, like, it feels kind of, it feels a little coded, this little rant of his. I don't say this often. I don't disagree with Gene Simmons here. I do think there are times, specifically in the podcast industry, where it's like, I feel like a lot of people have voices, and everyone should have a voice, but I feel like, there comes a point where sometimes politics get a little above people's pay grade and they don't realize it. But yeah, your last hit was in 1985. Did he say pie hole? Yeah, apparently. It's a loaded case, though. I think everyone's allowed to have an opinion. The whole shut up and dribble argument I hate, but at the same time, I do get what he's saying. Jim, when was the last time you saw your kids? I think it was close to being a genuinely really good show. Really? The 90s show? Why don't we try a 2000s show or a 2010s show? That could work in this nostalgia-driven climate right now. It could. It very well could. Enough of Gene Simmons. There's another artist that I think people are ripping on for no reason, and I don't know how I didn't talk about this yesterday. Let's talk about Timothy Chalamet for a second. I'm gonna play the clip. If you didn't see this already, I'm gonna play the clip. I'm sure you did. It's like the viral clip of the week. I'm gonna play this clip, and I want to just contextualize what is happening here.
I don't want to be working in ballet or opera or things where it's like, hey, keep this thing alive, even though no one cares about this anymore. All respect to the ballet and opera people out there. I just lost 14 cents in viewership, but damn, I just took shots for no reason.
That's not a shot. I hear what you're saying. Yeah. So,
and I don't want to.
Okay. So, and a sports hot take analyst is going for presidency. That's a good point. Honestly, when you put it like that, a TV star is our president, by the way. I guess when you put it like that. Yeah, that's fair, actually. And a sports hot take analyst is trying to run. Yeah, and Kanye was on the ballot. I guess you're right. We do live in a celebrity-driven. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you know what? Taking a step back, Gene Simmons is putting his head in the sand, which he's like 90. It makes sense. Obviously, celebrities have opinions on politics. We operate in a celebrity-driven ecosystem. Everyone's wondering who Doja Cat's fucking, and it's like, as you could see, she's got 2 cents. People are more upset about the Timothy Chalamet comments that I just played than like anything else that's happening on Earth right now. It's like, what planet are you living on? So I do think everyone should have a voice. I get what Gene Simmons is saying, but I also understand that hell, I'm not. What bugs me is people are like, well, Mark Ruffalo said it, so or X celebrity said this about politics, and they made a great point. It's like, honestly, I feel like forming your own opinions and doing your own research is the healthiest thing to do. Let Timmy cook. Let's talk about Timmy really quick, though. Is Eric Foreman a controversial person? Oh, no, not Eric. Eric! Said he used his money from the 80s show to shoot the pilot for That Sunny. So without the 90s show, we would not have Always Sunny, maybe. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that's cool. Nice. We wouldn't have the greatest long-run comedy in history to exist. I gotta watch Always Sunny. Trevor said Wilmer's one of his best friends, and Wilmer was in some controversy with younger women. Great. Fucking great. The butterfly effect. Let's talk about Chalamet. So Chalamet came up and said, I don't want to be a part of the opera or the ballet or any other dying art form. What's the point of that? I don't want to have to revive a craft and also be the best. That's too much for one person to do, especially in the landscape of entertainment that we're on. I'm obviously paraphrasing, but I think in a live panel broadcast by Variety and CNN with Matthew McConaughey and people behind him, it's tough to be super articulate, especially when you're doing your 1000th interview in 60 days. Clearly, Matthew McConaughey didn't give him pushback. And can I just say this really quick? This is going to sound off-brand. What happened to when you say something messed up and then saying, ah, shit, I shouldn't have said that? I feel like that kind of gives you a pass. No? I feel like I step on my words sometimes on live stream and I'm like, damn, I probably shouldn't have said that. That was stupid. And it's like, all right, cool. At least you can't take the clip out of context. Clearly he said here, he's like, I don't know why I threw shots for no reason. He said that. So the outrage just feels very fabricated, and I don't care for anybody that's coming out to defend the opera and ballet as if what Timothée Chalamet said is going to tank the viewership of those like very niche art forms. I don't really understand how this is an attack on an art form. I get that true artistes accept all kinds of art, but like, I like jazz doesn't mean I want to play the saxophone. You know, I like writing doesn't mean I'm ever going to be a poet. I mean, sometimes my videos are pretty close, but it doesn't mean I'm ever going to be a poet. You know what I mean? So I just think it's annoying, all the fake outrage about people like Doja Cat and Jamie Lee Curtis, and he's probably going to lose Best Actor at the Oscars because of this. And it's just like, oh my God, dude. It's just they're bigger fish to fry than whether or not Timothée Chalamet likes the opera. And this tweet alone, okay, I did not hear this. This sucks. It's like, great, dude. Great. Hot take, it's not hard. It's not very hard for someone to stop being friends with someone who's a sexual predator girl. I'm reconnected. Am I back? Am I back? Afraid to see cool down be like, yeah, seriously. No, seriously, that's, yeah, John's right. Welcome new viewers. I just lagged out, but I think I'm back. Yeah, no, seriously. welcome to the actual Hunnaball stream. Wi-Fi took down Hunna for speaking the truth. Yeah, no, honestly. If my spiel got cut off, basically I'm pro Chalamet here. And I agree with what Stoner Cat's saying. It's like, if anything, this is bringing more attention to the ballet and the opera. And like, let's be honest here. Any opera fans in the chat right now? I know this is a sports channel, but still, like any person in here who's like, golly, I love the opera. You know, it's a lot. It's a very niche art form, and that's fine. You could say the same thing about painting on. You could say the same thing about painting watercolor or whatever. And it's like, yeah, sure. Like the world has changed. Adapt or die. Doja Cat was showing her feet to racist white men in online chat rooms. I don't give a fuck what she says about anything. Doja Cat is in the news for so many different reasons. So funny. Free to see cool down be like, but yes, what John said. This is a football adjacent channel. That's the best way I can describe it. When shit goes down, we discuss it. Because it's not like, I mean, shit. We can analyze what. Oh great, I have a Twitter tab. Whatever. We can talk about Micah McFadden. Oh wait a minute. Colts are making progress on the Dan Jones deal. They've made progress on a long-term deal, but have not finalized anything. They're in agreement. That's the rumor. Still working towards, okay, so we'll see. Working towards a long-term deal that would replace the transition tag. We are going to find out. So either the news is that they are in talks or they have agreed on something. Either way, the number will come out and the number will be staggering. But anyway, don't care for the opera much, but musicals are great. Exactly. Dan the Man, $50 million Jones.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just wanted to say really quick on my little platform here that I'm pro Chalamet. He's allowed to have an opinion. He's allowed to shit on other art forms. He's not God. He's not, he's not the arbiter of all public opinion. If anything, his comments are bringing more attention to niche art forms. And I think people coming out of the woodwork like Doja Cat saying, that's bullshit. The opera's awesome. It's like, okay, dude, you don't have to be so performative about it. That's all I'm saying. We've talked about the Colts plenty enough. That's fair. Heard Timothy's most like that IRL. A lot of white kids from New York that he had to break in before he got, just had to break in before he got more comfortable. Yeah, I actually think there's like clips of him like doing like doing ballet or something. I think Timothy's a little performative with his Marty Supreme rollout, trying to win over black fans by rap and doing all kinds of black shows to prove himself. Definitely came off disingenuous to me. Ooh, Jarvis the movie guy. That's a fair point. It's a fair point to make. I liked Marty Supreme, but I get what you're saying. Okay, so I've made my case. Let's see what Doja has to say.
Opera is 400 years old.
We're not going to watch the whole thing.
Is 500 years old. Somebody named Tim.
Gladiator fights are over 1,000 years old. Does that mean we should watch them instead of the NBA? Maybe.
Timothée Chalamet had the nerve.
The nerve.
Guy, by the way. Had the nerve to say on camera that nobody cares about it. I'm sure you can walk into an opera theater right now, seats will be filled out, and nobody's saying a word as the performance is going because everybody has...
Such a ridiculous argument. You could say that about literally anything. You could say that about literally anything. Obviously, the biggest fans of the craft are going to be there and be engaged. No shit.
Has that much respect for it. There is an etiquette around opera. There is etiquette around ballet. It's amazing. It's an amazing...
There's etiquette around eating foie gras. Doesn't mean I think it's ethical or good to munch on. Yes, bring back gladiator fights for the sake of culture. Yeah, maybe we should. The fact that he had to break in before he got comfortable is what makes it performative to me. Either you're like that or not. The fact he turns it on and off makes it disingenuous. Fair enough. Fair enough. A little bit of race bending for Chalamet, the whitest guy ever. Yeah, that's fair. I like Timothy, not a lot, but he seems like one of the more normal Hollywood stars in the moment. I mean, clearly he's calling it like he sees it. God forbid the guy has an opinion contrary to popular belief. Everyone's canceling him now.
Theater media.
Dude, you should shut up and dribble, shake ass.
Fucking beautiful. And people go there every day to the dance studio. Dancers show up 8 a.m., 6 a.m., whatever the fuck. They show up and
7 a.m., 9, anytime. Oh, man.
They break and they bleed every single day.
Notice how Doja Cat's recording this in her bathroom, probably on, after a couple takes, whereas Timothy Chalamet's on a live panel where he openly, kind of walks back his statement in real time, but whatever.
Just because they have respect for it. They love it. They love what they do. It doesn't matter.
No one's saying, wait.
If the industry is having a tough time at any time, which a lot of industries have a tough time.
And that's why Timothy Chalamet said no one should ever do the ballet ever. That's why he said that he hates the ballet and doesn't understand why anyone does it. No! He said he doesn't want to do it. There you go. At no point was he like, oh, well, people that do the ballet are a bunch of losers and I don't care for them. He said, I don't want to do the ballet. He said, no, there's nothing wrong with the people that do the ballet. And there's a clip. There's a clip that I saw yesterday. I lost it because I refreshed Twitter. But some guy, some streamer, he was like, yeah, I would love for Timothy Chalamet to win Best Actor and get up there and just be like... Fuck the opera. Ballet sucks. Ping pong for life. Not enough people are talking about table tennis. Anyway, enough of that. Oh my God. Having gladiator fights would be a better way to decide politicians than voting at this rate. God, seeing Joe Biden in a gladiator fight would be brutal. I'd like it though. Win or die. We should do that for our senators too. Well, maybe not. Supreme Court. Maybe. MMA is basically modern day gladiator. They just can't use weapons. Right. That's what we have an elimination chamber for. Okay, but opera has evolved and a lot of that stuff has influenced film. Just because something's old and historical doesn't mean it stands the test of time. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Plays have evolved and changed. Movies, same thing. It's tough to find a way to fix the tournament. I think the thing with those art forms is great, but they started off as being more aristocratic populations that were more shut out from the public eye. Now that they aren't as popular, they feel like they're getting offended by one celebrity who's arguably helping them get attention again. That's a great macro point, Stoner Cat. Holy shit, that's a great macro point. There is a lot of bourgeois aristocratic tendencies behind these highbrow institutional arts, like your opera, like your ballet, where it's like Louis Litt, famous Suits character, will go and observe it and be like, this is true art. Everybody, how can people listen to rap when there's this? It's just so pure. It's like what you like. Art's at a good spot. You can qualify anything as art at this rate. You could qualify what we're doing right now as art, right? I'm not getting into a debate about it, but I'm just saying you could qualify anything as art. But yes, gladiator fights would be fun. If you aren't willing to fight for the country, then what the fuck are you here for? Yeah, exactly. If you're not willing to fight, I'm going to go fight and die for my quarterback, and then let's a bunch of pressures go. All right. We're 4 hours into this. Again, drop a like if you haven't already. Any news coming up? Besides Dan Jones potentially signing a contract? Wow. I feel like the opera and ballet is definitely bigger in the UK than the US. That's another fair point. I don't disagree with you. Fortnite's trending along with V-Bucks. Very cool. Gino's excited. This is the talk of the town right now. Yeah, and who said Joe Shane can't draft? Let's not include our first rounders. It's funny. Yeah, will Evan Neal push him over the top? Let's make sure there's no other news coming out. Nope. And Shefty? Nothing. Nope. Why isn't sumo wrestling popular in the US? Good question. Exact. Good question. It's no power slap. I'm not willing to fight for this country. Now in this country act like we don't matter. I don't know why you retracted that, Jarv. I get it. I like the take. Yeah, but you aren't trying to lead the country, Jarv. That comment was for people trying to be president. Hell yeah. See, we got a real debate going. I'm here to I'm gonna go fight and die for my quarterback. Okay, Will, if you say so. But yeah, man. Free agency day 2. Not a ton has happened. I can't believe Trey Hendrickson still hasn't gotten a deal, man. Damn. Yeah, dude, I made the whole thumbnail for him and he literally still hasn't gotten the job done. My instant gratification mindset is like all like twisted now. I'm like, what the hell? I wanted to see Trey Hendrickson go to the Chargers or something. Something big. Yeah, people pushing each other would be so lit and easy to get into. I mean, no one's stopping you from watching it, James. No one's stopping you from watching sumo right now. Are you a sumo fan? They did that at the Pat McAfee show Spectacular. They had like a sumo wrestle. And Micah Parsons also wrestled a sumo and did not stand a chance. You can make an argument fat people pushing into each other happens every Sunday on the trenches. And sumo wrestlers aren't just fat, they're legit athletes. Oh yeah, they're strong, they're sturdy. Bro, sumo wrestlers can move a car without even trying. Hell, they could operate as a car. Hop on a sumo wrestler's back, you'll get to where you need to go. If you want to lead a country, you should be able to put up your dukes and bootstrap your waist, since you love to say that so much. You should also be willing to enlist in a war. Just saying. Yeah. If DraftKings made sumo betting with ads with Kevin Hart, it would gain traction. Well, DraftKings could make a coin flip, a live broadcast, and it would get traction. But you know, let's not get into it. Giants fan just describing Teddy Roosevelt. Yeah, exactly. See, amen. Stoner Cat really struck a nerve for Giants fan 10 here. This is hilarious. Teddy Roosevelt did have aura. He did. I'm cooking. Yeah, Roosevelt did have aura. No one's gonna disagree with you there. But anyway, successful day. I'm happy. Oh, let's do the connections. And then I think we will get out of here because we don't need to do a mock. And I don't think anyone else is going to get a big deal. I mean, again, Dobbs was signed and the tampering period is now over. So, let me just do a quick check actually and see. Free agency tracker. I love this top 150 interactive page. I'm going to be opening this for the draft as well. I got to say, man, The Athletic, not a bad investment. If The Athletic would sponsor me, I'd be happy to do it. Shout out to Daniel Popper. Anyway, top guys still available. Trey Hendrickson for now. Dan Jones looks like he's going to sign a deal. As far as that, a lot of big names are still off the board. Rasheed Walker is available. Byard, he probably won't get a huge deal. Juwan Jennings, not a big fan of him. You guys know that. Reek Woolen, we'll see. But a lot of these top guys are getting bought up. I mean, look at this. A lot of guys. I mean, shoot, I wouldn't be surprised if if we're in July and Joey Bosa still doesn't have a deal, to be honest with you. So yeah, not a ton else going on right now. We'll wait for the Trey Hendrickson news. And as far as everything else goes, maybe the Dan Jones contract. Outside of that, I don't really see us streaming for anything too important. I don't even know what you said about presidency and all that. I was talking about Timothy Chalamet and the Arts, bro. Yeah. Oh, would I mess up? Wait, maybe it wasn't Stoner Cat then. My bad, actually. It probably wasn't Stoner Cat. Hold on. Who said it then? Was it James? My bad. I got mixed up. Oh, it was just an idea. Just an idea. Throwing out ideas. It was just an idea. There it is. Now I got it. Where's Kyler going? Kyler's going to Minnesota, it looks like, but time will tell. I'm so sure, James. All right, let's do the connections. Okay. Off rip, Royal, Tiger, I don't know. Shit. Royal Tiger, Guardian, and Twin. These are MLB teams without an S. These are singular editions of MLB teams. An AL Central player, sure, basically. Okay. Ravens, Titans. Now I don't know. Bay, Queen. These are names. Damn it. Oh, man. Heisman. Oh, god damn it. Ah, jeez. Fullback, cornerback, DB, running back. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I see. Oh, defensive back. Nice. Defensive back, running back, nice. Fullback. Well done, James. Well done. Forms of backs. I like it. By the way, my sister was telling me Connections got banned at her school. Yes, because Connections is such a devastating technology. Eesh. Titans, Ravens, but that's not it. That's not it. Wait, Ravens, Kings, Queen, Bay, Veers, Murphy. What would that even be? Pelicans. Oh, shit. Good point. Trey Murphy. Damn. New Orleans Pelicans, which leaves Ravens, Titans, King, Heisman. I don't... Maybe this is... I'm just going to take a guess. Is this some sort of Eddie George thing? Eddie George words, maybe? Derrick Henry. Fuck, I'm an idiot. Derrick Henry. Duh. Oh my god. King Henry. Cowboys just signed Audio Ogbonnia from the Chargers. Oh, no way. There it is. Another big news. Derrick Henry words. Wow, this was not a tough one. I should have been... I needed your guys' help. I needed help. This one was not that hard in hindsight, but you guys crushed it. You guys smashed it. Connection span before AI. We live in a society. All right, let's double check and see this Cowboys signing. Odia Ogbonnia. I like pulling up a tweet. Ooh, Bill Berg. Cameron Johnson's going to the Steelers. There it is. Nice. All right, let's just look up audio. There it is, 10 minutes ago. Welcome to the team, Audio Ogbonnia. Cowboys made another addition to their defense. 1-year deal worth $3 million for the former Charger. Chargers are getting gutted. Schools spend anything these days. Yeah, man. Devastating stuff. Devastating stuff. But anyways, congrats to Otto for getting that deal. Congrats to Mike McFadden returning to the Giants. Hopefully the Giants can get a guard before draft day. We will be back tomorrow, funny enough. We'll be back tomorrow for War Room Wednesday, where we will be talking about receivers, and I will be unveiling my top 10 receivers of this upcoming class in order, with the stakes high. I want to go deep into... I'll probably cover a lot of names. Might be brief on some, might go deep into detail with others. But I just didn't feel like we really checked off all of our boxes last week. So this upcoming week, we're going to do wide receiver War Room Wednesday. It's going to be sick. Might throw in tight ends, might not, honestly. I don't know. We'll see. We got about... After tomorrow, we got 7 weeks until the NFL draft. I might have to start condensing weeks. And we got to have our bust week as well. So we'll see. Time will tell. But yeah, tune in tomorrow morning. It will be at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, 6:30 West, which is always a fun time getting up at 6:30. But happy to do it. Happy to get up and talk shop. If you can't make it, no one's gonna blame you. But it's possible. I might not have any Wi-Fi tomorrow, but I will find a way. We'll find a way. Appreciate it, Dallas Crimson Tide. If you're an OG and you could join these streams all the time, I appreciate you. If you're new or newer, we appreciate you as well. This is always fun. Is BTJ still worth a second? Oh, yeah. It looks like the Jags aren't going to move him, though, but he is still worth a second. 44 days to go. I'm excited. You know, we'll be here for the draft, too, and I'm fucking giddy for that. We're going to stream the whole damn thing. It's going to be epic. But, yeah. So until then, I appreciate you guys a lot. Have a sick rest of your Tuesday. Go out and celebrate Mario Day. Play some Super Smash. Play some Mario Kart. If you're in a college dorm or high school, get a Mario Kart game going with your buddies. If you're an adult, still get a Mario Kart game going with your buddies. I don't know, man. But yeah, we're winning the Super Bowl next year. Yeah, And when in doubt, Viga Yon at 5. There's an app called Worm that has all the draft info. Ooh, I'll check it out. I will check it out. Maybe they have a website as well. Oh boy. Okay, I'm getting a bunch of texts. Okay, nice. I'll check out War Room. It sounds like a mobile game, but I'm down. College and prep War Room. Oh, no shit. Wait, is this it? Wait, the War Room, access the entire war. Is this it? Wait. Newsmax? I don't think that's it. Oh, no shit. Yeah, there's a lot here. All right, I'll check it out. I will check it out. Anyways, hope you guys have a sick rest of your Tuesday. Drop a like if you haven't already. And, yeah. Hana. Oh, let me pick a song here. Let me get a different song. Actually, it's Mario Day. I'm going to keep the Mario music going. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow for War Room Wednesday. Great stream as always. Thank you, Giants Fan 10. Appreciate you guys always. Have a sick rest of your day. Oh, shoot. Hana, can we please sign a guard? Ball.